Yeah. They couldn't take a wicket with that other ball.
No.
Get a new one and then that's the all over and say,
When he got closer to the two balls.
yeah.
Good morning, Borida, Croeso ni Gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens. We'll have the team news in 5 minutes or so and all the other news of the day, but I can start by saying that Glamorgan have won the toss and have elected to bowl first.
It'll be alright in the morning.
Good morning. Apollo again. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for our match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire in the Vitality County Championship. Today is day 1 of 4. Today's play will get underway at 11 o'clock. We're due to have 96 overs today with lunch at 1 o'clock and tea with 32 overs remaining. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of our sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to all spectators who are returning to Sapphire Gardens today. A warm welcome as well to the players, officials and supporters from Leicestershire, as well as to our match umpires Neil Pratt and Hassan Adnan, plus match referee James Whittaker. The toss took place in the middle a short while ago, and the news is that Glamorgan won the toss and have chosen to field. If you have pen and paper to hand, here are the teams, not necessarily in batting order. Glamorgan, Asa Tribe, Sam Northeast, the captain, Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, wicketkeeper, Dan Dykewait, Tim van der Houten, Mason Crane, Fraser Sheet, and Ned Leonard. Now, Ace Troy is making his overall first-class debut. He's the first ever Glamorgan player to make their first-class bow, having already appeared in international one-day internationals and international T20s. The Leicestershire team: Rishi Patel, Ian Holland, Captain Lewis Hill, Ajinkya Rahane, Peter Hanscom, Rahane Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Liam Trabaskis, Tom Scriven, Sam Wood, who's making his debut, and Chris Wright. Scorecards are available free of charge from reception in the Patches Pavilion. Please keep your belongings with you at all times and keep an eye on play in case any balls are hit in your direction. Now, a range of food and drink can be purchased by members throughout the day in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Patches Pavilion, and all members receive a 10% discount by showing your membership card. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre, and in addition, Urban Jungle will be selling a range of snacks and hot and cold drinks next to the Missouri shop on Gate 2. We have free-to-use water refill stations throughout the ground. They're situated underneath the Patches Pavilion and the Castell Howell stand, and also at the river end behind the side screen. The Glamorgan Club Shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open until 5 o'clock today, situated just inside the Gate 2 entrance to the ground. It stocks a wide range of items of Glamorgan clothing, including the always popular Glamorgan bucket hats, together with cricket equipment and a number of cricket books. So why not pop along today and see what they have on offer. The Lewis Lounge on the second floor in the National Cricket Centre is available as a viewing area for members of Glamorgan and Leicestershire. We're looking forward to staging more international cricket here at Sophia Gardens. There are now only a very limited number of tickets left for the England versus Australia T20 International here in a fortnight on Friday evening, the 13th of September. So get yours now while they're still available. In addition, we have two big games here next season: an England versus West Indies one-day international on Sunday the 3rd of June, and a T20 international between England and South Africa next September. The members' priority window has just opened today, as has the general ballot. Full details of all games and how you can buy tickets to enter the general ballot are on our website, glamorgancricket.com.
even road.
Yeah, but you still only have the laws on a Sunday, on the train. No. First one's about 9 o'clock on a Sunday. Hey, yeah, I just put them all over the floor. I'll see you about lunchtime. That's quite right there.
Here at Glamorgan Cricket, we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with our philosophy, together we are strong. We are dedicated
Very good morning from Sophia Gardens and welcome to BBC Sports online coverage of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in the County Championship Division 2. The immediate news is that Glamorgan have won the toss and chosen to bowl first on a hybrid pitch and using Kookaburra balls. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, who will tell us where Leicestershire are and in terms of their team selection as well.
Good morning, Nick. Borada. I thought you would say first thing. Umpires heading out into the middle, accompanied by the two Leicestershire openers, Rishi Patel and Ian Holland. The newly contracted Ian Holland, he's on loan from Hampshire until the end of the season, but has signed a 2-year deal to stay at the Foxes. In terms of the team news, 2 changes, both in the bowling lineup. Chris Wright, the veteran, returns, and a young man at the other end of his career with respect to Chris is making his first-class debut for the Foxes. Sam Wood, a 19-year-old from Markfield, near Leicester.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. You're on the back of some excitement at Bristol.
Yes, that was a fun 4 days. It's always fun to be in Bristol, but the pitch wasn't the greatest in terms of encouraging exciting cricket. We are on a hybrid pitch here for the first time at Sophia Gardens in first-class cricket, so Glamorgan possibly as interested as Leicestershire are to see how it plays.
Indeed, Richard will be joining me in commentary in a couple of minutes, having updated the good radio listeners of Leicestershire. And no surprise whatsoever to find Tim van der Hoogten opening the bowling for Glamorgan. In terms of the Glamorgan lineup, Asa Tribe comes in for Ben Callaway. So that's a slight reduction in bowling options. Callaway injured in the defeat at Derby, and it is a first-class debut for the 20-year-old from Jersey, Asa Tribe. As Rishi Patel, who scored 179 here last year in a drawn match, facing up 3 slips and a gully. And we're underway on a largely overcast morning as Van der Hoogten bowls to Patel, who's struck on the thigh, pushing forward. So weather-wise, a little bit of blue sky. The cloud is light and fairly high. And the prospects are good, although the outfield was a little bit damp, so that might affect the running of the ball in these early stages on the outfield as Van der Hoogten comes in from the River Taff end and bowls to Patel, who defends it back down the pitch to him, and there is no run. So Edward Bevan will be joining us on commentary for the first couple of days, and thereafter Kenneth Davis will be our other commentator. But Richard and I with you throughout, as Van der Hoogten is in fairly still morning. Bowls to Patel, who's forward watchfully playing it out on the offside, and there is no run. So there might be 1 or 2 more in the ground. Hopefully it will fill slightly as the day goes on, since we're constantly told that members want Championship cricket in August. Well, here it is, albeit right at the back end of August, and with temperatures having got somewhat cooler, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Patel, who's beaten by that one. pushing forward, maybe trying to hide the bat at the last moment, but whether it was in time or not, I'm not sure. So Glamorgan have Tribe in at third slip, wearing 55, and Dr. Hignell, the Glamorgan statistician, informs me that he is the Van der Hoogten bowls, and Patel plays it on the leg side, thinks of trying to scamper through for a single, but Holland sends him back. Patel is the first player to make his first-class debut for Glamorgan after playing a one-day international cricket and T20s for Jersey. He becomes Glamorgan's 7th debutant in first-class cricket this season, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Patel, who stretches forward and doesn't make contact. The ball going through to Chris Cook. A testing opening over then from Van der Hoogten, and Patel was committed to the shot there. Well, may say he tucked his bat inside at the very last minute. Glamorgan's 7th debutant. Shan't ask you to name the others. They are Mir Hamza, Craig Miles, Mason Crane, Brad Wheel, Fraser Sheet, Ned Leonard and Asa Tribe. Sheet and Leonard signed short-term from Canterbury and on loan from Somerset. They are two of the Glamorgan bowlers.
Fraser Sheet.
So Sheet playing his first match in Cardiff, and still looking for his first Glamorgan wicket, having missed out up in Derby. And Richard is back in time to describe said over.
From what I could see of the first over from next door, there was a little bit there for Van der Hoogten. First one seemed to seam back in. What can Sheet do? In he goes and bowls. A little bit of an outswinger. Forward goes Ian Holland. As I mentioned, the newly contracted Holland signed a 2-year deal to stay at Leicestershire. Made a very impressive, hard-working century against Bristol after against Gloucestershire at Bristol after Leicestershire were put in last week. It was a bad toss to lose because it did move around a little bit early, but Holland battled his way through. Very important innings. Hard to believe that somebody behind the bowler's arm is already causing an issue, given how few are in. Well, relatively few are in. It's not bad, actually, looking down below. People squeezing up to the sight screen as Sheet bowls. Thick inside edge from Holland, but it's running down towards long leg, and as a consequence, Leicestershire are up and running. Holland picks up the single. And Leicestershire are one without loss. Long sleeved shirt for Holland, short sleeve for Rishi Patel, who absolutely threw away 100 in the second innings at Bristol. Caught at long on, tried to hoist the off spinner out of the ground, well in the 70s. Sheet longish run in and bowls out swinger, and Patel goes for the big drive, and it swings past his outside edge into the gloves of the wicket keeper. That will not discourage Sheet from pitching the ball up.
So it mentioned 7 debutants in first-class cricket this year. There are also 7 in 2021, 2006 and 1985. The most in post-war cricket, as you might expect, was just after the Second World War, 11 in 1947.
Fraser Sheet is in, fullish on off stump. This time Patel is a little bit more cautious, wisely so, just leans forward, getting just about to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out to mid-off. I share a birthday with Fraser Sheet.
All right.
He was born on April the 29th. I have a fellow feeling for him already.
Same sign, the zodiac. Whatever that is.
Taurus.
Okay.
He leans forward, bull-like, and bowls, and a lovely shape to that delivery, but he overstepped slightly. The umpire at this end, is it Hassan Adnan at this end, or is it Neil Pratt? I think it's Neil Pratt. He's standing quite a long way back.
Yes.
Obviously could still see that he just overstepped there, Fraser Sheet.
I think it's Mr. Pratt being the larger of the two.
Yeah, must be, yeah. The taller of the two men. 4 slips alongside the keeper. As Sheet goes in and bowls. Again, a little bit of shape to it, but big stride forward from Patel, who's a tall man. Covered up, pushing it back down the pitch on the on side.
Certainly have good memories of last year, eh? 179 on this ground.
Must add to the confidence a little bit, you would have thought. As I say, 70 odd in the second innings against Gloucestershire. Bowls outside off stump. Sheet on that occasion, a little bit shorter as well. A little bit of carry from the pitch, but it was far too wide to persuade Patel to try and drive it away through the offside. So 2 overs are gone. Leicestershire 3 without loss. A little bit of swing. We will see. Have we confirmed that it is a Kookaburra ball?
We have.
We have.
I asked Mr. Pratt.
So there should be movement for the opening bowlers. It's not excessive so far.
No, and let's hope the Kookaburra ball produces better results than it did back in April, when it didn't really prove terribly satisfactory for conditions at the time. Conditions now, a little bit of sunshine. As I say, the outfield is a little bit damp. Don't know if they've been watering it a lot, because we've had very little rain in Cardiff. It's Van der Hoogten bowls, and Holland is looking rather uncomfortable playing that. Rather squared up, but it's got a good firm bat on it and defended it to Carlson.
When I was driving in, there was a tiny shower, so the windscreen, so just for about 10 minutes, so whether that just dampened it up a little bit. That was just as I came in off the motorway.
All right,
Into
it
the
must
city.
have been localised. I don't think we noticed that at home. Van der Hoogten to Holland, who gets the bat out of the way at the last minute, drawing it back between his legs with an exaggerated movement so that it doesn't get him into trouble.
Yeah, the pavements were a bit damp as well in the city centre, I noticed, because that sort of odd those bricks on the road,
Yeah.
which are all coming loose, by the way. I'm sure the good folk of Cardiff are aware of that. I'm sure the council have it all in hand.
Yeah. It's in for repair in 5 years' time. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's angled away by Holland. There'll be runs down towards third man. There will be 4 of them because there is no third man at this early juncture. So he managed to get on top of that one nicely. And played it down into the ground wide of that extensive slip cordon. 7 for no wicket.
David Malan has announced his retirement from international cricket. I think it's sort of been semi-inflicted, really, hasn't it? Really?
Yes.
But
not sure if I should announce mine. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Ian Holland. No shot played.
not yet. Too soon.
I was watching the other day the Wales over 60s fourth 11 in action against Gloucestershire on our club ground at Machen. It's a really good game. Gloucester just on top by 13 runs. Van der Hoogten steams in bowls to Holland, a thick edge, and that one's got through the slip somehow. Someone's got a hand to it, I think, but it'll still get down to the boundary at third man for the second 4 of the over, and Leicestershire onto double figures at 11 without loss, as that one shot somehow through the slip cordon, and Holland picks up a second boundary. Again, that one was between the slips, but again he just about got on top of it and played it down. So it didn't carry, wasn't a chance. 8 runs in the space of 3 balls as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Holland bat high above his head, watches that one go through to Chris Cook. And there's no run. The Glamorgan side then, it appears that Sam Northeast has moved himself up to open if the team sheet is anything to go by, unless he's just put himself up there for the heck of it. So Tribe and Northeast, Ingram, Carlson, Root, Cook, Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Sheet and Leonard. The latter 2 making home debuts, and Tribe a first-class debut.
Well, consensus seems to be that that was a drop. I need to see a replay on that one. Fraser Sheet will continue in and bowls forward, a little uncertainly. Goes Rishi Patel, thick inside edge, pushes the ball out towards mid-on when Van der Hoogten is the fielder. A lovely day now here in Cardiff. Perfect day, late summer's day. Sheet turns, runs in and bowls down the leg side. It flicked down towards fine leg by Patel, or was it mostly thigh pad? It went quite slowly, didn't it, in the end, so suggests it might have been thigh pad, and indeed umpire Pratt raises his right knee, puts his hand on it and confirms it was just a leg by. So Patel remains scoreless. Holland has 9. 4 of those, it would appear, somewhat fortuitous. 12 without loss, the Foxes. Holland bobs at the knees as in goes Sheet, bowls to him. Squared up a fraction, but getting used to his style at the top of the order. Ian Holland, he opened for Leicestershire in the One-Day Cup games to some effect. So although there is another opener, or a sort of more regular opener, indeed the man he opened with in most of the One-Day Cup games, Sol Budinger in the squad. Budinger left out, and Holland, who did a very good job at Bristol, as well as his 100 in the first innings, got a good 50 in the second as well. Getting another chance at the top of the order. Sheet is in, bowls to him outside off stump. He pulls his bat well inside the line and watches the outswinger go through into the gloves of the keeper. Four slips, point, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on and long leg the field. Carlson it is at mid-off, trying to get fairly close in. Again, she bowls foolish, dropped out into the offside. Carlson quickly on to the ball, picks up, turns, throws at the non-striker's end, but the throw misses. Van der Hoogten backs it up. But Holland had made his ground anyway, so he's into double figures already. 10 to him, 13 without loss. The Foxes. Lots of shorts and t-shirts out there among the crowd. Trees lining the banks of the Taff, barely stirring. Oh, a little bit of breeze. Perfect day for watching cricket. Right, 4th slip has come out and gone into short leg for Patel. Sheet Bowls, full, outside off stump, driven, thickish outside edge along the ground. It's running down to sort of wide third man backward point, and Sheet's eyes go to the heavens, his hands to his hips, because Patel wasn't really in control of that. Went along the ground all the way through about the gully area. But it was a whiff of looseness about it, but he picks up form. He's off the mark. Leicestershire on to 17 without loss after 4 overs.
So welcome along wherever you're listening. Understand there have been 1 or 2 issues with the BBC website, even though I checked it before the start of play and trying to resolve those, but obviously hopefully you can hear us loud and clear on the Glamorgan video stream anyway. 17 without loss. As on his way is Van der Hoogten for his 3rd over, and Holland drives it back to him, and there is no run. I didn't think that second edge had carried.
You may well be right. It's just I'm just reporting reaction from one or two watching on the stream.
There we are. They may have managed to catch more anglers than we did, but from the first replay I didn't think that it quite carried. Van der Hoogten in, bowls outside off stump. Holland allows this to go through. And certainly if we cast our minds back to the early rounds of the season, the Kookaburra ball there seemed to go pretty dead after what, about 20-30 overs, I think, to my recollection. Certainly we had a run feast at Lord's first up.
We won't have quite as many ball changes, perhaps, in this game, but
Van der Hoogten bowls, Holland squared up again, but playing it safely back to the bowler. First home game here produced lower scores. Glamorgan 237, Derbyshire 198 before the run fest began in the second innings of that one. So we shall see how it behaves. 17 without loss. As Van der Hoogten steams in, bowls outside off stump. Billy Root is in at a very close 4th slip, and it looks as though he's wearing a helmet.
yeah, he went to short leg for the last over, so. But he's, as you say, close.
Yes, probably not close enough to have to wear the helmet, but I guess it's easier to keep it on than not. Tribe, Ingram and Northeast are the other slips. So that's played on the offside by Holland, and they'll dash through for a single before Carlson can scamper around and prevent them. There is a gap between Point and Carlson, who's in that hybrid position, covering mid-off and cover, that we so often see in the early stages. Apart from that, there is a mid-on, mid-wicket, squarish, and a fine leg on the boundary. So, attacking field, but apart from that, conventional, as Patel shoulders arms and allows that one to go through outside off stump. So Leicestershire have survived 5 overs, and they have 18 runs on the board here on BBC Sport Online.
Northeast wanders over to chat to Sheet as he walks up to prepare for his next over. From Christchurch, New Zealand, born there anyway, 26 now, 34 first-class games, 103 first-class wickets, averaging under 26, which is pretty decent. spectacularly good economy rate. He's an accurate bowler. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. That wasn't particularly accurate, but Holland let it go through before rehearsing an attempt to crash it away through the offside. Managed to pick up a wicket at Derby. None for 78, none for 7. In he goes. Bowls very wide on that occasion. Since I've used the word accurate, he's been anything but, albeit there's only been the 2 deliveries.
Yes, he's been playing club cricket in the southeast of England this summer, so I guess it's something of a step up, although the basics of the game are the same at all levels.
Played a few list day games back in February for Canterbury. In he goes and bowls. That's a better line, just outside off stump. Dropped out into the offside. In comes Carlson, flings himself and at the ball, flicks the ball at the stumps, misses them. Might have been, well, it certainly would have required a decision from umpire Adnan, who is really standing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strips back at square leg. Must have eagle eyes, those umpires.
He's quite a long way back, isn't he?
I feel so.
Given that it's the early overs of the match and the ball isn't exactly being pummeled around at great force.
Sheet is in to Patel, who leaves outside off stump. Holland going on to 12 with that single off the previous delivery. Patel just a 4 to his name. Presume they sort of have their eyes tested each year, one way or another, aren't the umpires? They've all got 20/20 vision, clearly. It must be a requirement. With glasses, or without. Sheet is in, bowls down the leg side. Trying to work it away is Patel. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Cook, running away to his left, of course. No run.
Apologies if you are having a bit of an on and off issue with the BBC website. We are working on it, but there's a line that keeps dropping between Cardiff and Salford, I understand.
Sheet bowls, that's a better line, but just too full, and Patel leaning forward, doesn't have to put his full weight into the shot to punch it away down towards deep extra cover. It's a long run for Carlson. It'll be a comfortable 3 for Patel and Holland. His best shot so far. Rishi Patel moves on to 7, 22 without loss after 6 overs. Not too many issues for the Foxes bowlers so far. You'd expect a little bit of early swing, but it's been reasonably predictable, and the pitch has played pretty well so far.
Yep. In terms of the location, it is 2 strips over towards the pavilion from the pitch that was last used for the 2 one-day cup internationals here. One-day cup 50 over matches, rather. Can't speak to the T20 international that was played here because they didn't get on the pitch. As Van der Hoogten in bowls, Patel playing it back to him, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. So it is just towards the grandstand side of central, but slightly less so than we last saw Glamorgan here. And of course they keep the very central wicket for the T20 International, which is nearly sold out, I understand. Glamorgan against Australia. England against Australia. Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and he's bowled him! Patel pushing forward, apparently playing down the wrong line. Van der Hoogten strikes yet again. His 19th first-class wicket of a truncated season. Leicestershire 22 for 1.
Looked beauty. Did just enough which is all the bowler wants, and hit the top of off. Patel very slightly squared up, playing inside the line, swung past the outside edge, clipped the top of off. Perfect from Van der Hoogten. Let's have another look. I don't know whether it did too much. I think you're right. I think it did sort of play down the wrong line, essentially. Did it straighten a bit?
Might have straightened a bit, yes.
Just a bit. Just
Straightened
a bit.
Would probably have hit him on the thigh if it hadn't straightened.
As much off the seam as anything. But
Just
top of off.
Top of off is
Always
where
good.
seam bowlers are looking for so often.
22 for 1. Patel bowled for 7.
So no repeat of last season's heroics for Rishi Patel in Cardiff, at
Yet.
least at the
Yet.
first offering.
The new Leicestershire batter, number 23, Lewis Hill.
Hill has been struggling a little bit in recent games for form, so he could do with a little bit of a knock. 11, 5, 8, 36, 21 and 9 his last 6 innings, working backwards. In fact, his last notable score was the 92 he made against Glamorgan at Grace Road.
And indeed, he made 78 on this ground last year, so maybe he'll have positive visual memories of playing against Glamorgan as he battles back for form. 22 for 1 as Glamorgan's slips meeting for a little chat, and Billy Root moves back from 4th slip to short leg.
He got out at short leg against Gloucestershire at Bristol with a rather ugly sort of attempt to fend off, so I would imagine the Glamorgan analysts have highlighted that dismissal.
Nothing goes unnoticed these days. Amount of cricket that's available on video to be sliced and diced by the analysts. 22 for 1, 7th over as Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Hill stretches forward, makes no contact. That one just bowl maybe a bit closer to the stumps and going away a little. Van der Hoogten does vary his angles quite nicely. Sometimes bowls very wide of the wicket. This season, after a late start, really has been prodigious in all forms of cricket, and has stepped up to lead the Glamorgan attack. As that's gone the other way, and Hill leaves safely in the end, but that did come back a bit. And was taken by Cook, moving to his left. Bit of sunshine poking through. 22 for 1. Leicestershire having been put into bat, came back a long way after it had passed the stumps, as Van der Hoogten on his way in again bowls, and slightly squared up his Hill and playing it defensively. So Lewis Hill calling incorrectly and having to deal with the consequences himself. Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. It's into bowl, and Hill stretching forward, deflecting it to Root at short leg, but safely, and the applause from the home crowd for Van der Hoogten's successful over Glamorgan. 22 for Leicestershire, 22 for 1 after 7. Patel bowled Van der Hoogten for 7. Lewis Hill has just joined Ian Holland, who is not out 12.
Yeah, good morning, Nick.
Good morning to Edward Bevan.
Yes, as always, Van der Gooten bowling well. That's given him assistance, taking advantage of this pitch that looks rather green from here. You've been out there, Nick. Green right down the middle.
Yes, from this distance and on the screen, it actually looks greener than it does in person, if you see what I mean.
Here's Sheet, then from this end comes in and bowls short, cut away, gets away with it as it goes straight to cover. Sheet hasn't really found any sort of length this morning. He looked a very ordinary bowler to me up at Derby. I don't know what you thought, Nick.
Well, he was mostly tidy, but didn't make any breakthroughs, didn't get any wickets. Leonard, he had 2 wickets, and he probably should have had 2 more, to be honest, and it would have looked rather more respectable.
Sheet runs away from us, comes in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Played away on the onside, down towards fine leg. They think of a second, but decide against it. So Holland moves on to 13, and Lewis Hill, the other batsman. Not many people here. That's perhaps
Well, it does
Sprinkling.
annoy me slightly in that people say we want championship cricket in August. All right, it's at the tail end of August, but it is August, and the crowd isn't many more than at the start of the season.
Shoot to the new batsman, Hill. 4 slips waiting in. He comes, bowls, and this is nudged away down towards the vacant third man area. And there'll certainly be 2 here, if not 3. And I think he's going to come back from third. Yes, why not? And they take 3 runs. Hill gets off the mark, and Leicestershire move on to 26 for 1, having lost Patel, bowled by Van der Gooten for 7 in Van der Gooten's 4th over.
He really has been the man carrying the Glamorgan attack, hasn't he, since he started at the end of May.
You can say that again. Where they'd be without them, and every county seem to be rotating their quick bowlers. I'll just come back to that as Holland waits. In comes the next delivery down the leg side, and I think that must have hit a leg. Yes, up goes the knee. The tap on the knee signifies a leg by. It's 27 for 1. I'm just saying that most counties rotate, but Glamorgan dare not rotate Van der Gooten between now and the end of the season. Oh, there'll be precious little to open the attack. Sheet 29 on his back, comes in past the umpire, bowls, and that's played nicely, but not really timed, and it goes slowly up to mid-on.
I think, Edward, I suspect that they will rest Van der Hoogten for the game before the One Day Cup final. That would be my way to go.
Yeah, probably right, because if you go down to Hove, they're looking to be promoted, and they'll have a Mr. Robinson waiting to bowl at them. As Sheet bowls outside the off stump, goes through to Cook, that completes the over.
Yeah, the game
27 for 1.
Game immediately prior to the One Day Cup
Yorkshire.
final is the Yorkshire one here, so I suspect that Glamorgan, if I were in charge, I'd say we'll just play a completely different set of seam bowlers from the
Good luck to
the
them.
4. Well,
Where's Ben Morris then?
well, yes, waiting
Welsh
his
lad.
chance.
Yeah.
Waiting his chance. I think he's probably the one that can be aggrieved. Andy Gorvin's played quite a bit of first-class, first-team cricket, so maybe after his busiest summer he could do with a little blow, but Ben Morris, I think, is unfortunate. Here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl, and there's bigger... Oh, he's got him.
Bowled him.
Bowled him. Thought he'd set it off the pad initially, but it was off the stumps, and Van der Hoogten has a second wicket. Ian Holland goes for 13, and it's 27 for 2.
Yeah, talking about Van der Gooten, another delivery that seems to duck in. He's you know, he reminds me a lot of Michael Hogan, the way he's bowling these days, because he'll bowl you 3 outside the off stump. Batsman knowing there's 4 slips, and he was looking to play on the way in the offside, and it ducked back in and hit. I think from here, can't really tell, and we haven't got the monitor today. Try and get it working in a moment. That seemed to nip back and hit his middle stump, but it's 27 for 2, and a great start here for Van der Gooten. who, as you say, has been the mainstay of this Glamorgan attack in all forms of cricket this season.
Yes, really has been superb, and well, you'd expect the minimum of 3 in the morning, you say, when you put a team in, don't you? And Glamorgan have got 2 of them in the first 36 minutes.
And it looks difficult to bat, I must say, out there at the moment, especially at this end, the Cathedral Road end. And Van der Gooten getting all sorts of movement, and the other bowlers should back him up when he gets rested.
Leicestershire batter number 3, Rahani.
So
yeah.
Rahani playing just his second first-class match for the Foxes. Didn't really make any impression in the first one. Hanscom, Richard informs us, is playing his last game before returning to Australia. You're always lucky to see the Australians, I guess, in September. They tend to go back to prepare for the domestic season.
Well, Mr. Labuschagne went out back rather before September, didn't he?
Yes, well, they weren't likely to use him for the one-day cup, I suppose. There's an element of bringing youngsters through, and it was nice to see more Welsh players play in that competition.
And it looks as if McIlroy is not going to be played in championship matches. He hasn't got a good record this year, but he did bowl well in the one-day games, which is a totally different game, of course.
It's strange, isn't it? He's had a really good season in limited overs cricket, and not in championship, where he's only had the 3 wickets. 27 for 2, as Rahani is the new batter. Experienced Indian international. In comes Van der Hoogten. 4 slips, bowls to Rahani, who jumps down on that one, sends it out on the leg side. And there is no run. Leicestershire with Hanscom and Rian Ahmed. Kimber, Travaskis. As the next ball is played out on the leg side, and there is
Why was that
no run.
Shriek? Because he hit it in the middle of the bat, but it looks thank you.
As we try and get our video screens, we've had a bit of a morning of technical issues at various points in Cardiff and Salford, so apologies for that, and thank you to those who have rectified them.
Absolutely.
Doing our best to hold things together as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl and beats Rahani. Through to Cook it goes. But Van der Hoogten is absolutely on fire at the moment.
Well, he had a wicket maiden, I think, in the last over, and he's on course for another. Not a bad toss to win this.
Yeah, you thought it might be a useful one, given the unpredictability of the pitch and the ball. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Rahani drives slightly sketchily and will get 4 through to third man off a thick edge. I don't know if you had a view from your angle in the next box, Edward, of when Holland edged a couple of 4s in the same over, whether the second of those might have been anywhere near a chance or not.
Not near really, no.
No, I didn't think so.
And especially when you've got 4 slips, you haven't got much more to cover, and you expect the ball to go in that area, but no.
I didn't think it quite carried. 1 or 2 viewers thought it might have. 31 for 2. Rahani off the mark, off the edge, and playing forward and defending to Van der Hoogten. That's the end of another successful over. It will be duly applauded by this crowd, who must say were really on form, the crowd, for the semi-final of the one-day cup here when Glamorgan defeated Warwickshire to reach the final against Somerset.
Dot balls were being applauded.
It was amazing, wasn't
great,
it?
isn't it?
It was amazing. A couple of thousand in. I mean, it wasn't a huge crowd, but they were certainly knowledgeable, and it was a different sort of atmosphere to the T20, which tends to be raucous anyway, but they were really into what was happening out in the middle.
You know, as I do, Nick, over the years, that if Glamorgan have success, like any Welsh sporting side, you'll have the crowds coming to watch, because it is all Wales. Even though the West don't get much chance to watch Glamorgan cricket due to the long mileages they have to travel, but when it gets interesting to see how many supporters go up to the final. It's being televised, so they'll have a good audience. We've got a change of bowling, and after a couple of overs, we're going to see Ned Leonard bowling from this end as he comes in to bowl to Lewis Hill and bowls the first ball, which is driven up to mid-on. And there is no run. What I saw of Leonard, he's quicker than Sheet, but he does bowl one or two bad balls and over, which are expensive up in Derby.
Yes, this is only his fifth first-class game. You'd expect a degree of rawness, but had 2 wickets, should have had one caught at slip and might have had another given caught behind.
In he comes again and bowls. Good length ball, and on the half volley, I think.
Yeah.
That went to first slip and inducing an edge, which makes you wonder. And just watch this again.
Didn't quite carry him right.
Wasn't far off.
No.
Begs the question, he's quicker than Sheet through the air, why he didn't have the new ball. Here he is, running away from us again, comes in and bowls, and this is driven, squared him up just a little, not a lot, and drives it up to mid-on. And Glamorgan have got a third man, even though it's 31 for 2 and 3 slips, which I applaud, simply because he's not quite so, or not nearly so accurate as Tim van der Gooten. Leonard comes in and bowls again. This is watched by Hill as it passes outside the off stump.
Yeah, you wonder whether this is just a signing to fill a temporary gap, or whether Glamorgan will have an eye on making an offer for him for next season. Because
where are the Welsh seamers?
It is a question.
Mr. Morris, to me. In comes Leonard and bowls. Nat nips back at him because he was shaping to cut, and in the end he has to just jab on it as Hill, and it drops back just down in front of him.
But there are not obvious candidates apart from Ben Morris in the second 11, and it is a shame that there are not more players in the seam bowling department in particular.
Here's Leonard bowls outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper, and that's a maiden over. He'll be happy with that start. Ben, he looks a very enthusiastic young man, and he's played, of course. He could well be playing against Glamorgan in a couple of weeks' time, ironically, because unless, well, I don't know what sort of side Somerset will play. Surely they'll, well, you never know. After Durham played their full strong side 4 years ago, you never know what Somerset might do. I've had it not on good authority, but they were going to stick with the side that got them there, as Glamorgan probably will do. Whether Cook will come back, I don't know.
Yes, it's a moot point whether Cook is included or not, because he was in the
Injured,
Welsh
isn't
Fire
he?
squad, but then got injured and might have come back to Glamorgan had he not been picked for Welsh Fire for a game or two. But we shall see nearer the time. 31 for 2. Van der Hoogten into his 6th over. He'll probably bowl 7, I suspect, as forward comes Rahane and defends to Carlson, and there is no run. Glamorgan a little bit lighter in bowling in this game with...
What's the matter with Callaway? He injured?
That's a good question. injury TBC. It wasn't evident at the time, let's put it like that. And I was slightly surprised to see that in the announcement of the squad. So Crane will be backed up by Carlson in the spin department, I suppose, as Van der Hochten bowls, and Rahane takes a step down the pitch and places it gently through square leg. They'll come back for a second run. It was well run by the Indian international, Ajinkya Rahane, who moves on to 6:33 for 2.
Not since Nick Salmon left, when he of course played 4 years ago in the final. Glamorgan have a solid opening partnership, and now you've got a middle order batsman in Billy Root. What about Ul Hassan? I gather he's playing again.
He is. It was only last week that he was able to both bat and bowl. Van der Hochten bowls. Rahane thinks of a quick single and takes it. Why? That is
Good running,
enterprising
isn't it?
running from the veteran Indian at the age of 36. You wouldn't have thought he was one for a quick single, but
The veteran, 36.
well, in first-class terms, Edward.
Yeah.
If you've played 85 Test matches and 110 other
What was Viv
limited
Richards?
overs international, well, he was in his 40s.
When he came to us.
yes.
Yeah.
But that was as much Van der Hochten bowls, and Hill is playing that one out on the leg side, and it's a dot ball. Viv Richards was just power of his presence when he was here, rather than anything specific that he did on the field in some cases, because he was just so much of an energizing spirit around the field, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And woe betide you if you were slacking or not paying attention.
Exactly.
You would get a very, very firm steer indeed. As Van der Hochten bowls outside off stump, Hill is able to leave this one.
And if Leicestershire supporters will forgive me for just a moment, I was telling you, Nick, before the start, that our colleague Kenny Davies asked me, he's doing a piece for BBC Radio Cymru, the Welsh language, and since I have been watching Glamorgan, who are the 5 best overseas players? Just like that. So I had to think a bit and delve into the books, and I'll come up, perhaps listeners might want to differ.
Van der Hochten bowls, and Hill knocks it away on the leg side, and they will hurry through for a single to square leg, where Sheet is the fielder. 35 for 2 at the end of the over.
And I remember telling you, just before we started, here are my 5, and you immediately sprang and said, what? No Majid Khan? But I never watched Majid Khan when I've been working here.
So this is from your working career.
From my working career.
Yeah.
And these are the list in decreasing or ascending order. 5th was Ravi Shastri. 4th was Matthew Elliott. 3rd was Michael Kasparovich. 2nd was promising young bowler Waka Yunis. And the king, of course, was my top, as Donald starts another over, nudged away down towards 3rd man, but he won't catch it. 3rd slip goes and retrieves, and they go through for a single and takes the score up to 36 for 2. Immediately Kenny said to me, what about Javed Miandad? I said, well, Javed was a wonderful player, never won a game for Glamorgan. And you do expect your batter to win the game.
Yes,
overseas.
He wasn't playing in the strongest sides in the 80s, was he?
He got runs, but never. It stood out, you know. We've seen recently Marnus Labuschagne getting runs in the second innings to win a game, and the others I've mentioned. In comes Leonard, bowls a good length ball, which is pushed away on the offside. But the inspiration, as you've just mentioned, that Viv gave when he came in the early 90s, and which paid dividends because they were a very young side gelling together. Adrian Dale, Robert Croft, Darren Thomas, Steve James, and he inspired them, and 4 years later, of course, Glamorgan did win the championship with that side. As in comes the next ball. Appeal for LBW. That looks close. Not out, says the umpire. Well, he was half and half there, wasn't he?
That looked certainly worth asking the question from young Ned Leonard there, looking for his first home wicket in Glamorgan. Yeah,
he wasn't forward.
As we'll watch the video replay, maybe doing a bit, or doing even a bit too much. It's jagged back quite sharply there.
Umpire Prats is not out, and we'll carry on. And in comes the next ball. Oh, that's on the half volley. Now, are the slips standing just a little bit too far back, you wonder? That's the second ball that's gone low to first slip. Who always, of course, stands just in front of second and third on the angle. Interesting that. Interesting LBW shout.
Yeah, it was close.
Umpire Pratt.
It was close. And two edges have fallen just short of Colin Ingram now at slip.
Exactly. Leonard is in. Bowls, and this time it's left by Rahane. He's bowling a good line here. And just gone for the single in 11 balls. One of those mentioned, I was telling our colleague from Leicester, Richard Ray, was a former Leicestershire player. That, of course, was Michael Kasparovich. Wonderful bowler. Here comes Leonard to finish the over the wicket and bowls down the leg side. That's, having said how accurately he's bowled, that would have gone for 2 wides in a one-day game. But it's the end of the over, no run there, 36 for 2. Lewis Hill is on 5, Rahane is on 7, and the 2 batsmen out. Patel for 7, Holland for 13, both bowled by Tim van der Gooten, who is going to continue at the river end. So you may argue about those overseas players. Brad McCullum, of course, and James Franklin. You can mention others, but those are my 5, and you may like to ponder about it, Mr. Webb.
Yes, it's a question of whether you define on longevity or, you know, temporary brilliance, or whether they help the team to trophies. There are lots of criteria you could prioritise. Van der Hoogten in his 7th, probably last over, edged to root at slip, and don't think that one carried again, but Glamorgan finding the edge quite a lot.
Nice bit of cloud cover too here to help the swing.
This is a vital moment for Leicestershire, though, isn't it? They want to see off this Van der Hoogten spell.
It's the old adage, isn't it? See the new ball off in the first hour, then settle down.
And particularly see Van der Hoogten off.
Which didn't happen in the last game for Glamorgan.
No, 32 for 6 after the first hour. You're never likely to win a game from there. Van der Hoogten bowls and Hill drives back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Interesting to hear you say what they did for Glamorgan. Now, I think that Waka went a huge way to winning the championship, simply because
97 championship side.
In 10 days, we were up at Egbert for Liverpool, where he took 7 for 15, including a hat-trick, and within the next couple of days went down to Swansea in the next innings against Sussex. He took 8 for 25.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 wins there.
Van der Hoogten bowls and hits Hill on the pad. No appeal this time as the ball runs down to root. On Twitter, Emir Evans has given Rahane out LBW from Lampeter. It's quite a long way for Leicestershire listeners. It's quite a long way west of here. So
yeah.
But yes, it was a decent shout from young Ned Leonard, or Edward Owen Leonard.
A good name there, isn't he?
Sounds
like a Welsh name. Owen.
Yeah, Owen is a middle name. Yeah. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hill forward watchfully, playing back to the bowler, who fields again in his follow-through. More opening partnerships than John Lewis, says Edward Cooper on Twitter. Yes, it looks like being Tribe and North East, if the written team sheet is anything to be believed.
North East has opened in one-day matches last year, didn't he?
Yeah, I think probably it's time for the responsible captain to take a step up and try and fill the gap. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hill shuffling down the wicket and then defends when he gets there. Again, Van der Hoogten fields for the third time in the over, and no one else is getting a game at the moment.
This could be his last over,
Yeah.
and perhaps a bit of a down Douthway to this rather and it's eccentric. I think is not a bad adjective for Van der Hoogten. He can bowl an absolute
For Douthwaite.
Douthwaite,
Yeah.
and then he's not quite where the ball is going with him.
Van der Hoogten, who does generally know, and Hill allows that one to go through outside off stump. I would imagine that's probably the end of the Van der Hoogten spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17.
Yes, his work is done with a couple of those going down to the vacant third man boundary. And that just tells you how well he's been bowling. Okay, the pitch has helped him, but you've got to exploit it. They might put Sheet at the other end, but I think I give Van der Douthwaite a crack. Leonard then to start his third over. He's just gone for 1 single as he bowls the first ball. A nice looking drive on the onside there by Rahane. He's going to get 2 runs as the ball slows up. It's been a lot of rain. The ground here is very, very green, which tells you what sort of a summer really it's been. If you ever watched the 76 Test series, you probably have seen it on television. England is West Indies at the Oval. It was an absolute parched desert. And in the middle was a little bit of greenery. But it's not been a good summer by any means. As in comes Leonard, bowls again to Rahane. Appeal for LBW. Again, not quite so confident as the last one. He might have just got a nick on it, or they must have realised he's going down the leg side.
England, speaking of test matches, yeah, that one's gone down leg side. 54 for 2 against Sri Lanka. Lawrence has gone for 9.
Nice.
And Pope for a single. Duckett is 26 not out off 27 balls. Joe Root has joined him.
In comes Leonard, bowls down the leg side again, is clipped away down towards that fine leg boundary, and that will be 4. So Leonard strained for the first time this morning, and Rahane said thank you very much, clipped it away, and he moves into double figures. He moves on to 13-40, 2 for 2.
That's, by the way, after Sri Lanka won the toss and put England into bat.
Mr. Pope is not having a great time with his captain, is he?
No.
He does play some odd shots for a top order batsman. Leonard turns in front of us and then runs away, comes in and bowls, and that forces Rahane in the back foot, plays it into the cover region, picked up by Kieran Carlson, and I nearly said picked up by the captain because we're so used to see him in the last couple of months with one-day cricket.
Yes, the limited overs, or white ball captain if you prefer.
Here comes Leonard. In he comes and bowls, and this is played off the back foot. And it's played out into the covers yet again. 42 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, I quite like the division of responsibilities between Championship and limited overs cricket. It takes
Gives
a
him
bit
a
of a
rest,
strain
doesn't it?
off, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
And they appear to be on the same page. You see Carlson being consulted in this form of the cricket and vice versa.
It's the 1 ball left of this Leonard third over. He bowls Rahane just at the last moment and just jabs it down. That's the end of his over. Boundary off it. 42 for 2 Leicestershire after they were put into bat by the Glamorgan captain. Some northeast on this green tinged pitch, which to me looks as if it's died down just a little bit and will turn in, as we have often seen here, Nick, into a very good pitch, especially the last couple of days when he wanted to turn.
Yeah, it did turn severely for one game, didn't it, here in Middlesex game?
Fraser Sheet.
So Sheet is coming back to replace Van der Hochten. Dowthwaite the other seam option, and then Crane to bowl spin, backed up by Carlson. Possibly Tribe. I think bowls a bit of off spin. I haven't seen it. He's been an occasional bowler for the seconds.
Clutching a bit at straws there, aren't you? None of them really. Carlson bowls occasionally.
Yeah, Carlson didn't bowl as regularly as I thought he would in the One Day Cup competition, when he was actually very effective out there in past seasons. But 7 wickets at 70 in the championship. As Sheet is in to bowl up in the block hole, driven by Hill to mid-on, and they hustle through for a single. It's adventurous and successful running between the wickets at the moment between this pair.
Good judgment of a run, I think, more than anything, because Rahane, despite his advancing years, 36 as you say, has judged, and Hill has both experienced.
Yeah, scores from elsewhere at Headingley. Yorkshire 68 for naught against Middlesex, as that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Rahane. Yorkshire among the teams
I make a
in the
prediction,
mix.
Nick, that Yorkshire will go up this year.
Instead of Sussex or Middlesex?
Middlesex.
Okay.
I think they're going to play Middlesex, haven't they?
They're playing them at the moment.
Thought they did, yeah.
Yorkshire 68 for naught. So that game will go a long way towards deciding it. Sussex, the leaders at the moment. They've made a bright start at home to Derbyshire, 79 without loss. As Sheet is on his way and bowls down leg side, clipped away by Rahane. Easy single down to Leonard at fine leg.
Is Sheet only signed for 3?
3 games, yes. That's all he's available for. Presumably with New Zealand domestic commitments. And, well, it seems unlikely that Glamorgan would get a replacement seamer for the last 2 games. As forward comes Hill, playing it out on the onside, and there's no run, since there's not likely to be anything on it in championship terms by then. Gloucestershire against Northants. Well, I'm not sure how Leicestershire listeners will greet this, having seen Gloucestershire pile up the runs last week. Gloucestershire 37 for 4 against Northants early on in the proceedings at Bristol. Sheet bowls, clipped away on the leg side. Runs here, 4 runs I think. The ball slows up but still crosses the rope, and Hill moves into double figures. He has 10. Leicestershire move on to 48 for 2. Richard Ray will be back with us at the end of this over.
You'd be very surprised to hear that score from Bristol. After the
Yes, Leicestershire had great difficulty in taking 4 Gloucestershire wickets. Northants less so this morning, but strange old game. As Sheet will bowl the last ball of this over, and bowls it wide outside off stump. Hill quite rightly ignores it. 48 for 2. Hill has 10. Rahane has 14. And Edward Bevan can hand those headphones over to Richard Ray, who is back with us. Afternoon, Richard, and Edward will take my place.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm getting a few starry-eyed tweets and messages about the delivery which saw the end of Ian Holland. Van der Hochten, slightly different game when he's bowling, but he can't bowl from both ends and he can't keep going forever, and he's having a little bit of a break at the moment. Leonard looks interesting. He's got a little bit of away movement. I went and stood right behind the bowler's arm, just down. He got a little bit of movement. In he comes from the Cathedral Road end and bowls to Ajinkya Rahane, slightly short of a good length. Rahane on the back foot, just pushing it firmly out into the covers. A very clear shout of no from him. He remains on 14, 48 for 2.
Morning, Richard.
Morning,
Good
Edward.
afternoon, sorry.
Yeah,
Good
afternoon as it is now.
Did that score
Just-
from Bristol?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
I think we better tell viewers why we're chuckling in a moment.
More happened in the first morning there than over 4 days when we were there. In goes.
We've seen
Leonard
it.
solidly forward is Rahana. I think they were on a hybrid pitch there as well. So for the first time, which we weren't. Not that it makes a massive amount of difference, but some.
Cooker a barrel ball today, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah.
We have.
For 2 games.
Which I don't think it massively impressed in the first 2 games. It had much earlier this season. As outside off stump goes Leonard, and it's carved on the bounce down to third man, and hands on head for the young bowler at the moment, because it wasn't so very far short of being a catch for third man. It was short enough in the end. No real chance for the fielder to get across there and get underneath it, but it was a slightly loose shot from Rahana, who hasn't really sort of returned the weight of runs Leicestershire might hoped for, perhaps so far, in both the One-Day Cup and in the Championship match in which he played. So I'd love to see him do well here. As Leonard, very straight run, is in 2 hill outside off stump, cut firmly, but can't get it past the man at point, and we'll feel very much he missed out there, I suspect. Mason Crane made the stop on the second bounce, just standing next to the umpire, Hassan Adnan. Hill's favourite shot, cracked it away in front of square, picked out the fielder. Leonard is in, very short and wide, and Hill doesn't even attempt to flay that one away.
So the slip area has been reinforced. 3 slips now. He did have a man on the onside, so it's the conventional 6-3 field at the moment.
Well, this is just Leonard's second first-class appearance. Goes in and bowls straight this time, and Hill covers up on the back foot, slightly short of a good length.
I'm not sure if he had a few first-class games. For Somerset, 3, I think. So he's
Earlier
had
this season?
experience.
Okay.
Yeah, lively, and he's young, and he'll want to learn. So this is a good experience for him, because he's highly unlikely to feature in that strong Somerset bowling lineup. Overton, Meredith, etc. Davy.
Hammersmith boy went to Millfield, hence the Somerset link.
So many public schools down there that help Somerset out. Sheet to continue then from the river end, and he's bowling at Rahani, who gets solidly behind that and plays it back down the pitch. Not quite the venom we had in the first. Obviously there's different bowlers, different class with Van der Gooten and Sheet, but there really were some excellent deliveries from Van der Gooten, as we've seen all season in all forms of cricket, which we mentioned.
Ned Leonard, his second name is Owen, so there could be a Wales
We've
link.
just been talking
beg your
about that.
pardon.
I don't
Sorry.
think there is. Sheet bowls, better delivery, and the batsman Rahani pushes forward back down the pitch. Shares my name, Edward, but I've never been called what he's known as, Ned.
Ned.
So
Quite old-fashioned, isn't it?
doubt if he was born in Hammersmith and brought up there that there's any. Well, it could be. One of the parents went up there working or whatever. You often see that. You've got the who's who.
Yeah. Well, his nickname is Deadly, apparently, which is quite a cool nickname to have.
In comes Sheet's next ball. It's turned away down towards fine leg for a leisurely single. And
Who was the other famous cricketer known as Deadly?
Wood, the great. Well, if he takes half as many wickets as Deadly did, he'd be rather a happy young man.
Absolutely.
one of the world's greatest left arm. Well, before you say spinner, he was
Medium pace.
medium pace and could, if it turned, he Alan not standing up.
Uncovered wickets.
What a combination they were.
Yes, they were.
It's clouded over here, which should help the ball swing as in comes Sheet and bowls, and Hill is forward. Another good length delivery, and pushes it back down the pitch.
We should probably say, for those of younger generation, we're talking about Derek Underwood.
Derek Underwood, the great, who sadly died quite recently.
He did, yes. Lovely man.
Oh yes, he was. He was.
Everything I've heard.
She just steadies himself at that far end. 2 slips in the gully, the close fielders, as he comes in and bowls. That's driven up towards mid-on. There's Hill having a good look at it. Derek Underwood, Fred Titmus and Don Shepherd were once invited to the House of Commons. They had this sort of cricket theme to it. And Dudley turned to the two of the others and said, "Do you know, how many wickets have we taken between us in our careers?" Well, I certainly know how many Don took, which is 2,200. I think Dudley took something like 2008, and Fred Titmus nearly 2009. The next ball is a half volley and driven down towards long on for 4. Beautifully timed shot by Hill, and that completes the over. Of course, they played so much 4-day cricket in those days, Richard, that hence the large number of wickets. And for much of their careers, those 3 both only played in 4-day cricket. But rather a large total, 7,000 odd.
Talking about the House of I once represented the House of Lords 11, believe it. A
you really?
House of Lords 11.
Are we to address, you know, as Lord Ray?
But yes, a Leicester Lord put together a team to play at Grace Road a few years ago, and they were clearly short. But
Lord Ray would
I found myself in the House of Lords 11. Nearest I'll get to the House of Lords. In goes Leonard and bowls, hurries Rahane a bit, drops it out into the offside towards point, and is momentarily interested in the possibility of a quick single, but Hill isn't, and Crane is quickly on to the ball. 54 now for 2, so they've doubled the score, these two, since Holland was cleaned up by Van der Hoogten. In goes Leonard and bowls, good line, good length, and Rahane treats the delivery with respect, leans forward, blocks it out to Carlson at mid-off. His navy Glamorgan cap beginning to fade nicely. Yeah, a little bit of grey cloud around now.
I don't think there's much in it.
No, I don't think there's any rain.
Any rain for
hopefully.
4 days, apparently. Which is a change.
Leonard drops short, hooked in the air and caught, dropped. He thought he had it, did have it in 2 hands there, running in from deep square leg. Douthwaite came running in, and he can't believe he didn't hang on to that. He did have to dive forward, but he didn't have so very far to go. Round about a foot and a half above the ground when he got his 2 hands to it, and perhaps as his elbows hit the ground, the ball jarred out, and that could be huge.
It certainly could, and I thought for a moment that he started a little late.
Possibly picked it up a touch late.
Could be expensive, as you say.
Rahane on 16 as in goes a disappointed Leonard and bowls to Hill, who blocks the delivery, the foolish delivery out towards mid-on.
Yeah, he's generally safe pair of hands, Douthwaite, and has taken many good catches at deep square leg, especially in one-day games. But I did think that he waited and then thought, yeah, I better come in for this, and caught it low down instead of sort of chest high. But could be very expensive.
Leonard outside off stump, cut away by Hill, should pick up at least 2. It's a long chase round, not going to get there, Van der Hoogten. I thought he was the favourite to cut that off, but just slightly weary from the
I don't think
Netherlands
third man
international rounder.
picked it up either.
I'm sure the replay speeded that up deliberately to make him look as though he was really running harder
Yeah.
for that. He looked a touch weary to me. Perhaps not. So Leonard, who should have had his first wicket, concedes 4. In he goes. Bowl short to Hill, straight though, and Hill ducks underneath the bouncer, just bends at the knees, turns his head slightly away, and it goes well above his head. 59 for 2, should be 58 for 3.
Yeah, commiserations from a couple of Glamorgan fielders. 2 or 3 of them just tapping him on the back or his hand as if to say sorry about that. You should have had your first wicket, and what a wicket it would have been. Rahane, the Indian Test batsman, hugely experienced, and if he gets on a good pitch, we know what Indian batsmen can do. 59 for 2 as Sheet will continue. No success for the change bowlers. Heat 6 overs, 0 for 27. As he comes in now and bowls, and that's played off his legs quite comfortably by Rahane for a single. And no, it's gone for 4. I thought fine leg was going to get there. So Sheet is proving very expensive now. Still looking for his first wicket since he was signed for 3 games. And the score moving on to 63 for 2.
He was caught at deepish square leg in the second innings at Gloucestershire, Rahane. Off
Was
the
he?
bowling of Marchant de Lange, so he
Hooking, yeah.
pulling in the air, got a top edge.
Sheet bowls, wide of the off stump. Hasn't found his line at all, as the New Zealand bowler. Nick mentioned he was playing club cricket, was he, when he was signed here? Sorry. What league was that?
One of the London leagues.
So he didn't have to make a long journey. He's bowling his 6th over. As he comes in again, bowls, good length ball, pushed away into the gully region where it's fielded. So Glamorgan could have picked up their first bowling point on their 3rd wicket, which you expect after putting a side in.
Yeah, should have, really, from the comments I'm getting, that 1 or 2 at the ground, 1 or 2 watching on the stream. In the air a long time.
Sheet runs in from that river end and bowls the right-handed Rahane, gets a good delivery, but plays it quite confidently back down to the pitch. Glamorgan will have 3 games left after this. Sussex are very much in line for promotion, down at Hove, and finish up with Yorkshire, another side who I think will be promoted this year, maybe proved wrong. And then they finish up here against Gloucestershire. As Sheet comes in and bowls again outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Cook.
I made the comment that it didn't look like Van der Hoogten was. He looked a little bit weary. He was chasing down that boundary down there, attempted, and he did so in front of a knot of Leicestershire supporters. And
All right.
they've just sent me a note saying that they told him he didn't try very hard, and his comment was, "Well, you come and field." So
Yeah, and you come
on
and
the
bowl
back
like
of 7, exactly. On the back of 7 overs, I think is the implied comment there.
There's the last ball of the over as Sheet bowls. Forward comes Rahane, no problem at all. He's on 21. Hill is on 18, and a recovery for Leicestershire after 2 early wickets went. The openers, Patel and Holland both bowled by Tim van der Gooten. 63 for 2 after Sam Northeast won the toss. And as he's done a few times this season here, inserted the opposition. And we're going to have a change of bowling with Douthwaite.
Dan Douthwaite.
As if to say from Northeast, well, you got to make amends here, mate, for what you did in the last over to the poor young fast bowler from Somerset. Can be expensive, as I think we all acknowledge, can bowl the odd and playable. And he'll be bowling from this end, the Cathedral Road end.
With 2 slips standing alongside, we keep a good bit more cover in the covers for Douthwaite. Kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls foolish outside off stump. An entirely unremarkable delivery that doesn't do too much, and Hill ignores it, lifts his bat, walks down the pitch.
In his last game at Derby, 13 overs, 1 for 70. And
A tad expensive then.
yes, in the game at Gloucester, the unforgettable game at Cheltenham, 11 overs, 1 for 91.
And he goes and bowls. That's a better line, straighter line. Hill leans forward to the foolish delivery, drives it firmly back down the pitch. Douthwaite puts out a strong right hand and stops the ball, albeit not cleanly, leaning across in his follow through. I think it's an issue for both sides, really, sort of taking 20 wickets in the game. The pitch is semi-decent and the Kookaburra doesn't do too much. It could be quite a high scorer. Remains to be seen. Van der Hoogten may have something to say about that. Outside off stump, driven away for 4 by Hill. Well, it was there to be put away. Hill right on top of the bounce.
Yes,
Didn't
nice.
have to overhit it, just
Half volley, wasn't it?
punched it away for 4. Yes, Leicestershire supporters might be advised not to rile Van der Hoogten. He's dangerous enough bowler when he's in a happy mood. Don't want to make him too cross.
And this is turning into a good pitch at the moment. We haven't seen any deviation since Tim van der Gooten left.
No. It looked a different game when he was bowling. Well, Douthwaite started off there, but Hill stepped back. Steps back in now. Douthwaite is in and bowls, tucked by Hill down towards deep backward square. Takes his single comfortably enough. There being no square leg. Leonard, who he and Douthwaite have basically swapped positions. Douthwaite to bowl. Leonard down there at deep square, just backward of square. Came in and kept it to 1. Hill on to 23. Rahana 21. Just beginning to build a partnership for the 3rd wicket. Douthwaite in 2. Rahane very full. Half volley again, really probably over pitched it, if anything, and jammed out slightly by Rahane to Carlson at mid-off, and then he just flexes off his right hand, so it did get it at the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, and going back to Van der Gooten, he's relishing opening the bowling as he's done in the last season or 2, because when Nisa and Hogan were opening the bowling, he used to come on at first change, and that was a formidable pace attack.
Absolutely was. Douthwaite is in and bowls on driven, and I suspect that's going to go all the way over the outfield. Yes, it is. Hanson gives up the pursuit, trickles over the ropes at long on, and Rahane picks up 4. He overtakes Hill, moves on to 25, 72 for 2. It may turn out, Eddie, to have been a kind of good toss to lose on a hybrid pitch.
Yes.
You're never quite sure. But Rahane apparently had a very fortunate reprieve for a leg before, quite early on, and then definitely had a reprieve.
Yes.
Dropped by Douthwaite at deep square on 16 at 54 for 2. So you drop a India Test player with a
On a
lot
good
of
pitch.
experience at your peril.
And it's a very healthy run rate. 20 overs bowled, 72, encroaching on nearly 4 an over, which should never be really on the pitch, which is given assistance like this. And, you know, Glamorgan, apart from Leonard, who's been okay, the other two, nothing yet. As a new over starts, and Sheet bowls the first ball, which is pushed back to him.
I'd be interested to know how they came to give Fraser Sheet an opportunity here, really, Glamorgan. If he was playing in the Surrey League, who came across him, who recommended him?
Well, probably the coach, who's New Zealand, isn't he?
I guess so. He must have known him in probably bowling for Canterbury.
I'd never heard of him. You?
Not really.
Well, let's see if he can do anything. As he comes in now and bowls to Hill, and Hill plays a length ball out to short mid-on, but is fielded by Carlson. Yes, perhaps people, including myself and Nick, were hoping that it might have been an overseas test bowler or a recognised bowler, which other counties seem to snap up. I see Northampton have got a good spinner in there now, Shahal, and they would be a help. Yes, Sheet comes in, bowls, played off the back foot gently, and it rolls out to the third slip area, and there's no run. 23 to Hill. Rahane is on 25, dropped off a straightforward catch to mid-wicket when he was 16. The sun is trying its best to come through these clouds. Pretty pleasant here. I haven't been outside since I came in this morning, so I might venture to see what it's really like after the next 5 minutes or so, as in comes Sheet and bowls, and this is pushed away to cover. No run.
Wind's coming from the west towards the sea, across the ground, judging by the flags.
I left home this morning, Swansea area. It was a cloudless sky coming up from the west, and I thought it sort of followed me. I think it is if you look away to the right. Sheet walks back rather slowly to his mark, and then turns, comes in past umpire Adnam, and bowls, and played quite confidently by the batsman again, and again there is no run. There's three of the coaching, would they be the coaching staff walk in front of us, the edge of the boundary?
No, the players,
Oh, yeah.
Rishi Patel, Sam Wood on debut, making his first class debuts, played a couple of T20s and a List A game this season. One of a couple of promising academy graduates who've come into the first team squad.
Here's Sheet again, bowls, and again has bowled a goodish over, but no threat at the moment, and that was the end of it. And the score remains on 72 for 2. Well, Patel might have a day and a bit to have a few walks around the ground.
He'll be hoping so.
Yes, if Glamorgan can't make a breakthrough. Nick is back to join Richard. I'll go and take a break and see what's for lunch.
Lots more blue sky around now, so every prospect of the full day's play that we were promised. As Douthwaite, little hop and a skip at the start of his longish run. And it's a steady run, bowls straight, and it's just bounces a fraction on Rahane, who takes, as he leans forward, takes his bottom hand off the bat and inside edge and bit of pad, and the ball trickles out towards point. That is no.
Yeah, the continuing efforts of Dan Douthwaite to become a championship regular, as well as a key weapon in limited overs cricket, averaging 29 with the bat and 52 with the ball this year.
He In he goes and bowls. Fuller driven firmly. Douthwaite dived to his left. Might just have slowed it slightly, but the stop essentially affected by Kieran Carlson sliding across to his right from a fairly straightish mid-off in the first place, so hit it hard. Rahane, one way or another, prevented from picking up any runs from the shot. Douthwaite in past umpire Pratt and bowls. Short, pulled, but didn't really get up round the corner. It will be stopped down there by Leonard, running across to his right. Nice side-armed, side-winder type throw into the gloves of Cook. Just the single. Rahane on to 26.
I received a text from Andrew Hignell while I was off air. It says,
Doctor.
Ned Leonard's grandparents are Welsh.
There you go. There's the Owen connection.
Grandparents. So. Qualified to play for Wales in rugby terms. He's following us from home.
The third man has come all the way to mid-on. So there is no third man now, and second slip is standing at third as Douthwaite is in thick inside edge, brilliantly stopped by Cook as Hill went to try and drive it away, got a bottom edge, really inside bottom edge, and Cook had to change direction and did so and fielded it on the second bounce, diving across to his left.
That is quite superb from Chris Cook on absolute full stretch. I was looking down to the fine leg boundary.
High praise from a fellow wicketkeeper there.
Oh, I just appreciate some people doing things that I'd never be able to do.
Yeah, exactly, you know what's involved. Douthwaite in again, to Hill outside off stump, draws Hill into a loose drive at a wide-ish delivery, and Hill didn't connect and walks away holding the bat by his blade, no doubt giving himself a bit of a ticking off there. He remains on 23. He'd have been livid if he'd edged that through, because he's starting to play whisper at Leicestershire supporters as well as I've seen him for a little while, quite fluent. He's always tries to be busy at the crease, but as I say, just the last 6 innings hasn't been able to sort of really get away. In goes Douthwaite, bowls to him, a bounce very short, banged it in almost at his feet there, and it flew over Hill. Barely had to duck. Well, he ducked instinctively, but he didn't have to duck essentially, and taken comfortably enough by Cook. End of the over. Partnership's up to 46 now, 73 for 2 off 22 overs.
Yes, I was saying earlier on, I think when you were off air, that I was impressed with their approach running between the wickets early on. They got things moving, taking on some adventurous runs, some well-judged runs, and that just got the scoreboard ticking nicely without having to play the big shots early on. As Tim van der Hoogten is asked to go to the well one more time before lunch.
Yeah, I was going to say just before lunch.
Yes.
And there's a few more requests to go to the well yet today.
Yeah, for the next month. Here he comes then, charging in from the River Taff end, and Rahane is forward defending out on the offside. And there's no run. It really is an over-reliance on one man, and I think they're certainly aware of this. Albeit the one-day cup bowling lineup worked well, with the 4 seamers in the vast majority of matches. Van der Hoogten, McIlroy opening up. McIlroy was tidy and claimed wickets, and Douthwaite and Gorvin. As forwards comes Rahane to defend to Van der Hoogten. A little surprised that Gorvin is out of the match, out of the first team 2 matches running. But certainly Glamorgan's seam bowling resources are not what they might be. McIlroy has gone really well in limited overs, but fairly barren season in Championship, which has surprised me. Van der Hoogten Bowls driven nicely by Rahani, very firmly, but finds mid-on, and there is no run. Deserved runs, that shot, really, but hit it straight to young Ned Leonard. 73 for 2 in the Sophia Gardens sunshine. As Van der Hoogten on his way bowls, and forward comes Rahani, defending up to mid-off. No run. So is Rahani with you for the rest of the season? Or
Yes, he
with
is.
Leicestershire?
Yeah. Yes, he is.
As Van der Hoogten on his way in. Bowls, played by Rahani down into the gully, stopped by his rival number 3, Mason Crane. And there's no run. .73 for 2. If you have just joined us, Leicestershire lost Rishi Patel, bowled by Van der Hoogten for 7, and Ian Holland dismissed in the same fashion for 13. Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Rahani to defend, and a maiden over goes by. Not the first and not the last delivered by the Dutch Aussie this season for Glamorgan. 73 for 2, Hill has 23, Rahani has 26.
I understand why, but I'm not sure I would have brought him back on for 3 overs before lunch, really, Van der Hoogten. But he's, on the evidence we've seen so far this morning, by so much there. Such a considerable margin, the pick of the Glamorgan seam attack. As I say, I kind of understand why. But they've got a little bit of control on the scoreboard at the moment. Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten. The runs really aren't flowing as they were earlier, relatively earlier. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 17, Van der Hoogten. Douthwaite, 2 overs, 4, 10, comes in and bowls to Hill. Full-ish delivery on his toes that he can clip away down towards deep backward square and take 1. And does. Yeah, a few comments to the effect that the pitch does look a pretty decent one now. It was interesting talking to Lewis Hill beforehand, once it was being cut for the first time, not for the first time, but for the first time today, this morning. He said he was a little bit surprised to see a heavy roller going on before the toss. In goes Douthwaite and bowls, thick inside edge from Rahani as he stretches forward, runs it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Because until the toss on the first day, the pitch belongs to the groundsman. It is not up to the umpires to say, no, that we think that needs another millimetre taking off or anything like that. It's absolutely the groundsman. And obviously the ground staff will have been in some sort of consultation with the home side's think tank, so to speak. In goes Douthwaite and bowls fullish on, driven like a bullet, that one, but moves across smartly to his left, Van der Hoogten. And he had to. It was travelling. He made the stop.
Sliding on his knees almost, doesn't he? Looked as though he was celebrating a goal, football style.
So it was the pitch that, to a certain extent, he's been asked to produce. Glamorgan did win the toss and chose to bowl. Douthwaite in, dropped short, pulled down towards deep backward square, and that's going to run away for 4. Well, hands on the head at mid-wicket, but it fairly shot past square leg. I don't think there's any real chance, and he got on top of it, didn't he? And don't think it was in any way a miss hit. Crane's hands on his head at mid-wicket, but it was square leg who sort of saying what you're suggesting that I should have maybe caught that away to my right, Billy Root. Douthwaite in, bowl, straight, a little bit short, dropped almost at his feet by Rahane, offers to pick it up, but running in from point.
Interesting fielding position for Billy Root there, who's almost in a
Close-ish, isn't he?
catching position
Yeah.
at square leg. He was crouching rather than walking in, and he would be almost in line with the umpire if the umpire hadn't taken himself off to point.
Douthwaite in again to Rahane, short, outside off stump, carved away through the offside for 4. Well, grunt of effort from Douthwaite as he banged it in, but it was wide and short, and a bit of a gift for someone who's beginning to see the ball as well as Rahane is now. He's moved on to 34, 82 for 2, and my comments about Glamorgan having a little bit of control back on the scoreboard rather negated in that over, which yielded 10 to the Leicester cause.
Yeah, player Pompey on X/Twitter says, feel so sorry for Tim van der Hoogten. Amazed Andy Gorvin has been left out again. Our pace bowling attack is threadbare nowadays, needs urgent attention like the opening batting. Say hi to Richard, says player Pompey.
Hello, player Pompey.
So if you want to message us, I'm Nick Webb 2017, and Richard will give you his handle after this from Van der Hoogten, and it's defended by Hill. I never remember where the S's come in. Fox's comms.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't tend to use
All right.
X.
You're off it, are you?
I'm on Threads at Richard R23, or you can email me, richardray23@gmail.com. Should you be so inclined.
As in comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hill sets off for a quick single to mid-off. There's a shy that comes in, but Rahane had made the striker's end. I thought Sheet might have had a shy at the non-striker's end there, but Hill would probably have been home as well. nickweb2017@gmail.com if you want to use email. As Glamorgan tinkering with their field. Carlson moving across onto... Sorry, that's not Carlson. It's Billy Root, I think. Moving to short mid-wicket. Carlson is at mid-wicket. Crane covers the covers. Van der Hoogten bowls, nudged away by Rahane. Down to backward square, single. 84 for 2. Hill has 25. Rahane has 35. And you just feel that the balance of the morning session has pivoted on that dropped chance. Rahane, who was on 16 at the time, that would put a very different complexion on the scoreboard. It's now on 35 and watching as Lewis Hill faces up to Van der Hoogten. Appeal for LPW and given. Van der Hoogten celebrates his third wicket of the day. Hill's renaissance is only a temporary one, and Tim van der Hoogten is having a quite magnificent morning. He has 3 for 19, Leicestershire 84 for 3.
He took 5 wickets at Leicester, didn't he?
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten. And yeah, a slightly tentative push forward from Hill on that occasion. Looked to hit him in line with off stump.
Yeah, the only thing that could have saved him, I think, is the umpire had any doubt about whether it had hit outside. It certainly would have gone on to clatter into the wickets.
Shows what I know about the return of Van der Hoogten. So I entirely understood it, but just that the burden on him is such that I might have waited as a captain until after lunch, and I'd have been wrong because he's too good. 3 for 19 from 8.4 now for Tam van der Hoogten, as he was announced when he first by the Tannoy man brief momentarily. Tam. I don't know whether that's how you say Tim in Dutch. I don't think so.
Well, Guten Hochten, there is a split on the pronunciation of his surname, certainly. As I presume this will be Peter Hanscom striding out.
Leicestershire batter number 54, Peter Hanscom,
who is going pretty decently in Championship cricket this season, with an average of 64.
Yeah.
103 in the team's last meeting in the One Day Cup, and 103 also in the team's last meeting in the Championship as well. So it's a score he likes against Glamorgan.
Pretty consistent. 63 not out in the second innings at Bristol. 92 at Sussex. Those are both post that. Those are 103. That 103 against Glamorgan. 109 at Lords against Middlesex. 99 at home to Northamptonshire. Yeah, but he has scored wonderfully, consistently.
Yes, a man who's had his difficulties as other counties in the UK circuit. Certainly Middlesex, he had a very barren spell.
It's a big wicket, that's for sure. And if Van der Hoogten, Glamorgan can nip him out before lunch, that balance you were talking about will definitely have swung back to the home side.
Yep, 3 wickets in the morning session is not bad from Glamorgan's point of view, but a vital partnership for the Foxes with 2 international batters of class at the wicket. And Van der Hoogten bowling to Hanscom with 3 slips and allows that one to go through outside off stump. Decent pace and carry. So Ingram at first as usual.
Showing that replay again. Yeah, that's in line for me.
Yes, you have to shuffle the left pad further forward, don't you, after the impact to try and fool the umpire.
Didn't get up that much.
No.
Either.
Van der Hoogten in bowls and Hanscom on the defensive. Pushes it back to the bowler. 84 for 3. Give it up for TVDG yet again.
How long's it been at Glamorgan now? It's been a fair old time now.
Best part of the decade, isn't it?
Don't worry, I can. While you reach for your
It's
Playfair, I'll put my who's who down.
2016, so
from the Cathedral
captain
Road,
2018.
Mason Crane.
Certainly it was a very formidable attack when Glamorgan had him, Michael Hogan and Michael Nisa together.
Absolutely, that's a seam attack for you.
But in the absence of Nisa these days, who signed for a brief spell for Hampshire this season rather than come back to Glamorgan, and Hogan signed for Kent for one final season and is now back at home in Oz. Very good morning stroke afternoon stroke evening if you're watching, Michael. 84 for 3.
If he is, he's watching Mason Crane prepare to bowl. This could be an important moment. If there's anything there for him in this hybrid pitch, and he goes and bowls to Rahana. Nice loop to the delivery. On the money straight away. No obvious turn. Rahana stretched forward, blocked it out into the offside. Carlson is the fielder. Van der Hoogten's dropped a little bit at mid-on. He's around about 15 yards back from sort of normal mid-on position. As Crane is in, Rahana drives out towards deep extra cover. There is a sweeper on the offside, so it'll be just the single. Asa Tribe is the fielder out there.
Yeah, Crane did have 3 for 43 in Derbyshire's 4-29 all out on the hybrid pitch last week.
has a slip. Otherwise, sort of run-saving field, really single-saving field, has been set for him by his skipper. The cover on the drain is in a difficult position for him. He's stepping right round it. Bowls to Hanscom, fullish. Hanscom waits for it and clips it firmly as far as Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there's no run.
It is awkward, isn't it?
Because he has a slightly angled run, and he sort of steps carefully round it or over it, gives that one some air, driven by Hanscom. A good diving stop to his right by Carlson. The ball burst through his right hand. It hurt. He's holding it and grimacing it, painful.
Yes, he's had enough trouble with his fingers over the years, Kieran Carlson.
Crane is in. Bowls, I think that was the googly. Didn't really turn, and Hanscom carefully forward, more or less getting to the pitch of it. Pushed it out into the offside. Carlson gives the ball a perfunctory polish before throwing it to Crane. Every ball's been there or thereabouts so far from the leg spinner, who is in, and bowls. That isn't so full. That was good. That was clever of me, wasn't it? I asked for it, really. It was a full toss outside off stump, and it was driven away, but not really aggressively by Hanscom. He got the single he needed to take him off the mark. Last ball of otherwise a very accurate over.
You've had the kiss of death on Glamorgan's bowlers this morning. Every time you've said that's been an accurate over, there's been a filthy ball to end it.
Well, I won't say anything about Van der Hoogten then, who's been outstanding this morning.
86 for 3, 26 overs gone, 8 minutes till lunch. Over 8 is alleged to be level at the moment, but should be 3 more before the interval here on BBC Sport Online. As in comes Van der Hoogten for his 10th over already, and Hanscom defends that one on the leg side, but looks slightly awkward in doing so. Maybe a hand off the bat at the last moment. Rahani comes down the wicket and has a suspicious prod on a very short of a length area at the non-striker's end. As Van der Hoogten is on his way, sun fully out now. Balls to Hanscom, who defends on the offside. Fielded by Root at cover, and there is no run. Carlson at mid-wicket appeared to be examining his hands once more. He does have various fingers taped up, which I suspect is a more or less permanent state. Does tend to field in the firing line in the covers mostly. He's at mid-wicket at the moment. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Hanscom plays it to mid-on, and they hassle through for a quick single. Played it slightly wide of Ned Leonard, and it was a comfortable single, but well spotted early on as he played it fairly gently and to the fielder's right. 87 for 3. But Glamorgan just need to get some control in terms of the old saying, bowling as a unit. At the moment they've been dependent on the Dutchman, as Rahani had no idea where that one went. It was off inside edge onto pad, I suspect, otherwise there would have been rather louder reaction. But he was looking round for it for a moment, just in case it was trickling back towards his stumps. It was not. So he was safe. As Van der Hoogten in. Bowls. Rahani, flicks it just wide of the bowler in his follow-through. Did he get a hand? Or did Tribe get a hand to it?
No, Tribe got a hand to it, diving to his right.
Stationed at short mid-on.
Would have been a great catch, but I think it technically a chance.
Absolute extension from Tribe there. Just got fingertip to it, diving. It would have been a worldie, as they say, had he held on, but a technical chance. As the next delivery is defended by Rahane back to the bowler. So Tribe had been put in that very straight, silly mid-on position for that sort of eventuality. Dived, got down well to his right. Did well to get fingers to it, really. But would have been a miracle had he held on to it. Rahane is on 36, Hanscom has 2, and it is 87 for 3, Leicestershire.
Yeah, leading a little bit of a charmed life then, Rahane, who was definitely put down on 16 and, well, got away with one just about on 36. It's so rare you see one of those odd fielding positions actually sort of pay off that, you know, that would have been one for the books. Crane then from the Cathedral Road end of the ground into Peter Hanscom, lobs it up, full toss, and helped calmly as ever over mid-wicket for 4 by Hanscom. So last 2 deliveries from Mason Crane have been full tosses. First one he just about got away with, conceded 1, but he wasn't going to get away with the second. It was straighter as well, and Hanscom just a gentle swing of the bat.
Very friendly. Kevin Higgins on email observes the wicket looks very green, almost like an area of Roath Park, which is a very large and beautiful park to the east of Cardiff, where I live.
Crane is in, just drifting on towards the leg stump. It does pitch though, but Hanscom, having taken 4 off the first, just pushes it calmly to mid-wicket.
I'm not sure whether it looks in green in real life quite as green as it does on your screen.
Crane bowls, fullish again. Again it's straight, and Hanscom gets a little bit more aggressive with that one, looking to on-drive it, but doesn't time it, and it rolls fairly comfortably to Van der Hoogten at mid-on.
Yes, up close it looks a little bit browner than it does on your screen, I believe.
Crane, but doesn't bowl. Hanscom steps away. He was pretty much in his delivery stride, and Hanscom, whether he was distracted or whether he wasn't quite ready, either way he stepped away. Crane philosophically just marches back to his mark. In he goes and bowls. That was the googly, I think, and it did turn a fraction. Hanscom dealt with it competently, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. No run. He could have been playing for a little bit of time, Hanscom, because it is 12:58. There's only 2 deliveries left to bowl in the over. That one is clipped out towards mid-wicket. It's a chase for Van der Hoogten. He is going to have to chase as well. Drags it back about 2 feet inside the ropes. Hanscom picks up 3. 12:59.
That's one way of making sure you don't have to face an extra over, striking the ball close to the boundary but not over it.
Van der Hoogten jogs rather than runs back to his fielding position. Crane waits and waits. Is he ready to go? Yes, he is. In he goes and bowls. Rahane is nibbling it around the corner, and he's going to get runs as well. Has to chase down the fielder at deep backward square. I thought he was going to get there straight away. Sheet, he didn't. He got there only a yard or 2 inside the ropes at fine leg, and Rahane picks up a couple. It's still 12:59 as the umpire gets to the correct position, so we will have one more over with Leicestershire 96 for 3.
Lunch will have to wait for us. Richard will be back with us the other side of lunch, as will Edward Bevan. I'll talk you through this last over, during which we may well get a BBC Radio Wales update as well. Fingers crossed. Here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Hanscom, who's defending this first ball on the leg side, and There's no run. The silly mid-on has disappeared for the moment. Try bowling there briefly in the last over. Now he's back at third slip. Van der Hoogten. The clock now on 1300. Is into bowl, and Hanscom is forward, defending it firmly back to the bowler on the bounce, and there is no run. The clock on the pavilion says a couple of minutes past. But it's easy as a go on the digital one, I guess, for the umpires. Albeit they actually started at 10:59, according to that. Van der Hoogten bowling his 11th over of the session into bowl, and he's hit Hanscom there. Not too painfully, it appears, as the Australian recovers straight away. Maybe on the thigh pad. Other than that, he's got an ironclad box and didn't feel a thing. 96 for 3. Fairly even session after Glamorgan chose to bowl first. As Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Hanscom defends it back to the bowler. Leicestershire losing the wickets of Patel, bowled by Van der Hoogten 7. Holland bowled Van der Hoogten 13, and Hill LBW to Van der Hoogten in his second spell for 25. Rahani dropped on 16. Confident LBW appeal also off the bowling of Leonard on 7. Van der Hoogten in. Bowls, Hanscom up on his toes, defending it out on the offside. No run. Last ball then of the morning session coming up. We can say that Rahani is pretty likely to be 38 not out at lunch, unless he's run out or there's a no ball and they get him back on strike. 96 for 3. Van der Hoogten on his way for the final time in the session. Bowls, that's gone low outside off stump. Hanscom played no shot, came back, taken by Cook going down leg side. And the applause from the home crowd for the efforts of their main strike bowler Tim van der Hoogten, with 3 for 20 in 11 overs at lunch. Hasn't quite had the backup he needed. Leicestershire not too badly placed. Rahani has 38, Hanscom has 9, 96 for 3 at lunch.
During the interval, you're very welcome to stroll around the outfield, have a look at the square or play softball cricket. But please, we ask that you do not use hard balls, and also please do not eat or drink on the outfield. There's plenty of other attractions available for you as well. Food and drink is available in the Pyramid Lounge at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion, where Glamorgan members can get a 10% discount on production of their card. There's also the Urban Jungle mobile unit next to Gate 2, selling drinks and snacks. We have a picnic area too on the lawn behind the Thatcher's Pavilion, which you're very welcome to use. There are free to use water refill stations throughout the ground. They're situated underneath the Thatcher's Pavilion and the Castel Howell stand, and also at the river end behind the side street. If you're looking to stretch your legs during the interval, the Glamorgan Club Shop run by Missouri Sports is open now just inside Gate 2 and has a full range of Glamorgan clothing and cricket equipment for sale. That's well worth a visit. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. It's no secret that we've reached the final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Trent Bridge on Sunday, the 22nd of September. We're playing at Somerset. The game starts at 11 o'clock and we're looking forward to seeing and hearing as many Glamorgan members and supporters as possible at Trent Bridge. If you haven't booked your match ticket yet, you can do so at Nottinghamshire's website, trentbridge.co.uk, where there's also contact details for the Notts ticket office if you need to contact
Croeso nôl. Welcome back to BBC Sport Online, live from Sophia Gardens for this Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, with Richard Ray, myself, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan. We have duly lunched and hope for an interesting afternoon session. The morning, 96 for 3, fairly even, Stevens, Richard?
I think so. It could have been better, couldn't it, if Rahane had gone earlier, as he should have done. Should have been caught on 16, and 4 down would have been very much justified the decision to bowl first on the part of Glamorgan. However, as you say, even Stevens and a couple of early wickets break this overseas partnership, and they'll feel it was still very much justified. If these two can dig in though and go on, Leicestershire have built a lot of big scores from their middle order and lower order in this this season, in particular with the likes of Scriven coming in at 10. It is a long batting order.
Yes, Travaskis, decent average. Kimber, obviously a batter as well. Here's Leonard then to run away from us and bowl to Rahane, who gets his afternoon account underway by chopping one down to third man for a single. Throw is rather too enthusiastic for Van der Hoogten, and is well backed up as the bowler's throw flew over the head of Chris Cook. 97 for 3.
The fact that he's also swinging his arms vigorously suggests he will, having bowled 11 overs this morning, continue from the river end.
You can rest in October.
Yeah.
97 for 3. I imagine they'll try and give him a week off before the One Day Cup final, as Leonard is in to bowl, and that's played towards Crane at backward point, but Hanscom says no thanks, even though Crane didn't field cleanly. It was close enough to the fielder on the rebound to prevent them risking the single.
Did Glamorgan have a week off at all before the end of
No.
September? That's it.
Well, effectively there's a week between this game and the next because of the quarterfinals of the T20, which they're not in. Leonard in, chopped away by Hanscom for a couple of runs down to wide third man. Van der Hoogten had a long way to make there. 99 for 3.
Yes, likewise, obviously.
So there are 7 days for them to hopefully rest up, you would have thought, given the exertions ahead. Then down at Hove between the 9th and the 12th when Leicestershire entertain Yorkshire. Leonard in, bowls short pitch delivery down leg side. Hanscom gets out of the way. Then between the 17th and the 20th, home to Yorkshire. That's a Tuesday to Friday, and Glamorgan have the One Day Cup final on the Sunday. So frankly, I think I'd be looking to rest some of the bowlers.
That game is likely to have a considerable bearing on the second division, though, isn't it?
Leonard bowls, and Hanscom on the defensive plays it back to him. No run. Yes, obviously it's important for Yorkshire, but I think realistically Glamorgan's outside hopes of promotion at the start of this block have gone south with the 3-point haul from Derbyshire. Not sure if 3 points is worthy to be called a haul. Glamorgan well beaten. Leonard from the Cathedral Road end into bowl, and push and run into a gap on the offside for Hanscom will bring up Leicestershire's 3 figures, 100 for 3 after 30 overs.
Yeah, more likely the sort of thing you fish up on the end of one of those squares with orange twine on the lower off the harbour wall. Lovely, we're on a quick stroll during the lunch break. Perfect conditions now.
Tim Van der Hoogten continuing from the river end.
Leicestershire can see off this next burst from Van der Hoogten, and they will hope to thrive later on this afternoon. 3 slips in place: Ingram, Northeast and Tribe. Otherwise single saving field and a long leg. No sweepers. Is there a third man lurking down there? No. Not with 3 slips. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Peter Hanscom's bat straight away. Invigorated by his casserole, if that's what he had. As well. Couscous and a casserole, or in my case, veggie chili, which was very nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you to Glamorgan for offering the vegetarian option this time, which is appreciated.
And they hooked an economical but athletic run on driven by Hanscom. Didn't quite put his full weight in the shot. Sounded nice off the bat. But mid unable to get across to make this stop reasonably comfortably.
Don't forget the email addresses: richardray23@gmail.com, nickweb2017@gmail.com.
And the Hookton bowls brings Hanscom carefully forward. A solid defensive press out into the offside route, running across from cover fields.
And nickweb2017 on X Twitter as well. Still trying to keep an area of sporting purity in that particular social media.
And the Hookton bowls foolish again on off stump driven, but again Hanscom his first thought is make sure it connects cleanly. Keep it out, pushes it as far as mid-off. Remains on 12. When his first game for Victoria is, it's absolutely a year-round business for Pete Hanscom, this game of cricket. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to him onto his legs, tucks him up a little bit, almost falls over himself there. Peter Hanscom, as he tries to perhaps help it into the leg side, didn't really get anything on it, came off the pad. Carlson ran across from mid-wicket to field. And Hookton to finish his over. In from the river end, bowls and turned nicely out to wide-ish mid-on, but again, although the timing is good, the placement is just that fraction too close to mid-on, who moves across smartly to his right to make the stop. So a straight over from Van der Hoogten, asking questions, but other than the first ball, didn't quite get the movement. He got pre-lunch. 100 for 3, however, remains a score. It's yet another maiden. Half his 12 overs have been maidens. 3 for 20, his outstanding figures.
Absolutely. Can Glamorgan find people to back him up? That is the rub. As Kieran Carlson appears to be questioning the state of the ball with umpire Pratt. Tell to get on with it. Ball polisher in chief. Leonard, 6 overs, 0 for 17. Should have had the wicket of Rahane, with Douthwaite spilling a catch at square leg, deep square. Bowls to Rahane now, and he's plays that one pleasantly through the offside for probably a couple of runs. They will come back for a second, despite Carlson's attempted slide, which doesn't entirely work. His cap comes off. Kieran Carlson has not been overspending at the barbers this summer. He's looking a little hirsute these days. The ever-changing hairstyles of Kieran Carlson. who's had buzz cuts and a mullet, and the moustache appears and disappears. All sorts of variations. Extra fields are brought into the covers now after that. 102 for 3. Rahane has moved to 41 not out, and Leonard bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone. Through to the familiar yellow gloves of Chris Cook.
I guess when you've been used to watching the likes of Michael Hogan, who's very, very vertical arm when he bowls, Leonard's slightly it's just off from the vertical, isn't it? So just occasionally he looks a little bit sort of slingy.
Douthwaite is very chest on as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the arm action. Leonard in bowls, turned away on the leg side by Rahane for a single. Collected by Douthwaite at mid-wicket. 103 for 3. Be interesting to see how Leonard develops in the next few games, and whether Somerset want to release him and whether Glamorgan would want to sign him. There's something to build on there, you feel, as Leonard bowls, driven though through the offside firmly by Hanscom. He'll pick up 4 runs there out to the cover point boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. The ball racing away on that occasion. One of the most firmly struck shots of the day, and it's gone almost up to the advertising hoardings, which are a good 20 metres beyond the boundary ropes over on that pavilion side. Hanscom to 16, 107 for 3, so 7 off this over already. As Carlson works away on the ball, Leonard not giving Glamorgan any sort of control, and second slip is brought out. There's just one slip and a gully, and now 5 saving the single. Square leg and fine leg are back as Leonard bowls short delivery that's clubbed away round the corner for 4 runs by Peter Hanscom. Managed to hit that one fine of the fine leg fielder, and the expensive over continues. 111 for 3. Just swiveled nicely on that one and managed to make sure that fine leg Sheet was not in the business of cutting it off.
There'll be an element of frustration for Van der Hoogten here, though obviously wouldn't voice it with teammates, but it makes his life that little bit hard, doesn't it? When the batters can just concentrate on playing him off and know they're going to pick off runs at the other end.
Leonard bowls last ball of his over. It's a tidier delivery. Hanscom defends it to short cover. 111 for 3. Hanscom 20, Rahane 42. Absolutely the phrase bowling in a unit or bowling in partnerships, you have to try and keep the pressure on at both ends. Even if you're not necessarily taking wickets at one end, you have to be able to keep things tight, so the batters have to take a risk or two here and there, but that is not what is happening at the moment, and this international pair are able to profit fairly easily at the moment.
Rana checks his guard. The short straight mid-on is in again. As Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Rana very straight and pushed out towards mid-off on this occasion. Try bit was who just before lunch made something almost out of nothing, diving full length away to his right. Just got his fingers to a clipped on drive that was in the air from Rahane off Van der Hoogten. Couldn't quite hang on. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, thick outside edge and pad, and the ball runs slowly to Sam Northeast at second slip. been a few that haven't carried. There've been a few that have looped
Yeah.
short of the slips, 3 or 4 of them. Slightly inconsistent in terms of the carry. In goes Van der Hoogten, is driven by Rahane, but carefully out to mid-off.
Test match at Lords, England 114 for 3. Root 31, Brook 24, the not out man. Duckett went for 40.
Not dissimilar to what's going on here. Our friends down in Sussex are in. Where are they playing? Oh, is that at? That is at Hove, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
In goes Van der Hoogten. Bowls edged, caught at second slip by North East. It was a slightly airy waft at the ball from Rahane. Van der Hoogten's found the edge again, and it was a good catch, two-handed to his left at second slip by North East, because it was travelling. And Rahane's slightly charmed innings comes to an end. He had a couple of chances, one straightforward, one difficult before then, and Leicestershire supporters were been hoping, well, given that, this is his chance to go on and really make a big score, a match-changing score. He's not been able to do so. But tell you who is changing the match, and that's Tim Van der Hoogten, not for the first time against Leicestershire this season.
Indeed, he really is bowling well. Rahane didn't quite get to the pitch of that drive. And it's by no means a gimme, the catch. Well claimed by North East, falling to his left towards first slip. And Rahane makes the long trudge back towards the steps. Quite a long way up. And will be replaced by Rian Ahmed.
Whose brother is playing for Notts today, I saw.
All right.
His first class start, off spinner, as opposed to Rahane's leg spin, of course.
The new Leicestershire batter, number 16, Rian Ahmed.
Making quite a consistent impact with the bat this season, by the look of it.
Lots of starts and, you know, half centuries. But yes, his batting has been his strong suit this season, rather really than his bowling. Whether that will change over September, or at least his bowling will become more effective on the September pitches, remains to be seen. But in the meantime, confirming his status as a genuine all-rounder, so to speak. Touches gloves with Peter Hanscom.
What's the feeling of Rehan's international standing at the moment?
He says he's been told by the England setup what he needs to do to become a contender again. I guess he probably is a contender, but under certain circumstances, obviously played the Test in Pakistan, but in England, requirements slightly different. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to him. He just minimal foot movement as ever, but you get used to that. Just leans forward and blocks it out towards backward point. Crane is the fielder.
Yeah, Mason Crane. Another man who had, well, a lot more limited than Rehan, but international experience. Didn't manage to follow up one test and a couple of white ball internationals.
Van der Hoogten is in, and Ahmed is steering him past Crane at point, and turns and chases it. It's the short boundary, he's not going to get there. And Ahmed gets off the mark with a pleasantly steered as much as driven 4. 115 for 4, but Van der Hoogten, again, a successful over. 4 for 24 from 13 now for the Netherlands international.
Yes, you run out of new words to say about Van der Hoogten. He is so immensely consistent, rarely has a bad day. Even on the odd one where he doesn't take wickets, he doesn't usually go for more than 3 and over at the tops. And Glamorgan just need to find that back up to him. McIlroy hasn't been in the wickets this season. Harris, who's actually the leading wicket taker as a seamer, Van der Hocht hasn't quite but Harris out injured at the moment. As Leonard starts a new over and Hanscom defends it on the offside, and there is no runners. Harris was out jogging around the outfield with the S&C man during the interval. One would hope he's reasonably near, as Glamorgan need him for the last few games of the season, if at all possible. As next delivery is pushed away on the offside by Hanscom, and there's no run. It's a strange old business, isn't it, when you can look to have such a competent bowling unit in the 50 over competition, and yet you look short of resources in the championship when it comes to converting those assets, those qualities, into 4-day cricket. As Leonard bowls, slashed away through the offside by Hanscom, regally dispatched through cover point for 4 runs. 119 for 4. Hanscom has 24. So Leonard's starting to look a bit expensive, as he did at Derby, regretting or ruining that drop chance by Douthwaite when Rahane was on 16. Rahane is gone for 42, but that really could have put Leicestershire on the back foot. As Leonard is into bowl, Hanscom defending on the offside. Looks as though he's being hurried a little bit.
He does sometimes.
Ah, that's him, is it?
But yeah, they never seem to quite get through.
Well, rather one-sided game over the water at Bristol. Gloucestershire 122 for 9 against Northamptonshire, despite what Richard's been saying about the dullness of Bristol. There's Leonard bowls, flicked away on the leg side. Be more runs here, or just the single, in fact. Hanscom down to backward square. They opt against the second. So there have been 6 wickets there for Justin Broad for Northants. Ollie Price made 52, Van Buren 40, and no one else many at all.
I was going to say, there's not much left after that, is there?
Yes, fewer than 30 runs between all the rest and sundries. Similarly one-sided at Hove. Sussex 189 for no wicket at nearly 6 and over against Derbyshire.
Emphasise the fact that they were put into bat as well.
Leonard into Rehan Ahmed, who's hit on the pads as he looks to work on the leg side.
By David Lloyd, once of this parish.
Indeed, not Lloydie's best decision ever, I don't think. Having put Glamorgan in last week was a considerably better one. So Daniel Hughes is 109 not out, at better than a runner ball. Tom Haynes is 72 not out for Sussex, which is Glamorgan's next match after a little break, a week Monday, he says. It all blurs by this time of the season. Yeah, there's a 7-day break for the T20 Blast quarterfinals.
But September in Hove, that should be very pleasant.
Yeah, a little stroll along the seafront. Hope it's still light and not too breezy.
Lots of people in the sea when we were there. Adrian and I thought about it. Van der Hocht will continue looking for another 5 against Leicestershire. 2 slips as he comes in and bowls 2 Hanscom, who just tries to work it off his legs. think there was a little bit of bat involved. It's going slowly down towards fine leg. No signal from umpire Adnan, so single to Hanscom. He moves on to 26, leans on his bat. Watches as Ahmed studies the field. Extra slip goes back in. Asa Tribe goes in at third. Backward point, who was on the boundary sweeping, comes into a conventional single saving position. Carlson ditto from the leg side to mid wicket. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Ahmed looks to have time as he plays that one on the back foot out towards Carlson. Mid wicket, just the long leg out on the boundary down below us.
Yes, the last Glamorgan visit to Sussex in the Championship was the scene of the great escape as Glamorgan batted more than 2 days to save the match, having been 350 odd behind on first innings.
Van der Hoogten bowls, pops up into the air a little bit from Ahmed. That's well short of Carlson, who's only 4 pitches away at mid wicket, but did pop up and it landed about 2 pitches away. Yes, Leicestershire had a spectacular Championship game there when they were being beaten to the wide before Louis Kimber came in and smashed 243 off 150 balls, and it was almost not just a great escape but a great victory, as it is. Sussex got over the line. I think it was 18 runs in the end. Van der Hoogten in again to Ahmed, who drives very pleasantly for 4. He holds the pose for a moment or two, but he's safe enough. Completes 1.5 runs before the ball crosses the ropes at wide. Extra cover just lent into it. I don't know whether it's the trees around the ground or a very good effects mic, but the sound when it hits the middle of both these batters' bats, Hanscom and Ahmed, it's lovely, resonant, sonorous sound. Ahmed 2 scoring shots, both to the offside for 4. Van der Hoogten is in to him again, back foot slightly short of a good length, looking to punch it through the offside, doesn't get it off the middle quite as effectively, and mid-off moves to his left to make the stop. Made 60 and 23 at Bristol. In fact, his last 4 innings have been against Gloucestershire. 10, 56, 60 and 23. That's in the County Championship. 42 at Lords against Middlesex. 85 at home against Northamptonshire. As Van der Hoogten is in. Bowls to him, goes past his outside edge. I don't think he curtain railed the bat back inside the line in time. There, Ahmed. Van der Hoogten still beating the bat. 125 for 4, 4 for 29 for Van der Hoogten. Ahmed 8, Hanscom 26.
The Division 2 score that we haven't given you recently. At Headingley, Yorkshire 148 for 2 against Middlesex, 2 of the sides in the promotion shake-up. Richard will be back in half an hour or so, as Edward Bevan will come in alongside me. Adam Lyth made 61 for the Yorkies as Leonard bowls and Hanscom drives into the offside. No run. So Van der Hoogten bowled 7 overs in his first spell. He's now bowled for the 7th in his second, either side of lunch. So he might get one more, I suppose, in this spell, as Leonard on his way. Balls turned on the leg side by Hanscom. Single down to Root at deep square on the grandstand side of the ground. 126 for 4. Leonard going at 4 and over at the moment, as Van der Hoogten is down adjusting his boots. And Sam Northeast goes into second slip for Rian Ahmed, a relatively new batter. Leonard looking to come to the party. 2 wickets in his first match at Derby. He's charging in bowling and dispatched down towards square leg by Ahmed, just the single this time. But you wonder how much potential there is in young Leonard, 22 years old, but played for England at under 19 level. Just 3 wickets in 3 matches before joining Glamorgan in the first class game. Played 15 List A matches as well. So this only his 5th first class game. Signs of promise, but needs to be a lot more consistent, as that one is a short ball and chopped away down towards third man, dealt with well by Hanscom for 4 runs. But and see why Glamorgan signed him, particularly with James Harris off injured at the out through injury at the moment. Harris tends to be the bowler that Glamorgan go to when they want a bit of short pitch stuff to vary things up a bit. But Hanscom, as befits an Australian international, dealing with that one well. 131 for 4. Leonard in bowls and worked away on the offside, but fielded at gully, no run.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Nick, apart from Van der Gooten, who's bowled quite brilliantly yet again, nobody looks remotely like taking a wicket. Okay, he's got a bit of pace, Leonard, but he bowls too many full balls, as you mentioned. He's gone for over 4 runs and over, which really is not acceptable on a pitch which has assisted the seamers, it must be said.
Here's Leonard to finish this 9th over then. Bowls turned on the leg sides by Hanscom, straight to Douthwaite at short mid wicket. 131 for 4. Hanscom has 31. Rian Ahmed has 9. The batting to come: Kimber, Travaskis, Scriven, Wood and Wright. Wood making his debut and Wright playing his first championship game of the year after suspension, although he played in all the One-Day Cup.
Yes, Chris Wright, the much travelled seamer, now with Leicestershire, of course. And it looks a varied attack. We saw Travaskis bowl a couple of weeks ago up in the One-Day Cup, and he's an useful bowler. He came from Durham at the end of the season. But just to go back to Glamorgan's seam attack, they'll rely on hope that Van der Gooten can take a couple of wickets. Here he is to start another. Comes all in and bowls and absolutely beats him all end up. Ahmed just looking to push forward. And that's 2 successive balls from Van der Gooten, which have gone right through him. The last ball of the last over and now the first ball of this over. And he's doing with a ball that no other seamer has got anywhere near to. 3 slips. Waiting there in anticipation. So is Chris Cook. As Van der Gooten from the river end in bowls, and this forces Ahmed to get right behind it and push it up to mid-on. Slowly all the clouds are going away from us, and we were told it would be a lovely afternoon, and so it is. There's a little breeze, but you'd accept this with autumn just round the corner. And I guess it's nice and warm on the far side of the field.
Quite cool on this side when it slips out earlier.
In comes Van der Gooten again and bowls, and this time he's appealed for LBW, which is not given by the umpire. He might have been just outside the line of off stump, but he's having problems here. His Ahmed against Van der Gooten, beaten now 3 times in the over. I don't know what the appeal was for, because he got right outside the off stump.
It was LBW, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The appeal, because it didn't carry to Cook. Yeah, hit outside the line.
Yeah.
Good decision by Mr. Adnan.
Splendid over. Halfway through it, in comes Van der Gooten, and the bowls again. And this time, he does get a bat in it and plays back down the pitch. Problem is, Nick, for Glamorgan is, as I say, if Van der Gooten now doesn't take a wicket, is rested, as he probably will be in an over or two,
Yeah.
the batsman will relax just a little. I would
Well, you can
thought.
just think, well, we'll see him off.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't have to particularly try to score runs even, and there'll be something rather less demanding along in a minute.
But it's Van der Gooten coming in again and bowls, and this time it's met in the middle of the bat and played back down the pitch. 4 for 29. Splendid figures yet again from Van der Gooten. 131 for 4, so it's 51-49 to Glamorgan, I would say at the moment. No runs of this over. This is the last ball, and it's bowled, and it is a maiden over. So the score remains then at 131 for 4, 31 to Hanscom, and Rian Ahmed is not out 9. Having said that, Ahmed played well, lovely shot to get off the mark. He pushed it through extra cover with no actual force. He just pushed it and it went for 4, and then a lovely cover drive off the front foot. So he's got a couple of boundaries, but in that over he was in trouble against Van der Gooten. So what do you, I suppose, the way he bowled that over, Nick, have another one. Yes, Skip, I'll have another 2 if you like.
Yeah, you've got a month to go, Tim. Keep on going.
I think he's going to play every game, you know.
Do you?
Yeah, I know you thought
I
miss
wouldn't play
Yorkshire,
him against Yorkshire.
but I wouldn't play in the last game. What's the point? There's nothing on it, really. Even at this point, you can't see Glamorgan.
No, but you've got to
Yeah.
rest. I think he needs to be rested before the One Day Cup final, given that he is crucial to Glamorgan's chances in that, as well as
Yeah.
the championship, which chances of promotion have drifted by, unfortunately. 1 run more against Gloucestershire, and who knows. Here comes Leonard, outside off stump, pumped away by Hanscom for a couple of runs. Just flat batted and maybe not quite off the middle of the bat. Mason Crane is sweeping out on that cover side of the boundary. Kieran Carlson is lobbing a practice ball there. Not
Big
sure.
gap, isn't it? From Gully right round to Carlson.
Yeah, Crane's backward point on the boundary. 1-3-3 for 4. Leonard to Hanscom, and he defends that on the offside. And there's no run. When you look at Leicestershire's bowling resources as well, they've got Mike, Salisbury and Curry all out injured at the moment. We talk about James Harris being injured for Glamorgan, but 3 out there. Hull, of course, enjoying his England duties, no doubt, even though he's not made the playing 11. I'm sure it'll be a great experience for the youngster. And Ben Green back with Somerset this week. So that's driven by Hanscom to Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there's no run. And I suppose Ben Green may be one of those lining up against Glamorgan in the One Day Cup final.
I suspect he will, yes. He's good cricketer, Green.
Had a bit of franchise stuff. Umpire Pratt is halting proceedings temporarily while that helicopter goes somewhere overhead, and
It's a rather loud helicopter.
yeah, can't be too far up,
No,
as Leonard will have a go from round the wicket.
loud and low. Read about that glider that dropped down yesterday in the middle of the road
No?
in Gloucestershire.
Oh no, didn't read that.
It just came down. Everybody thought that's it, but they're alive.
Leonard bowls short, clubbed away on the leg side ferociously by Hanscom, tennis style almost, through mid-wicket. Stand and deliver. Put it away for 4, moves to 37. 137 for 4.
Yeah, go back over the wicket, young man.
Well, if he's going to bowl around the wicket, he probably needs another catcher on the leg side if he's going to tempt them with that sort of stuff. Either another one on the ropes or another one close in at mid-wicket. Or one for the fend off the hips at backward square leg. But as it is, there's a fine leg, backward square leg. It's quite a long way behind square, almost in line with the scoreboard. Mid-wicket, mid-on. Hanscom looking unperturbed at the moment as Leonard bowls. Better length delivery. That Hanscom seems to have plenty of time though to keep out defensively.
I know James McIlroy hasn't had by any means a great championship season, but the way he bowled in the one day is I thought he bowled extremely well. He seemed to have an extra pace, and I was very surprised that they signed these two, and I'm not bothered with McIlroy.
Cut away by Ryan Ahmed. No run.
I lost that, didn't
Gully. Yes, so it's looking round for the ball. It was fielded by.
Man.
We're looking down to third man. It was fielded at Gully. 137 for 4. End of the over. Yeah, surprised that Gorvin's missing 2 matches in a row, given that he's got an average of 24.8 and has taken wickets in every innings that he's bowled in. All right, he was a bit expensive in the second innings at Cheltenham, but so was everyone else.
Exactly.
But he has actually bowled in 8 innings, and he's taken at least 1 wicket in each of those 8 innings, whereas Sheet is still looking to open his Glamorgan account.
Yeah, he's coming on to replace Tim van der Gooten. Yeah, and to leave both those regular bowlers out, I found it a bit mystifying. And to bring, well, Fraser Sheet, who nobody seems to know anything about. You might, Nick, because you've got all the records.
Well, 33 matches in the New Zealand first class game. Reasonable, decent enough averages. 20 with the bat, 25 with the ball. Obviously does a job for Canterbury.
Well, here he is, and he's coming in to bowl to Ryan Ahmed. Bowls the first ball to him, and it's driven confidently to short mid-wicket. And there is no run as is fielded there by Kieran Carlson.
It's probably slightly more than average championship crowd, but you would have thought there would have been a few more in today.
And a pleasant day, isn't it? There's a fairway to our right. The next delivery hits the batsman on the pad. And Ahmed, tried by England, but hasn't featured for a while.
No, not since the India tour back in February.
Three slips, which looks a little bit extravagant for me to Sheet. But we shall see as he comes in from that far end and bowls. Clipped up his legs this time by Ryan Ahmed, and they'll probably get a couple here. Yes, they're coming back for 2. And Ahmed moves into double figures. He's not out 11. And the score moves on to 138. 139 for 4. Three slips. A cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the field on the offside, a short mid-wicket, a mid-on. And a fine leg, who is not so fine, between backward square and fine leg. Forget what I mean. The pitch away to our right is more on the big stand side, those of you that know this ground. far away from the pavilion. As Sheet comes in and bowls, driven up towards mid off, and there's no run.
Checking my emails for contributions from our listeners, nickweb2017@gmail.com. I only find notice that Royal Mail delivered a parcel that they sent me several emails telling me that they were going to deliver today, and now
yes.
they've sent one saying that they have delivered it.
Beggar's belief. Here's Sheet in again, bowls down the leg side.
Kieran Carlson's getting excited, but no one else.
No one else. Well, Ingram got excited as he ran down, he caught the ball, threw it up in the air. I think it was just relieve a little bit of boredom.
And
and here we are, we've got this usual field we seem to get with Glamorgan halfway through the second day.
man on the drive on the leg side.
Yeah, and another one 10 yards to his right. Reverse swing, perhaps, who knows? As Sheet comes in past the umpire, bowls. Full pitched up delivery, and Sheet has bowled in this over. Well, he's bowled the 6 because it is over, and the score remains at 139 for 4. We are now in not at 11, 37 to Peter Hanscom.
And email from the hotel I stayed in last week, asked them to tell them about my experience, and I'd reply, perfectly average. What you would expect from a budget hotel, and no more and no less.
We can't name the hotel for obvious reasons, but is that the one near the football ground where you normally stay in Derby?
I normally stay at one that had closed down and changed hands, so it was nearby there. It was about a mile from the ground. But it is one of the features of modern life, isn't it? That whenever you purchase anything or go anywhere, you get countless emails asking for your reviews and so on.
I went to the dentist yesterday morning, and as soon as I got back to the house, I had a text saying, how did you find from 1 to 5? But if I'd been hurt badly, I'd say 0. But I know her well, and she knows me well, and she's a regular. Tara, my dentist, and she was excellent. Give her a mention.
139 for 4 as Douthwaite runs away from us, and balls turned on the leg side, fielded by Andy Gorvin, the substitute fielder.
It was him. Can I tell you something about my visit yesterday? I had to have a...
Obviously went well because of no sign of you lisping.
If you'd seen me last week, I would have a tooth in the front missing.
Oh dear.
Yes, so she said, I'll give you an injection and I'll put a hard filling in for you. And she said, this might hurt a bit, which it did. And then I thought, since the last time I had a filling, I had to go out and wait quarter of an hour, an injection rather.
Here's Douthwaite on his way again, bowls to Ryan Ahmed, who drives but doesn't time it, and it's fielded by North East.
So within literally 15 seconds, she started her business, and I said to her, shouldn't I be going out now, or are you starting a bit early, getting a little bit anxious? And no, it's all done. It's not like the old days. So if you go, Nick, to have your teeth seen to and you have a little injection, you stay there, and they start work immediately. But they don't wait for it to freeze up.
140 for 4. Ahmed on strike on 11. Just one slip and a gully as Douthwaite bowls up in the block hole, driven away, brilliantly fielded by Carlson at cover, who seemed to pounce, turn and threaten to throw down the stumps had they run.
That was cricket, lovely cricket, because it was a beautiful shot from Ahmed, and as you say, Carlson swooped and one-handed stopped, I would have thought, perhaps 4 runs.
Douthwaite, white sleeve on his bowling elbow, charges in, bowls, take a quick single here as the ball squirts out on the offside, and there's nothing that Carlson can do about that one as he exchanges a word or two with Asa Tribe. Well run that single, squirted off bat and pad only about 10 metres from the bat, but Ahmed stuck his hands out saying, do you want it? And obviously Hanscom replied in the affirmative. 141 for 4. Leicestershire starting to build profitably again. It's Douthwaite bowls, and it's glanced away down towards square leg. Root is the fielder. Single to Hanscom. Moves to 39, 142 for 4.
I had an email earlier on from player Pompey, a regular contributor, saying that he bemoans the fact that Glamorgan, apart from Van der Gooten, and how much Van der Gooten so much on his shoulders, he's carrying, I quote, the pace attack.
Yeah.
Which I don't think anybody will disagree.
Douthwaite trying to chip in. Bowls to Ahmed, who's forward defensively. 3 singles off the Douthwaite over. Not a bad collection of deliveries, but not making the breakthrough. 142 for 4. All 4 to Van der Hoogten. Leicestershire's batsman back in the hutch. Patel 7, Holland 13. Holland having signed permanently with the Foxes now after initially coming on loan. Hill 25 and Rahani 42.
Yes, and Douthwaite will be relieved that Rahani's gone, because he managed 26 more runs after he was badly dropped at deep mid-wicket by Douthwaite off the bowling of Leonard. But Hanscom now is a fine player on 39. He is the main threat to Glamorgan, you would have thought. His last game of the season before he returns to the Australian season. Sheet to continue. He's coming in from the river end and bowls to Ahmed, to Hanscom rather, pushes it back down the pitch. 0 for 33 off 9 overs and 1 ball.
Emir Evans wondering about Ben Morris's feelings about not getting a chance. Paul Davis would rather see a youngster given a go. The words of Grant Bradburn were that there were second 11 players tapping on the door and he wanted them to kick down the door.
I couldn't understand that either. Well, are they tapping or waiting? Sheet then bowls, and that's a well pitched up ball which is driven to mid-off. And there's no run. Yes, and I had a look down. There's only one Welsh-born player. I think I'm right in this side today, Kieran Carlson.
Yep.
Beautiful afternoon here in Cardiff, sunny Cardiff. Flags fluttering. Now then, are you going to get up very early on Saturday morning and put your name down for that group that's coming here next year?
Oasis? Don't think so.
Sheet is in bold. Oh, and that's a lovely shot through the covers going up towards the boundary. Whether he don't think, has he? You know, he hasn't got quite the balance I thought and strength. So they cross for 2 runs.
Yes, and the link with the cricket of Oasis is, of course, that the man as chairman who led the redevelopment of this stadium is the brother of Oasis's manager, at least in their is he still the manager? I'm not sure. Marcus Russell.
Marcus, yes.
Certainly was in their road to success.
Next ball is chipped away on the onside, threat of a run, but turned back or turned down by Hanscom. 144 for 4. He retained strike on 41. And
I'm told that in the early days of Oasis's career, when people still used checkbooks frequently in the 90s, that the Oasis bank account was based in Ebbw Vale, which was where the Russells are from.
Yes. Yeah, haven't been together for 15 years. There's the next ball, and that might well run away for 4. It was a half volley outside the off stump, and it does run away to the boundary. And I'm afraid she'd making no impression here. And a recovery on inside here, 148 for 4 after they were put into bat. Spoke my grandchildren, not even my I know my children are bothered. My grandchildren, they've got a gang of pals waiting for 9 a.m. I don't know what you do. Don't ask me how you book.
Grandchildren might go into Oasis. Good heavens.
Yeah.
Thought it might be more your daughter's sort of
Well, they
age
haven't
group.
mentioned it, but the others have been on about it. I said, well, carry on, just don't ask me anything about it. Sheet. In and bowls, a good take rather by wicketkeeper. Cooked on the leg side, that completes the over. Would you be interested? Yes or no, is it?
Their first 2 albums I thought were great.
Yeah.
Didn't see them at the time because I think we had one young baby and another on the way when there was a chance to see them in Cardiff. My better half was fairly heavily with
Heavily.
child at the time, and I didn't fancy Noel or Liam as a baby's name should Junior emerge early. But I don't think I'll go for them this time round.
Can't imagine.
I'm not sure that I quite enjoy the atmosphere of an Oasis concert these days, which will probably be a highly indulgent crowd, maybe in their 50s mostly.
First concert of the tour in Cardiff.
Yeah. As Douthwaite in bowls to Rian Ahmed, Owen with a flick of the wrists. He sends that one through mid-wicket. Initial shout to catch, but it was nowhere near a fielder. Picked up by Van der Hoogten. They'll come back for 3 runs as it ran away slowly towards the mid-wicket boundary. As Ahmed rehearses the shot, which was effective, takes him on to 15, 151 for 4. Yeah, the first 2 Oasis albums were excellent. The third one was very self-indulgent nonsense, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I remember the first 2. Enjoyed them.
Douthwaite is into bowl, a no ball. Another 2 on the Foxes total. 153 for 4. So
Apparently, as you would have thought, the hotels are banging their prices
oh
up,
gosh, weren't they just?
tripling them. It's, you know,
Douthwaite bowls up in the block hole, but on leg stump and flicked away easily by Hanscom for a single out to deep mid wicket. Moves to 46, 154 for 4. And I just hope that, it's come out early enough and Glamorgan realise that
I
they
was
should ask
thinking
not
that.
to have a Friday night T20 game here, because it's on a couple of occasions been fairly chaotic when it comes to concerts
Parking.
in town, and people able to get to the ground by an evening time of 6:30, which of course coincides with a lot of people going into the city centre of the concert, and it's been quite difficult. So there's one for Glamorgan when the fixtures are being made. Yeah. Not home on the first weekend
put
of
the request
July.
in now.
Douthwaite into Ahmed, short and dispatched away towards square leg and caught. Ahmed playing a similar shot to earlier in the over.
Rank long hop.
As he got underneath it, it was up in the air a long time, and Douthwaite gets the wicket with Billy Roots, the man underneath it, taking the catch safely. It's 154 for 5, and Ahmed has gone for 15, having looked quite confident early on there, Edward.
He did look confident, played some lovely shots, but he fell, I'm afraid, for the sucker punch. And it was an absolute rank long hop. He could have put it anywhere he wanted, and those of us who've played and got out to that sort of shot, and he stood there, poor chap, and wondering, what on earth have I done? And he's trudging back to the pavilion. And Glamorgan have got a bit of a bonus there, I'm afraid, but there we are. Brings them back into contention.
Well, I suppose they'll say that they posted a man at deep square for the catch.
Yeah, just as the other one did. I suppose Leonard, when he pounced one short, and it was dropped by Douthwaite. But that's the sort of wickets that he does pick up, isn't it?
Dan Douthwaite, yeah, he does vary it up quite a lot.
Number 17, Louis Kimber.
Another 3 balls from me, and Richard Ray will replace me to give our listeners a more even-handed perspective on affairs.
Yeah, and on the Leicestershire side of things, they promised with that partnership that was developing between Rahane and Hanscom, and then Rahane went, and then this one was developing until that fateful moment when he pulled that shot to beat mid-wicket. But you can say, and Richard will tell me how old is Rian Ahmed these days. What is he?
20.
Just 20.
Just turned 20 a couple of weeks ago.
Impetuosity of youth, perhaps. But he's a good cricketer.
Final thought on Oasis. It was suggested that it might be advisable for people to go for the first dates of the tour in Cardiff, just in case the feuding brothers didn't make it any further into the tour.
And I think the insurance there would be pretty high. But the problem is, as it's the first day of the tour, as you say, you'll get people coming from all over the country
Cardiff
and abroad.
Absolutely chaotic.
It'll be crazy. You know what you should do, Nick, is hire your lovely house out
Yes.
and charge people rather a large amount of money to stay the 3 nights or 2
Should
nights.
have done that with the Swifties, shouldn't we, earlier in the summer? The Swifties, the Taylor Swift fans.
They don't much
The
about that
entire female population of South Wales under about 35, I think, was wandering around Cardiff that day. Oasis, though, you got a choice of 2 nights. 154 for 5. As Douthwaite will bowl to the new man, Louis Kimber, who's taking a little bit of time getting ready, and Hanscom at the non-striker's end was fiddling around with his gloves, readjusting things, and everyone else says, "Come on, what are you doing, Mr. Hanscom? We're ready." Douthwaite in to bowl to Kimber, and he plays that one to northeast at mid-off, no run. So the batting to come: Travaskis, Scriven, Wood and Wright. The 2 men left out of the Leicestershire 13 were the batter Sol Budinger and the 17-year-old seamer Alex Green. Glamorgan leaving out Gorvin and Smale and bringing Tribe in for Callaway, who's injured. Crane goes to field at silly mid-on, and Douthwaite bowls, driven slightly sketchily by Kimber. He was looking to play straight. It's gone down to square leg. They've gone through for a single as Billy Root does the fielding. 155 for 5. I thought that was the last ball of the over. There's the no ball in it. Miscounted. As Douthwaite trudges back towards his mark. 1 for 29. That's the last ball of his 5th over. Silly mid-on has now gone to short mid-wicket for Hanscom. As Glamorgan bowl for catches on the drive, maybe as their best chance. Douthwaite in, bowls, that is down leg side. Hanscom makes no contact. 155 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, thanks, Nick. And Richard's come back alongside me. That was rather a
Still
bold
shaking his head. Yes.
I suspect you are too, Richard, because
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm still shaking my
I thought
head
he'd be.
because,
Yeah.
goodness me,
Such a promising innings, I thought, anyhow. But,
given away.
yeah.
Really,
But we've seen that so many times, and you think, oh, here we go, but
no doubt they say it's the way we play, but you know, it's scores that catch the eye, big scores, not sort of little flashy 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever. So no, it was disappointing. Fraser Sheet is in from the River End, bowls to Louis Kimber, who's a touch late on that one. It was full and straight, and he was looking to clip it away in the onside, and thick inside edge, otherwise that might have snuck through onto the pad. Kimber 2, just that one spectacular innings really so far this season. I mean, it was spectacular.
Must have been so much.
43. But 38 not out last time in his last innings against Gloucestershire, so signs of form there from Louis, who waits with bat raised. Sheet is in, bowls on off stump, leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. Carlson comes into field, so the Douthwaite wicket breaks the Van der Hoogten run. I'm beginning to think it was he against Leicestershire really in terms of the bowling, because it looked a different game when he was bowling.
It did. Just making the point such a huge difference, and well, nobody looked like taking a wicket.
Sheet 10.2 overs, none for 39 bowls. Kimber drives pleasantly and he's got that one through. Scrambling across to his left, mid-off, couldn't quite get there. Douthwaite, and had enough power, as it usually does when Kimber's involved, and he's middled it to run to the deep extra cover boundary. Stroke wide long off for 4. Moves on to 5, 159 for 5. Innings a bit in the balance, but they do bat deep. Hanscom, he sort of sense is in the mood today.
Much depends on him to hold this innings together, doesn't it?
Very much so.
Yeah.
But if anyone can, he can and will. Just nothing else extraneous seems to affect him, really. Sheet is in, bowls. Kimber steers it off stump out into the offside, bounces out for Carlson, and Sheet tells his square leg to go back. Kimber will take on the short ball. You feel like this is a sort of 350 sort of wicket pitch, really. Certainly with just Van der Hoogten bowling as well as he is. In goes
Shot.
Sheet, and it's over pitched, and it's a half volley, and Kimber just leans into it and strokes it inside.
The last thing a captain needs is a new batsman coming in, hardly got off the marker, and you give him 2 juicy half volleys basically to get off the mark.
Northeast, hands on hips.
Yes, no doubt.
Second slip. What are his options? What can he do here, really?
Well, perhaps a bit of crane might help. Not that
it can't hurt, can it? Given, you know, he bowled reasonably tightly before lunch. In goes Sheet and bowls, drags his length back a little bit, played down firmly into the ground, fielded in his follow through. But the damage done earlier in the over. 11 overs, none for 47. Now for him.
Yeah, he's going at over 4 and over, and most of the Glamorgan bowlers are, except for the brilliant Van der Hoogten, the effective Van der Hoogten. Nick was saying earlier on, with 3 games left after this, he thinks he may be left out against Yorkshire, the penultimate game. I thought perhaps the last game, but goodness me.
Yorkshire will be hoping so, I'm sure.
Yeah, especially as they're going for promotion.
Yeah, and Yorkshire's rivals wouldn't be over happy.
No. Douthwaite is going to continue, and he is going to bowl at Peter Hanscom, who's playing extremely well. He's on 46. Here comes the first ball, and he's gone. Caught at the wicket, dabbing away at the off stump. What sort of shot was that? After he's quite so brilliantly, Douthwaite, would you believe, has picked up a second wicket. And all our criticism of him, well, it was a funny delivery and a funny looking. It was short, and it was just he's guiding it down to third man.
That's exactly what he was trying to do. You know, it is one of his scoring areas, but just too thin, and gave the wicketkeeper catching practice. And that could be huge. In a way, the fact that there wasn't a slip, just a gully, just increment gully, just making a little bit of room for himself, sort of a length delivery, and Hanscom just simply guided it into the hands of the wicketkeeper instead of through the gap.
Well, two things. You say there that he plays that shot and he saw the opportunity, and you'd have thought that he'd get away with it, but of course he must have misjudged it. And that's the 6th wicket to fall and a second bowling point for Glamorgan, and they'd be mighty happy to see the back of Peter Hanscom.
Very much so. That is a huge bonus. Sort of more so than Rahane and Ahmed up to a point, really, and Leicestershire supporters will be shaking their heads a little bit. You know, at the moment, they're, well, as I say, they bat deep, but 250, you really would put them behind the 8 ball, as they say.
Well, not the way Glamorgan have been batting recently.
Oh, really?
Anything could happen,
Yeah.
I'm afraid, but they should get
The
runs.
new Leicestershire batter, number 80, Liam Travaskis.
Well, we saw him playing a couple of weeks ago, Richard, very well in the one-day cup when Leicestershire had lost a couple of quick wickets, you probably remember, and he did play well.
Yeah,
Travaskis.
he has been in the county championship as well.
Bit low a date? Or?
No, not really, because of who, you know, who's. I mean, Scriven can bat 6, really. You know, he's got that sort of ability. So 8 is probably about right for Travaskis. With and Wood, the teenager.
Oh yes.
He's a useful, but he's an all-rounder. He scored 1,000 runs for the Twos 2 years ago, as well as taking 30-odd wickets. So he's very much, as they mostly are these days, in the all-rounder, can't they?
No, yeah,
Every
everybody.
bowler can bat.
Yeah.
There aren't many who can't. I mean, and Wright coming in at 11 has got 3,000 first-class runs. So
That's the way it happens these days. So 2 wickets falling, the addition of just 9 runs and 2 big wickets. And we've got a left-hander.
50 last time out for Travaskis off 116 balls, exactly 50. In fact, his 3 innings in the county championship this season: 82, 49, and 50.
Can't be bad.
Douthwaite has suddenly found a golden arm. Just
Yeah, I
what
think you've
Glamorgan
summed
wanted.
it up perfectly as he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis and bowls to him. And he plays a nice-looking shot, lent into that, and he's off the mark with a drive just wide of mid-off. Just looking to see what the Travaskis. Yeah, he got 47 coming in at 8 in the one-day game. Scriven was not out 25, so as you say, Richard, it's they do bat away down. But what they have missed is Rahane or Hanscom getting 100, which would have given them, you know, more than useful score.
This is good for, potentially good for Kimber, though. Suddenly the pressure is on him, the
Senior
expectation, the responsibility is on him now, and he needs a big score. Leicestershire need him to get a big score, I should say.
And Van der Gooten is talking to Douthwaite at mid-off, telling him what he should do. We'll see. And he comes and bowls. That's met with a straight bat from Kimber. Plays it back down the pitch.
I heard you talking about Oasis earlier. Is this because their concert venues have been announced? And
They have not apparently, I was told very excitedly by the family. They start at Cardiff next July, I think it is.
okay.
And the 2 brothers are reunited before they start quarrelling again. Douthwaite runs away from us here and bowls outside the off stump. Good judgment from Kimber, who leaves. Yeah, and that's happening next year.
And that's, when you say in Cardiff, that is in the
Rugby ground,
the
Principality,
rugby ground,
yeah,
the Principality Stadium.
which holds 70-odd thousand.
Apparently they're going to play Grace Road as well. Not.
You had me there.
Did you? Sorry.
Well, it is a huge ground.
Well, it is, but
playing area.
Yeah, but yeah, can imagine the surroundings if your Oasis were playing there.
Tribute act, perhaps. Yes, Douthwaite past the umpire and bowls. And Kimber gets a ball that ducks into him and plays it down in the gully. Score remains 164 for 6. Yeah.
No, they are not. I emphasise playing Grace Road.
Yeah.
That would solve a few financial issues for the club. potentially.
Yeah. They hope to make 50 million, the two brothers, right?
He's just got divorced, hasn't he, one of them? So
That's cost him
perhaps that's
20
it,
million.
what I was
eh?
going to say.
Yes. Here's the next ball. That's driven. Seems to have been bowling a little bit better after those two important wickets. That completes the 44th over. And we've had plenty of action here with Leicestershire 164 for 6. Quickly through the order. Patel out for 7, Holland for 13, Hill for 25, Rahane for 42, Hanscom for 46, and Hamid 15. Apart from Patel, everybody promising in double figures, but not going on. That's the old adage again.
Yeah, exactly that.
Now then, are they going to persevere? I think they are with Sheet.
They are. I wonder if North East is hoping, well, I'm sure he's hoping, whether Van der Hoekten has another little spell in him. Whether the door's open at the moment, can they drive through Glamorgan and dismiss Leicestershire for sort of 220, 230, something like that, because that would be a real result.
I would have taken a bit of a gamble here and asked Van der Hoekten, now you've fixed. You fancy one or two new batsmen who just really got into the crease.
But it's Fraser Sheet who's bowling over the wicket to Travaskis outside off stump, slides through to Cook, allowed to do so by Travaskis. He's had some injury issues this season, back and leg and bits and pieces, but shown himself to be a doughty sort of middle lower order batsman. A useful left arm spinner. But doesn't sort of turn it like Callum Parkinson, who went the other way back up to Durham, or up to Durham. In goes Sheet and bowls outside off stump, leaning forward is Travaskis, steering it out to Carlson in the covers.
Whether it's Louis Kimber the other side, but he looks a smallish figure, if he's not quite 6 foot, but he probably is.
Travaskis, no, he's small,
Yes,
relatively. I think he's about 5'7", 5'8", something like that. I'll check for you. Compared to all these giants these days, 5'10" he claims, but I think that's yeah. He filled it in himself, I suspect. In goes Sheet, bowls, fullish, outside off stump, just leans forward it and off drives, very straight. Travaskis there, didn't overhit it, and as Eddie says, nice shot.
Yeah.
Very, very straight. Sheet continues to concede runs, 51 now. His half century is up.
Time for him to rest. Just asked him to come back and say, just manage 2 overs, I won't over. But if you don't take a wicket, I'll take you off. Or if you do take a wicket, I might leave you on. But now is the time, one feels.
Sheet is in, bowls, but in the air, and he's out, caught at mid-on. Sheet has his wicket. Travaskis, a little short-armed pull, didn't go through with the shot, lobbed the simplest of catches to mid-on, and, well, this is self-destruct. They pressed the self-destruct button, Leicestershire, here this afternoon, in particular the 4th wicket to fall this afternoon. 168 from 111.
That was
for
innocuous
3.
again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's extraordinary shot, really. A little bit short, not particularly quick.
If you
just
look
outside off stump. Here you go. Have a
bowler's
catch.
reaction. He goes as if to say, "Oh," he holds his head down as if to say, "Well, that was short again."
Catcher was, I should have said, down Douthwaite.
Douthwaite.
But he's never going to have a simpler one.
Liam Travaskis caught Dan Douthwaite, bowled Fraser Sheet for 5.
Well, for 14, I think it's 14 runs, 3 wickets have fallen.
And all really at the batsman's instigation. Ahmed hitting to deep mid-wicket, holding out. Hanscom trying to steer to third man, and Travaskis just mistiming.
Was the
completely
slower
getting it wrong,
ball, you
really.
think?
I don't think.
I didn't appear to be.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just a badly mistimed pull. He realised he wasn't going to get it, and then sort of semi went through with the shot.
Batter number 88, Tom Scriven.
Goodness me. Well, Tom Scriven and Louis Kimber, arguably two of the most talented young all-rounders in the game at the moment, coming through in the game at the moment, but they're in a horrible position, Leicestershire, and what can these two do? Can these two prove it a bit? Scriven picked up a hamstring injury earlier this season, was out for 6 weeks, played all the way through the one-day cup and the championship games that were sort of squeezed into it.
So Sheet gets his first wicket for Glamorgan. Not the best delivery that he has ever bowled, but a wicket is a wicket. But having said that, two balls, I don't like to be cruel to the bowlers, that perhaps didn't deserve wickets. One which dismissed Rian Ahmed and that last one. But there you are. That's how it goes. They're saying that Sheets probably come off and take a rest, but he won't now because it'll bring his spirits up.
Might transform him. Douthwaite 2 for 30, Sheet 1 for 51 now. He's got a new man to bowl at in Tom Scriven. He goes, bowls outside off stump. Good leave by Scriven. Lots of oohs and ahs, as though it was rather closer to the off stump than was indeed the case. Well judged by Scriven. I thought Carlson was going to catch that in his cap then. He did take off his cap and he is clowning around out there.
Well, he is a bit of a, well, I mean this in like a spotless way, clown in the field. He's a superb fielder anyway, but he likes to keep on going all the time.
He's at short mid-wicket at the moment. 3 strips back as in goes Sheet and bowls to Scriven, who's leaning forward, defending out towards point. Billy Root bowls the ball to his teammate. I don't think we're going to see him in the near future anyway. Leicestershire in a lot of trouble in their first innings. 168 for 7. Scriven yet to score. Kimber has 9.
And the questions will be asked, Richard, at the end of the day, were Glamorgan justified in inserting? And everybody will say yes.
At the moment,
but yeah, but what I'm saying is
Yes.
self-infliction has played its part.
Yes. Yeah.
If you have to be honest, so it's Kimber now who's going to try and steer this innings back on a better course than it's been going lately. Douthwaite starts another over and bowls, and it's played into the gully, and there's no run. Indeed, those three, well, the last 4 wickets, in fact, have fallen for 14 runs. 154 for 5, 6, 7. 3 wickets, a big pardon. Yeah, my
111
maths.
for 4.
111 for 4, yeah. Attacking field now as in comes Douthwaite. He tries to force that off his legs, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
Although I suspect if you'd offered this to Sam Northeast at lunch, he would have
Or at the
snapped
toss.
your hand off. Certainly at the toss, yes, but the way the pitch was playing, and I don't think the pitch has done anything
Well, have a look at it now.
tricky at all.
The greenery has more or less, well, it hasn't gone, but it's slowly going under the sun. In comes that. He bowls wide of the crease. Lovely looking shot, but it's going to be only a single as it goes out to deep extra cover. The sweeper. And this brings the new batsman up to face Douthwaite. Can he produce one of his magic balls?
I wonder how young Sam Wood is feeling at the moment. Sitting up on the balcony in his whites and his pads, about to, well, hopefully from his point of view, and Leicestershire's not about to start his maiden first-class innings, but thinking hard about it.
Scriven awaits his first ball from Douthwaite, who gathers speed on his way over the wicket and bowls a short, and that he tried to put that away into the stand, but there is a man just waiting for the very same shot, Billy Root, that dismissed Ahmed some 15 minutes ago. So be careful, young man. Is he gonna just scratches at his guard rather nervously. Scriven, right-handed, as a 2 slips and a gully has gone from extra cover. Carlson seems to field anywhere. And comes the next ball, and that's left. And I don't know what the oohs and ahs were really, because it's well outside the off stump. 1 ball of the over to go.
It's better though from Douthwaite, lifted by those two.
Well, obviously, I
two
think
wickets, and
he'd gone very expensive. He's now 2 for 31 in his 7th, which comes back to some sort of normality. Here he is again. And bowls. That's well pitched up, and a nice looking shot there, going up towards the long off boundary. It's no, it just beats the fielder, who is Leonard, who dived, but the ball was gaining, and 4 runs off the last ball of the over. And Scriven will feel a little better after that, which takes the Leicestershire score on to 173 for 7. There have been 4 wickets for the excellent Van der Gooten, 2 for Douthwaite, and the first wicket for Glamorgan, to Fraser Sheet, who will be continuing from the river end, and so will Richard Ray be continuing. Not bowling, but commentator.
Glamorgan's cupboard really would be bare if I was being summoned, but I'm just keeping an eye on Van der Hoek and just seeing if he's starting to roll his shoulders a little bit, because if they can break this pairing.
I think I'd go for Broke here and go Van der Gooten and Crane.
But if these two bowlers, Sheet and Douthwaite, have sort of found a little lucky streak, as in goes Sheet and bowls, squares up Kimber a little bit on the back foot, but he blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. Always bats in a sweater, Louis Kimber.
A lot of people have superstition, of course. You know, it can be a baking hot day. I remember in club cricket, they'd always, I said, why are you wearing a sweater? Superstitious.
It's
But, you know,
an uncomfortable superstition at times, you would have thought. But
yeah, but if you're 78 not out and going well, you're not going to take it off you.
Sheet in bowls, straightish, and Kimber, who was getting in position because it was slightly short of a length to punch it away through the offside, found himself having to adjust and block the ball back down the pitch towards the bowler.
Do you know what the definition of a good clubman is?
Always being available.
One man sitting behind you.
Right.
Oh, I saw on Twitter the other night that there he was watching Machen, who played in the 25th League or something like that, on the evening, 4th they were, playing in an evening cup match. How was that?
On driven this time is Sheet, but mid-on Van der Hoek can get across to his left to cut it off. I seem to remember him keeping an eye on a T20 game at
He'd only driven back
his team
from
were playing at Grace, right?
Derby the day before. What Mrs. Webb must have thought of the whole thing, I don't know. I'm off, darling. I'm going up to watch Machen 4th playing in the cup match. 20 overs, or whatever it was. There we are, you see.
Sheet, knees pumping, runs in bowls
Shot.
to Kimber, who drives pleasantly, but without sufficient power or placement to beat mid-off.
6'6".
Kimber? Yeah,
Must be.
I would imagine something like that, wide as well. His he's an impressive young man. Not as tall as Josh Hull, 6 foot.
Oh, he's a big
10,
strapping lad, isn't
something like that.
he? Hope he doesn't get stress fractures, that's all.
Sheet in, bowls, punched away by Kimber off the back foot. That was the one he's been waiting for. It just had sufficient width, and that is going to run to the extra cover boundary. 4-4 you don't have to stray by much, and if Kimber's seeing it well, he will punch it away. He moves on to 14, 177 for 7.
Yes, I really do think, despite getting that wicket from short ball his last over, he's bowled since lunch, and I think it's time for him now. And if I was captain, which I'll never be, would be for Glamorgan in that end and a little bit of Crane this end. But who am I to say?
In goes Sheet bowls, hooked down towards long leg. There was a scream of catch from Sheet because it was in the air for, well, it was not that long. It was well short of Leonard down there at long leg, and Kimber takes one. But he will nearly always look to take on the short ball. It is a ploy worth trying from time to time. Crane was out as well at deep square. End of the over. 178 for 7. Kimber keeps the strike, moves on to 15. Scriven has 4.
Glamorgan was coming up to mid-on. I just noticed as he was coming up, he touched the hands, or Cook touched his hands as they do these days. So did North East. As perhaps, I know you're tired, or you might be tired. As in comes Douthwaite to start another over. Looks a good shot, but it does go straight to the aforementioned Tim Glamorgan at mid-on. So I wonder if he will have a little bowl at number 8, 7 and 9.
6'3", says Louis, honestly, in his Who's Who.
He says honestly.
No, I mean, he is being honest. As I'm sure one or two of them exaggerate a little.
Here's the next delivery again. It's well pitched up and driven. The chuck in the box, Carlson fields a short extra cover.
But he's a very honest and straightforward young man. Pleasure to talk to.
178 for 7.
At school he was known as Melman, after the giraffe in the Madagascar films, because he was tall early.
In comes Douthwaite and bowls. Kimber doesn't really time that, but he'll get a couple of runs as it goes wide of Glamorgan at mid-on. And much will depend on Louis Kimber, one feels now, as the score moves on to 180 for 7. Kimber moves on to 17, hoping to atone that little collapse that happened when 5, 6 and 7 wickets went down rather quickly.
Yeah, they desperately need a partnership here. Leicestershire.
Yep.
8th wicket has so far yielded 12.
The slip, the solitary slip now, as in comes Douthwaite. Bowls, and that's pitched up again. Odd looking shot. He took his bottom hand off the bat, and I think he hit the ball a little bit too early and didn't time it with any sort of conviction. But there is no run. The score remains 180 for 7 in the 48th over, but the run rate, despite the wickets falling, 3.78, which is healthy. The game is moving along. Dan Douthwaite coming in and bowls again. Oh, that's short, and the batsman there, Kimber, thinks of having a dart, a pull outside, and then thinks, oh heck, I might just glove it to the keeper and pulls out.
No ball on height as well. I don't think he could have reached it. So
a no ball signal by umpire practice end.
At umpire Adnan's instruction. Looked across.
He's looking at deep mid wicket. There was Douthwaite. He's going to drop one short. And he comes and bowled. No, it's pitched up and it's driven firmly, but a nice stop there by Tim Glamorgan, who moves smartly to his left. 182 for 7. Kimber 17. Scriven 4. Just the 2 runs off this over. Virtue of a no ball on height. Solitary slip. And a third man, well, he's not really a third man, he's a backward. I'll just wait. That's a half volley. Caught at short mid-wicket. And Douthwaite picks up a wicket with a half volley, which is driven straight. The man didn't have to move. And down goes the 8th wicket, 182 for 8. Richard. Sorry.
No, so I'm a little bit speechless, really, because once again, a Leicestershire batsman has kind of got in and definitely got out by hitting the ball in the air unnecessarily. It was a leg stump half volley, which he could have cracked away, and he just chipped it straight to mid-wicket. And Douthwaite is suddenly sitting on figures of 3 for 39.
Kimber caught Asa try, down Douthwaite for 17.
Can you imagine if he takes a 5 for all? Tim Van de Goot there looking on.
Wow.
How do you describe this innings? I don't know. It's
a mess, I'm afraid.
well. Would you say then that Travaskis, Kimber, Rian Ahmed have got themselves out?
Well,
I would.
I'd say all 5 this afternoon have, essentially.
Well,
I mean,
Hanscom,
Rahane threw his hands at a wide one. Hanscom knew exactly what he was doing in that he was trying to guide it down to third man through a gap that he missed, essentially, guided it straight to
Number 19, Sam
the wicket keeper. But you know, when you've got, I suppose, there's a, you know, you can forgive him given his record and the fact he'd got 46, but the other dismissals were hugely disappointing.
Young Sam Wood coming out, and one wishes him well on his first innings. Back in the day, I don't know if you knew this, that opposing captains in every county, when they saw a young man coming in on his debut, would give him one off the mark. That has changed.
Yes, I yeah. I wonder when that ceased to be a thing. What do you reckon? About 1960, something around that sort of area time.
There's a famous story which is absolutely true. Wilf Fuller was a character in the Glamorgan Captain, saw Bob Barber, celebrated England cricketer, of course, and he'd just come out of school. He's a wonderful school cricketer, and he was making his debut for Lancashire. And because he was educated at Welsh school and was born in Wales, they said, and I'll carry on the story after you.
Fraser Sheet then comes in to bowl to Tom Scriven, who is solidly forward on off stump.
He told the bowler to just give him a nice half volley, get him the single off the mark, and Barber hit it through extra cover for 4. And Wooler was very, very angry, not with the bowler, but with the batsman, for taking advantage. That's how it was played, I suppose, in those days. But times have changed, as we say.
So from 111 for 3 to 182 for 8, 154 for 4. 28 runs, 4 wickets. In goes Sheet and bowls. Forward again is Scriven, and indicating with his right hand that just moved in a bit as he punched it out towards mid-on.
Reverse swing, which I don't really, and I think it's an in-swing, as I was told by one prominent fast bowler.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I used to think, but the shiny side is on the
other side.
the inside, isn't it? So,
and the people, the batsmen think it's an outswinger. I don't know.
Sheet is in, hooked in the air. It's going to be short of second slip. That was too high to hook, but Scriven went for it anyway. It landed around about 5 yards short of Leonard down there at long leg, but you could not say at all that Scriven was in control there. He picks up 1 slightly fortuitous run, moves on to 5, 183 for 8. So Sam Wood, 19. He's 20 next week.
And you say he's a very useful batsman.
Well, he has a very good record. I've only seen him bat once. He batted once for Leicestershire against Essex at Kibworth and batted very well, going in number 10. Put together a really decent little innings. I'll have to look back and see what it was. In goes Sheet and bowls to him, and he just leans forward. Straight delivery. Blocks it out.
Was that a one-day match?
That was a one-day game at Kibworth, yeah. I think he got 20 or 30.
Did you have nice side screens, the old-fashioned scoreboard and things like that?
Yeah, it was
Great, isn't it?
We've had 2 games there now, one in each of the last 2 seasons. They've both been hugely popular with both the visiting teams and the visiting radio stations. We played Surrey there last year and Essex, other way around, Essex there last year, Surrey this year. And really good turnouts on both occasions. In goes Sheet and bowls outside off stump. Wood steps forward. He was getting in position to try and drive and realise, hang on, this is just my second ball in first class cricket. And at the very last second, lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
4 wickets for Van der Gooten and 3 wickets for Douthwaite, 1 for Sheet. I don't think he'll take the ball off Douthwaite.
Now, imagine if he picks up another, he's going to have
I'm just going to say
figures that are almost as good, if not, you know, he'll think, oh, he bowled as well as Van der Hoogten. No, he didn't.
If he says anything to Van der Gooten, he said, look, mate, I took the first 4.
Yeah. Sheet is in and bowls, and Wood is off the mark in first class cricket, punching it away into the covers. There was a gap in the covers because he'd been brought in to slip, having seen that inclination to want to drive at the previous delivery, but did at the last minute lift
And he's
his
pinched the ball in.
Indeed. But as I say, he is, given his record in the second team, I know it's different, but he can clearly bat. So he's talking to Tom Scriven at the moment. He'll be hoping he gets an opportunity to bat long, but he's going to have to rely on Scriven and then potentially Chris Wright to provide solid support at the other end. 184 for 8, who'd have thunk? Leicestershire supporters.
Well, it will be Douthwaite to carry on. Gets a reassuring tap from his fellow seamer, Ned Leonard, as he urges him to pick up a 4th wicket. So what are we going to see in this over? That's the thing with Douthwaite. You never know what you expect. Well, he's got 2 slips and a short leg, and try the young man out with perhaps the odd short delivery. As he's coming round the wicket, and bowls the first ball. Oh, it's flamboyant from Wood, but he didn't. It was a sort of, I'm going to play an extravagant cover drive, but no, I'm not, sort of thing, if you know what I mean.
He just keeps remembering that he's in his first class innings, I think.
Oh, I shouldn't play that, no.
Oh, no.
Douthwaite, 3 for 39 off 8 overs and 1 ball, comes in again and bowls to Wood. Bowls him a bouncer, which Wood has nothing at all to do with it, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Cook, who's taken 1 catch. There have been also catches for North East, Root, Tribe, and Douthwaite. 1 blemish was the drop by Douthwaite when Rahane was on 16. He went on to make 42. And here he is again. Douthwaite coming round the wicket to the left-handed Wood. Bowls to him. Straight bat. Pushes out into the mid-off area where it is fielded.
End of season batting, says Foxy Phil. Except it isn't the end of the season.
It's 4 games to go.
Absolutely. You know, there's, what, best part of 90 points still to play for.
Here again is Douthwaite, and catch says it's going down to the vacant 3rd man boundary, and it's picked up. They'll gather 2 runs as he nudged that away. And had he had a couple of gullies and 4 slips, then that certainly would have been a catch.
But it did look like a tail ender's
Jump,
off
wasn't it?
there, didn't it?
Yeah.
For the first time. They switched themselves off.
Yeah, so a very useful technical guru is trying to get things back.
Switching it off and on again.
That's it.
I think the gentleman next door will... can I help, Nick? Douthwaite comes, bowls, and that's driven nicely this time. You'll get a run or 2, or just the 1. And it goes left of the fielder there. Just don't electrocute yourself, Mr. Webb. as the as Nick has failed to do what he attempted to do, and perhaps.
Briefly,
I
momentarily.
apologise indeed, as the picture is back, as I wait for the last ball of this over before having a rest.
Root is being sent back to deep square again, so saying to Scriven, well, so
could be
seeing Scriven hook in the air, it's a reasonable option, isn't it?
Or it could be a double bluff. What sort of ball is it? It is a short ball which goes sailing through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. We have now had 50 overs, 187 for 8. Scriven is 5, Wood is 4, and now it'll be Nick to join Richard.
Wood and Scriven consulting mid-pitch. You really can't have expected this at lunchtime, but from 96 for 3 to 187 for 8, so
Coming back to bowl from the river end, Tim van der Hoek.
well, I'm not surprised now that Van der Hoekten isn't back, because really sense a splendid opportunity here. Glamorgan dismissed Leicestershire for 220, 230, with still the best part of 35 overs or something like that left in the day. It's a real possibility here now.
If I can draw a parallel with rugby, when Wales had the odd dodgy season in the noughties, the shout was give it to Shane Williams, their magical wigger, and it's give the ball to Tim.
Van der Hoekten then round the wicket to Wood, slides his first delivery past Wood's outside edge as the young, well, we'll call him all-rounder for now, leans forward and attempts to defend unsuccessfully.
Yes, and in the absence of anything else working, get your star man into the heart of the action, but at least he's had some backup from Douthwaite this afternoon.
He absolutely has, and he's probably quite keen to get back on, because he could see his 5 for disappearing. Right, wickets have been falling, in he goes and bowls thick outside edge along the ground as he looked to drive there. Wood, he won't be 4, I don't think. It will be dragged just about a foot inside the ropes by Mason Crane. A good throw by Crane. Wood picks up a couple, no, 3 in fact, in the end.
Yeah, it was a long old chase, that, wasn't it? But this, well, I don't know if anyone ever has time to review anything in the first class game these days, but you wouldn't imagine that this would make a pleasant review for Leicestershire's middle order. Caught at deep square leg, caught at mid wicket, caught at mid on.
Yeah. No, they've all played a substantial role in their own downfall. Van der Hoekten is into Scriven outside of stump, a sort of conventional delivery, just leaving the right hander a fraction, but a little bit too wide, and Scriven let it go through.
Douthwaite has not had a 5-wicket haul in first class cricket.
Well, he may get that opportunity. If Van der Hoekten determined to pick up his own latest. He's got a few 5-wicket hauls. In he goes and bowls. Scriven is working it out into the offside. Good diving stop away, tumbling to his right by Billy Root, because he timed it quite nicely, that push there, Scriven. Ball was moving. Scriven scores this season, well, I'm loath to give them because they're pretty good, and it's asking for trouble. In goes Van der Hoekten. Scriven is solidly forward, playing down the pitch on the onside.
He's averaging 69.
Yeah, he's hard to get out.
Is that courtesy of a few not outs?
It is, but on the other hand, his scores are sort of reading from the top: 56, 15, 54 not out, 46, 17 not out, 25 not out, 5 not out, 60. So
to a
certain extent, yeah, it is a sort of although it's obviously boosted by the not outs, it's not an ungenuine average. Van der Hookton is in, bowls to him and almost gets through him there. That one comes back, takes the inside edge, runs out towards square leg. Carlson picks up and hurls the ball at the non-striker's end, but misses. Scriven a little bit lucky there. Picks up a single, moves on to 6. Could easily have chopped that one on. That was quite a long way from the body.
At least his average is more genuine than the time I averaged 47 in league cricket. 47 for once out in about 6 innings.
I've had a couple of seasons like that. I once had, I think I played 26 innings and was not out 15 times, going in at number 6.
That's the way to go.
I did top the averages that year.
Got to claim them when you
I
can.
wasn't getting out, yeah.
In Division 2, Yorkshire 211 for 4 against Middlesex. Everyone getting starts, no one really going on. 3 wickets for spinner Luke Holman. In the Test match, England are 193 for 5 against Sri Lanka at Lords. Jarut 80 not out. Wickets to fall this afternoon. Brook for 33, Smith for 21. Leonard on his way in. Bowls over pitched, slapped through the covers, but Glamorgan have a cover sweeper, and it's just a single. Good work from Mason Crane there to cut that one off and get his throw in pretty quickly. Other key Division 2 matches. Leaders Sussex 277 for 2 against Derbyshire.
So Hughes still going, isn't
No, he's out for 142 at a runner ball.
Wow.
Caught off Du Pavillon. The overseas bowler was doing 12th man duty against Glamorgan, bizarrely, last week. Gloucestershire 125 all out. Northants in reply 63 for 1 at Bristol. Leonard bowls and Wood is forward defending out on the offside. No run. I spotted number 28 there. Will Smale is on fielding at mid-off.
There's a leg gully in as well for Wood.
Yes, it's an interesting field. I like this sort of field. Leg gully and a short leg, and a gully and 2 slips as Leonard bowls, and Wood is driving on the offside. No run. Put a bit of pressure on the young man, who's looking a little bit fidgety at the crease. Walking around, twiddling his bat. Trying not to let any chat in the infield get to him.
Gloucestershire all out for 125.
Leonard in to bowl. Short delivery. Wood plays no shot. Yes, rather different from your experience there last week.
Northants already 63 for 1 in reply. Going at 4 and over.
In Division 1, leaders Surrey cracking along at Trent Bridge, 201 for 2. Burns 106 not out. Patel made 77. Surrey against Notts. Challengers Somerset also cracking along at home to Durham, 252 for 3. Tom Abel 124 not out. Tom Banton 69 not out. Leonard bowls. Wood drives and will get runs here through mid-off. Couple at least, I think. There's a chase between Smale and Carlson, and Smale does the fielding without assistance. I think Carlson was chasing him just to give him the G up. Likes a chase, does Carlson. In the days when Andrew Salter was in the side and they'd field in adjacent positions in the field, and they just basically race each other for the ball if it was hit out towards the boundary. 194 for 8. Leonard bowls. Wood defends on the offside. Flicked by Smale to Carlson standing at the stumps, but Scriven was safely at home. 194 for 8. 3 runs came off Leonard's over. He has 0 for 48 in 11. Other scores in Division 1. Kent were shot out for 156 by Warwickshire. 3 apiece for Hannon Dolby, Rushworth and Booth. And the Bears in reply 73 for 1. Completely on top there. Worcestershire, their race is almost run. They're 207 for 9 at Chelmsford against Essex.
Van der Hookton is in to Scriven, who is leaning forward, turning his wrists on the defensive push, so it runs out to Carlson at short mid-wicket.
And Lancashire against Hampshire. Hampshire 181 for 3. Middleton 74 not out opening, still there. Gubbins made 75. A lot of bit of a battle in Division 1 to avoid relegation apart from Kent.
Van der Hookton bowls. Scriven drives hard down into the ground, bounces awkwardly, but is stopped cleanly at mid-off.
Kent adrift on 69 points. Above them, only 11 points separate the next 4 sides, and Durham aren't entirely clear in 5th place. Take a miracle for them to go down, I guess, but Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Notts and Lancashire all trying to avoid the drop.
Van der Hookton bowls, a little bit shorter this time. Scriven works it wristily out towards point, but Root makes the stop. Still 43 overs after this one to go today, so they can take these last 2 wickets quickly. Glamorgan will be hoping, not necessarily for parity, but to make a substantial stride towards getting ahead on first innings before the evening is out, but never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. And Van der Hookton bowls a bouncer, and Scriven just bobs at the knees, lets that one bounce over his head. I just don't think the pitch has been much of a factor, really.
No, it's hasn't really misbehaved particularly. It did a bit early on, and maybe not too much since. But given that we didn't really know what to expect with the hybrid wicket for the first time here, and B, the Kookaburra ball for the first time since April, but have either hugely been factors? Don't suspect not.
No, it's been good bowling, particularly by this man, Tim Van der Hookton, who is in and bowls to Scriven, a tempter, but Scriven lets that one through outside off stump. And poor batting.
Yeah, the Leicestershire middle order have, as you've been saying, found ways to get out in some cases. Have to give some credit to the bowlers for putting the ball there and giving them those temptations. But they probably settle for 1 batting point as things stand. That's another 56 runs away.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of runs at the moment. And throws the ball from hand to hand, right hand to left hand, before transferring it back to his right, running in and bowling full into the pads of Scriven, who tried to clip it away into the leg side, didn't get anything on it, and it bounces back down the pitch. End of the over. Van der Hookton's 17th, 8 of which have been maidens, 4 for 33 his figures, so hasn't yet managed to pick up a wicket in this his 3rd spell. 194 for 8.
Yes, he didn't play until the 7th match of the season because of an injury on Netherlands duty. I think it was in March. But since then, 5 wickets in the innings at Leicester, where he started. 5 in the match against Northants, 7 in the match against Gloucestershire. Not as successful at Derby, 1 for 44, but was more economical than everyone else there. It's the spinners who took the wickets, Crane and Kellaway with 3 apiece, but no Kellaway in this match. He's missing through injury. There's Leonard looking for his first wicket of the day, bowls, and Wood plays it down into the gully where Billy Root pretends he doesn't know where the ball is. Or looks down at a patch of grass, actually. I thought he was just clowning around with the ball, but might have skidded. Taking out a little bit of a divot, maybe. Outfield was a bit damp before the start. As Leonard bowls and beats the outside edge as Wood got his feet in a little bit of a muddle there, and through it went to Chris Cook. No doubt that Sam Wood will have his chance with the ball. That one went off the pitch a little bit, away from the left-hander. Leonard, tall, quite well built, bowls outside off stump, just back of a length, and Wood allows that one to go through, plays no shot. Still Glamorgan have got the short leg and the leg gully, as well as the 2 conventional slips. And there is a man on the rope at fine leg, quite fine. As Len bowls a short ball that Wood manages to get out of the way of.
I think I might be tempted to have a couple of overs from the leg spinner just to see if the tail can resist.
He's quite good at bowling to tail-enders, Mason Crane. Tempts them quite frequently to hit it up in the air. Glamorgan worked to finish off this Leicestershire innings. Point is dispatched towards the boundary, but and bowls a straight delivery that Wood defends to mid-off. No run. 5 dot balls in the over so far. Leicestershire's run rate a respectable 3.6, but the wickets column is their problem, 8 down. And if you're waiting for your afternoon cuppa, you'll have to wait a bit, I suspect. As Leonard bowls outside off stump. Head in hands, but reasonably safe leave, it seemed, from Sam Wood. 10 overs still to go until the scheduled tea interval, though of course they'd probably take it if Leicestershire lost their last 2 wickets now. And were Leicestershire to be 1 down in 10 overs time, then we'd go on a bit. But those mysteries yet to come. They're at tea at Lord's, I can tell you that. England 200 for 5.
There's a lot of people scratching their heads about how the overweight can be level when it's past tea time and there are still 10 overs to be bowled. But Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to Scriven, thick inside part of the bat. As he leans forward, essentially in defence. The ball runs down towards sort of backward square, and 1 run is taken.
I think it's 2 minutes, isn't it, for each wicket they allow?
Which would add 10 minutes to the afternoon.
Well, 16.
So that's 3 overs,
yeah.
Would you say? Something like that.
It's it still doesn't account for all of it by any means.
I don't think so. Been drinks, breaks, anything like that? Not really. Round the wicket goes Van der Hoogten to the left-handed Wood outside off stump. Slides on with the arm, but from wide.
No injuries, I don't think of.
Started a fraction late because lunch was taken a fraction late, so probably an over there. But even so, level it ain't, surely. Staying round, Van Hoogten is in to Wood, who drives very pleasantly
Shot.
for 4. I think that's got to have the legs. Although the fielder's in hot pursuit, it does indeed have the legs, and admirable though Douthwaite's commitment was, it always looked likely to have the legs. So Wood into double figures in his first-class innings, and as Nick said, a very respectable cover drive. Nice and compact, no great follow-through, but a nice piece of timing.
Yes, the ball racing away towards that pair of England flags.
Goes Van der Hoogten again, he's driving, and this time Carlson dives to his left and makes a stop, deflects the ball to Douthwaite at mid-off and saves Douthwaite, who no doubt is very grateful. Another long chase back to those England flags or cross of St George's that are emblazoned with various Leicestershire slogans. Crane goes back to deep point as Van der Hoogten bowls. Foolish on off stump. Wood again is equal to it. Leaning forward, blocking the ball out to Carlson. At shortish. Extra cover.
Yeah, I think a bit of spin's called for now.
More than the obligatory one before tea. Tribe moves out from third slip to shortish mid wicket as Van Hoogten is in, and Wood is a picture of correctness as he leans forward in defence and blocks that one out to mid off. I think we've seen enough now to say, yep, he can bat, clearly. In fact, the only false note he's struck so far was that just fend off that dropped wide of gully.
Yeah, over rates only updated at the end of the session in this innings.
Right.
That's the official word from Dr. Hignell.
Mason Crane.
So that was level at lunchtime. And here we are, they've obviously listened to us.
Yes. Imagine the call, the 12th man running out. Sam.
Yeah, the
Webb,
commentary
Webb and Ray think you should have the spinner on.
the commentary team who've played X hundred fewer first-class games than you have. But there we
Probably
are.
loads more club games.
We're in agreement as Mason Crane, Sam Northeast's former Hampshire teammate, who's played in virtually everything he's been available for since the first round of the Championship. He was 12th man duty at Lords and has played pretty constantly ever since. Don't think he's missed a match he's been available for. As he bowls to Scriven, who turns his wrists on it and knocks it gently to mid-wicket. And there is no run. My records confirm that he did play in every T20 Blast game, as that swept away, slipping down leg side is Crane, and that is the single that brings up the Leicestershire 200.
Polite round of applause.
But of course we've just about got used to the fact that it's not the first bonus point, which it used to be before inflation. 250 for your first batting bonus point. Glamorgan needing one more wicket for the maximum of 3 bowling points. Scriven moved on to 9. Wood is on strike with a slip and a short leg. It's a left-hander facing the leg spinner. Driven to Douthwaite at mid-on, no run. Douthwaite, who wears blue boots for his limited overs games has got big flashes of orange on his championship boots. And Wood steps back and is beaten by that one as he tries to force on the offside. And well taken by Chris Cook. And that one spun a bit. The leg spinner coming into the left-hander. So that's the googly, played away on the offside. He's bowled an awful lot as Mason Crane. If he thought his last couple of seasons were considerably underemployed, he's made up for it this year, as that's floated up and driven back to him by Wood. By Wood. He remains on 13, 200 for 8, a single off the over. In fact, the only game that Crane wasn't selected for was the game against Hampshire, which was by arrangement because he's technically on loan from Hampshire, but they didn't actually get on the field in that game, so he didn't technically miss it. I don't think they had a toss there. It wasn't a game I was working on anyway.
Van Hoekten still searching for that 5th wicket. Will continue from the river end to Tom Scriven. Right-hander raises his bat and drives, but it isn't going to. Oh, he is going to get it past through. I thought we was going to stop that one, but he looks rather disappointed, as do his teammates. The drive underneath his reaching right hand and has run out to the boundary for 4.
That's not going to get him a goalkeeper's shirt for Sheffield United, his football club of choice.
He's a blade, is he?
I asked him rather heretically whether he was interested in the South Wales Star, but he looked very affronted by that last weekend.
Van Hoekten in again, hooked top edge, but it's going to go down to fine leg. Oh, really good stop, really good work by the reaching Leonard as he ran back and diagonally and managed just to stop the ball on the bounce, knock it down, and although his run took him back over the boundary, he was able to get back across and save 2. So once again, the pull from Scriven, a little bit of a top edge on it, by no means convincing.
Was good work in the field, wasn't it? Had to time his flapping paw very well there to avoid hitting it over the boundary.
Scriven on to 15. As Van Hoekten is in, bowls to him, drives down into the ground, bounces nicely into the hands of extra cover. I think that may be Tribe, yes it is. Pads on underneath his whites. 206 for 8, so they've added 24 now for the 9th wicket, these two. Which, believe me, is worth remarking on this afternoon. And Hoekten in, Scriven in the air, just wide over the reaching Carlson at mid-wicket. Dived across to his right, couldn't quite get there. Was not far away from Kieran Carlson, that one. Popped up again by Scriven, but he did get it just wide of Carlson, and he moves on to 16 with that single.
Yeah, although we've had a couple of 40s in the batting order, Rahane 42, Hanscom 46. Don't think there have been any half-century partnerships in this innings.
Van Hoekten is in round the wicket to Wood, who leaves, and it bounces over the top of the stumps, well over the top of the stumps. He left it on length. It's going to be a late finish, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Curb your enthusiasm. Van Hoekten is in, bowls full and straight, but Wood again equal to it, leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. There is no run, and Van Hoekten catches his cap, which is tossed to him by umpire Adnan. 207 for 8 of 57 overs. Still 7 until tea. And it is 4 minutes to 4.
Correct that thought. There was a partnership of 57 for the third wicket between Hill and Rahane. From 27 up to 84. Since then, 400 wickets, 111, 154, 163, 168, 182. So a mini recovery. 250 would give Leicestershire something to defend as Crane is in to bowl to Scriven, who comes down the wicket and hits him over the top 4, half a dozen. The ball thudding into the boards and bouncing back ferociously again. Good strike there from Scriven, using his feet, getting to the pitch and clearing a fairly short straight boundary here at Sapphire Gardens. 213 for 8. Crane in again, tosses it up, driven firmly to Leonard at a deepish mid-off, and it's a comfortable single. So Crane happy to give it some airs when the risks you take is being hit for the occasional 6. Let's see what he can do against the youngster Wood. As Wood drives firmly straight to cover, and it's a dot ball, even though that came off the middle of the bat. Sam Northeast with a nonchalant flick back to the bowler. Crane to Wood. Drives, hits it very firmly indeed. Where's that one gone? 6 more. Low over. Long on that one, as he fetched it back slightly from outside off stump, but it hit it firmly, and 2 maximums in the Crane over. So 0 for 25, he's in his 4th over. Mid-on pushes back slightly. Oh, that's almost chipped back to him as Wood went for another forcing shot and got something of a leading edge, didn't carry back to Crane. Glamorgan leaving mid-on, halfway back, mid-off is fairly up still, as Wood punches a drive to cover, no run. So a 6 to each batter off that over, 220 for 8, and the stand is now worth 38.
He said hit his first class 6 as well then, Sam Wood. Van der Hookton, for once, is coming off after a wicketless spell. Ned Leonard, who has gone wicketless throughout the innings, 12 overs, none for 48, is replacing Tim van der Hookton at the River End. He's Scriven on 23 now, he'll be facing Wood on 19.
Reasonably defensive field there. Point and square leg both back, and just the one slip.
Leonard is in and bowls. Scriven is trying to nudge it away into the leg side. I think a bit of inside edge onto the pad. Trickles out towards Carlson at mid-wicket.
We may get a BBC Radio Wales update in the next few minutes.
Right you are. I shall listen eagerly. Leonard is in and bowls, line and length, and Scriven blocks it out towards mid-off. No run. Does one still get a tray of delicious cakes? Or sometime
there should be a cake available. If not, we have, well, anyway, we have Welsh cakes here.
Wouldn't be Cardiff without them. Leonard is in and bowls. Straight length delivery. Stayed on the back foot, Scriven, and twiddles the bat in his hand after blocking the ball out towards mid-wicket. What they've done so far, these two, is, well, the sixes they've hit off Mason Crane aside, it's shown restraint that those above them might have shown. In goes Leonard and bowls, and well, I've nearly talked him out because he bowled a bouncer and Scriven, leaning back, tried to ramp it over the wicket-keeper's head. Didn't get anything on it.
It was there for that shot though, wasn't it, with one slip in.
Yes, it was, I suppose. But
No third man.
you'd be a bit unlucky to edge it fine enough just to go through to the keeper, but more risk than he's been inclined to take recently. In goes Leonard bowls again on off stump, a length delivery that Scriven defends out to mid-off. .220. And they get up to 250. And it bustles in and bowls. Very short ball, but no ball signalled from square leg by umpire Pratt, and umpire Adnan is already marching to give Leonard his cap. So a maiden over, but not the most testing of maiden overs, really. But Glamorgan might have settled for that just to haul things back a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of air of restraint after Crane got clobbered, but these things happen to a leg spinner, and Crane is going to bowl his fifth over and try and break this partnership of 38 for the ninth wicket. Scriven 23, Wood 19. It is the teenager Wood who's on strike and driving back to the bowler, who gets a fingertip on it and slows it down, and Leonard completes the fielding, and there is no run. 220 for 8 Leicestershire having been put in. 4 wickets to Van der Hoogten, 3 to Douthwaite. Hanscom the top scorer so far, 46, as Wood picks up another single, playing it down towards third man, who will settle for the single. 221 for 8. Right-hander on strike, so a certain amount of changing round of the field. Wood under 20 on debut. As Crane is in to bowl, and Scriven allows that one to go past outside off stump, just drifting on with the arm. Just the one slip as the only catching fielder now. As Crane bowls, and that's played away on the offside by Scriven, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. Six saving the single. Square leg and deep point the outfielders, as Scriven plays gently on the onside, fielded by Northeast. Rather calmer over this than Crane's last, where he's struck for a 6 apiece by the 2 batters. Just the single off the first 5 balls. Will Scriven wind up now? Crane floats it up. Scriven is forward, playing it back to the bowler. There is no run. 221 for 8 at the end of the over, and 4 overs remain until the belated tea interval.
Well, he's faced 39 balls now, Tom Scriven, for his 23. And again, he's playing an admirable role, lower order role for Leicestershire. 2 4s and 1 6. But so too young Sam Wood. 38 balls he's faced for his 20. 1-4 and of course 1-6. They've now added 39 for the 9th wicket. You wouldn't say the scoreboard looked respectable as a result, but it doesn't look quite as awful as it did at 182 for 8. Round the wicket goes Ned Leonard and bowls and beats the outside edge of Wood's bat. Whether that ball just straightened on the young left-hander a fraction. Have a look at the replay. May just have withdrawn the bat, actually, because the ball didn't really move too much. Leonard in past umpire Adnan and bowls. He certainly beat the bat on that occasion because Wood is drawn in, or was drawn into attempting a drive, and he missed it, and he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and he walks away and he holds the bat by the blade, cross with himself, rightly so, because he's been playing very sensibly up to this point. Leonard bowls to him down the leg side, stayed a bit low, stopped by Cook falling away to his right. Sun pretty much back out fully now here at Sophia Gardens as outside off stump. Leonard bowls and it's allowed to go through by Wood. The sun went quite milky for a while in the early part of the afternoon. There's quite a lot of cloud overhead, but largely blue again now. Pretty much ideal watching conditions. The breeze is quite strong, but it's warmish. If you're out of it, as I say, pretty much perfect watching conditions. Comes Leonard and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of bounce, but too wide. Forward to play at, lets it go through. Remains on 20.
Yes, is relatively untroubled, isn't it, once Wood got himself in and adjusted to the pace of proceedings?
Leonard bowls, he drives, doesn't really get it all. It comes off a thick outside edge, along the ground all the way through gully, down towards third man. There is a third man. So it is just the single. Dan Douthwaite down there. Glamorgan would love to finish this innings off before tea. They've just got the 3 overs in which to do it, though. So if a wicket were to fall now, tea might be extended towards supper time. It's 4:10 with 3 overs left to bowl before tea.
The cake will be going stale. Go on, Mr. Crane, do something about it. Leicestershire will be delighted if they get to tea with these two still together, and a chance to profit into the evening session and maybe get a bonus point. Luxury. Leicestershire beginning the day 19 points behind Middlesex in the second promotion place, but with second and third playing each other. As Crane floats one out and it's driven through the offside by Wood. They think about it and they do decide to come back for a second, because Sam North East running back from single saving position had a long way to go, and so did Billy Root, running round from deep backward point. 224 for 8, both batters on 23 not out. As Crane bowls and Wood plays it gently on the offside, and there's no run. All getting relatively straightforward as the partnership reaches 42 for this 9th wicket. Irritating for Glamorgan, valuable potentially for Leicestershire as Wood defends another one. And there's no run. Not sure if the breeze is getting up a little bit. It's getting a bit of extra noise on the effects microphone as Wood drives up to long on, Douthwaite Fields, comfortable single. 2-2-5 for 8. Wood takes the lead over his slightly more senior partner. 24-23. Crane bowls full pitch, driven by Scriven hard straight at Carlson at cover, and Carlson takes another blow and looks in some pain. And he's actually now down on the ground. Must have hit the left hand, which is already well strapped, in a painful place. Dot ball. Crane hoping the next ball doesn't come his way, and it doesn't, because Scriven is forward defending on the leg side. No run, 3 off the over, 2.25 for 8 are Leicestershire, 2 to go until the tea interval. Leicestershire probably not quite back towards parity as yet, but so they need probably 300 for that, but at least they've got a little bit of momentum towards the tail end of their innings, and we see here how important momentum is in sport at the end of one passage of play and into the next.
Yep. Young Wood showing that not only can he bat, he's also sort of got a head on his shoulders. He's calm out there, relatively speaking, not frenetic at all. While Scrivener just continued to do what he's pretty much done all season with the bat, which is make a real contribution at the bottom of the order. Really important one as well. Leonard is in, bowls. Wood steps forward and casually and stylishly lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Walks away to short leg, does that helmet lifting, sweat dripping thing. It doesn't look too good, but it's a good sign that he's been out there long enough to do it. Faced more than almost 50 deliveries now, 49 in fact, as round the wicket to him goes Leonard and bowls. A little bit short outside off stump. The left-hander gets up on his toes and lifts his bat again over the line of the ball, playing for tea now perhaps, which is just 8 deliveries potentially away. Still striving for his first wicket. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. And again, Wood leaves. He's not going to be panicked into doing something unnecessary or tempted into doing anyway something unnecessary. Or so it appears. The partnership 43 now for the 9th wicket. I still think, you know, as you said, Nick, this is situation very much in Glamorgan's favour, to taking 5 wickets in the afternoon session so far. Leonard is in and bowls. Good bouncer, and he has to duck quite a long way there, Wood, but duck he does.
Yeah, Leonard has certainly got the element of speed, just needs maybe to move the ball a little bit more. I know not necessarily at this stage of the innings, but be able to get some movement in the air and or off the pitch, or at least one of those elements.
He's going to have a leg gully, slip, gully, northeast.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, gully really, although northeast is
No,
deciding.
2 steps to his left, that makes
Yeah.
him leg slip.
I think it does, doesn't it, really? Is it at about third slip on the leg side as in goes Leonard, and Bowles does go past the outside edge there. He did look to punch that one away. He did withdraw the bat, but after the ball had gone past the outside edge there, Wood perhaps a touch overconfident on that occasion. Scriven walks down and just puts his thumb up, because I think Wood knew. Went out and said something to Scriven about the cover area, which is now vacant. They're inviting the drive. Crane has retreated now, and Leonard's going back over the wicket. Bowles dropped down into the offside. Should be a comfortable single there, because Leonard's going to have to field off his own bowling. Wood hesitated for a moment, but Scriven, as he ran towards him, clearly reassured him that this comfortable single was there to be taken. End of the over, the 63rd of the Leicestershire first innings. 226 for 8, Wood 25, Scriven 23.
Tidy progress then for Leicestershire, having been at one stage 182 for 8 after losing 4 wickets for 38 in mid-afternoon. A longish afternoon session it has been too. 29 overs bowled in the first, so it'll be a 35 over session, but it's taken its time with the 5 wickets, as Crane will come around the wickets to Wood, who's forward, pushing it out on the off side into what looked like a gap, but they didn't risk a single, as deep point is now coming up towards a single saving position, and Crane bowls, and Wood allows that one to go through, playing no shot outside off stump. And confident that that wasn't going to turn enough to threaten his timbers. Crane bowls, and Wood props forward and defends to cover. So in the afternoon session, Leicestershire have lost 5 wickets, but they've now put together a stand of 44 for this 9th wicket to get a little bit of momentum back. Crane bowls, and Wood defends again to cover. Douthwaite claimed a 4th wicket to send back Rahane for 42. Douthwaite has 3, including Hanscom for 46. 1 to Sheet, his first for Glamorgan. And although it's been overall Glamorgan's session, Leicestershire showing signs of fighting back. The last 2 deliveries will be held up a little bit as an extra helmet arrives for a silly point fielder as well as a short leg. 12th man drops something on the way off. It's duly barracked. Crane in, bowls to Wood, who drives nicely through the offside. That one should reach the boundary. I think Leonard is giving chase to it. Leonard slides, but only succeeds in taking the ball over the boundary with him. 10 out of 10 for effort. Not as many for the result. 4 more to Wood. He moves to 29. He's enjoying this first-class cricket business. Number 10. Ha! I'll show you. 230 for 8. Last ball of the session. Crane bowls, and Wood noodles it away towards third man for a single. So we'll face the first ball of the evening session, and Leicestershire will go into that session on 231 for 8, with Scriven on 23, Wood on 30, and a partnership of 49 for the 9th wicket. Is this game going to swing again? We shall be back then at 20 to 5 with the proceedings of the evening session here on BBC Sport Online.
We'll be off for 20 minutes. During this time, you're very welcome to stroll around the outfield, have a square, play softball, cricket please, no hard balls and no food and drink on the outfield. A reminder of all the things you can do during the team call that the Grand Pyramid Lounge is open for tea and snacks in the Thatcher's Pavilion, at the back of the pavilion. Urban Jungle, food and drink available, gate 2. The Missouri Club shop, also at gate 2, is open until 5. The Museum of Welsh Cricket on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre is open for the interval, and we have a picnic area behind the Thatcher's Pavilion that you're welcome to use as well. Water refill points are dotted around the stadium as well. Sapphire Gardens is one of Cardiff's best and busiest year-round venues for meetings and conferences, whatever the size. Our hospitality team would be delighted to go through our options with you. Full details on our website, glamorgancricket.com, and also on our website all the details of getting to Trent Bridge for the Metrobank One Day Cup final on Sunday the 22nd of September.
Hello, what are you calling? Okay, well, when you go back out later to your book, would you do me a favour? Would you stick the packets that we got them in the maximum car and drop them off on your way? Well, I suppose so. It's just I didn't want them to sit around in the fridge. If you weren't going to use them now or this weekend, they really should be in the freezer. Okay. They're in a
some of the latest scores from around the country in the Lord's Test. England, who were put in to bat by Sri Lanka, 206 for 5. Joe Root, 83 not out. In the Vitality Championship, Division 1, Taunton, Somerset 264 for 5 from 66 overs against Durham. At Edgbaston, Kent, who were put in by Warwickshire, were all out for 156. Warwickshire in reply 114 for 2 from 20 overs. Chelmsford, Worcestershire batting first against Essex, Worcestershire 258 for 9 from 70 overs. Old Trafford, Hampshire were put in by Lancashire, Hampshire 203 for 3 from 64 overs. And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Surrey. Surrey won the toss, 216 for 2 from 67 overs. In Division 2 at Headingley, Yorkshire and East Middlesex, Yorkshire decided to bat 242 for 5 from 65 overs. At Bristol, Gloucestershire were put in by Northants, Gloucestershire bowled out for 125. Northamptonshire in reply 99 for 2 from 25 overs. And finally at home, Sussex, put in by Derbyshire, have reached 310 for 3 from 64 overs. welcome back to our match umpires, the Glamorgan fielders and the Leicestershire batters.
Very good evening and welcome back for this third and final session on the first day of Leicestershire against Glamorgan in the County Championship Division 2, with the Foxes resuming on 231 for 8 in their first innings, but with a stand of 49 unbeaten between numbers 9 and 10. Tom Scriven on 23 not out, and debutant Sam Wood, who's looked thoroughly at home, on 30 not out. The over rate for Glamorgan has been posted as -2, so they've got a bit of work to do in that department. Richard Ray and Nick Webb with you, Edward Bevan to follow, and Fraser Sheet to bowl.
2 short mid-wickets and a gully and a backward point, a shortish extra cover. Sheet around the wicket, bowls outside off stump to Sam Wood, who steps forward in much the same calm manner in which he conducted himself in his hours batting before tea on what is his first class debut, and lets it go through to Cook behind the stumps.
Glad tidings of Leicestershire second 11 at Loughborough, who have pulled off a remarkable win. 498 for 4, won by 6 wickets.
Sheet bowls outside off stump. Everything I've just said can be repeated.
Sam Evans made 210, Madan 61, Swindles 66, Garantler 97 not out.
The last gentleman again was?
N.V. Garantler.
Grantler.
Garantler. Gorantla.
In comes Sheet, bowls outside off stump. It's a little bit shorter and bounces a bit more, but otherwise everything is as it has been for the first 3 balls of the over.
And it's that time of year when we're scratching around to find out who trialists are. Nikhil Venkata Garantla is a 21-year-old born in Cambridge. Played a few games for Leicestershire second 11 and one for Warwickshire second 11 recently.
Sheet bowls straighter this time and does require the first shot of the evening session from Sam Wood, and it's a solid defensive shot on the back foot, dropping the ball out into the offside.
And thank you to Mike Jelfs on X for bringing that to our attention. Whether Sam Evans will get another chance this season remains to be seen.
Well, Peter Hanscom's final game, as in goes, just short. Sheet and bowls to Wood, plays firmly, but it's in the air for a good few feet, and Carson isn't far away from getting his hands underneath the ball at short extra cover. Doesn't quite.
Nicholas Brill on X was asking about Eddie Byram's fitness. No, he won't be playing again this season, the Glamorgan opening bat, unfortunately.
Sheet is in, Wood drives and misses. Might just have straightened a touch on him. So good finish to the maiden over from Fraser Sheet, but still just the 1 wicket to his name. 1 for 58, 231 for 8 remains the score.
And Byram hadn't had a vintage season after starting late because of injury. Been steady, but by no means spectacular in the championship. In the One-Day Cup, he'd actually had a century and a half century in a couple of games before the one in which he got injured. So just running into form, and he's ruled out for the rest of the season with a leg injury suffered in the field at Chelmsford. And Nicholas Brill looking forward to his final umpire engagement of the season. Liz Vane seconds take on Machan firsts. That'll be an interesting afternoon for you, Mr. Brill.
He's aware of the context, is he?
Possibly not. Douthwaite is in to bowl to Scriven, and he's pushing forward bat and pad together, and played up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think the less said about that the better, really, because only get ourselves into trouble. 2:31 for 8. As Douthwaite marches back towards us, sets off with a hop and a skip. Rhythmical run-up. Lot in the shoulder action as it's played away backward of square, though, and it'll be a couple of runs down to backward point that will bring up the half-century partnership between these two for the 9th wicket. 233 for 8. The stand is 51. Scriven has 25.
Now the second highest partnership of the innings, and would look a fairly sorry mess without it.
It's a good effort, and it's dragged Leicestershire up to something nearly competitive as Douthwaite bowls, and Scriven on the back foot plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Joe Root has reached his 33rd Test century for England against Sri Lanka, and the latest England score 238 for 6. Root 106 not out, but Wokes has gone for 6, the latest man to be dismissed. Douthwaite bowls a short ball that doesn't really get up, and Scriven ducks underneath it as it loops over his head. Atkinson is 13 not out, 1-4 and 1-6. So Atkinson may be having a blast after, well, Duckett's the highest strike rate previously, 40 off 47 deliveries. Everyone else has played fairly conventionally by Bazball standards. As that's off the inside edge, and that's taken, and Scriven has gone, and Douthwaite has a 4th wicket. Good diving catch by Chris Cook. Celebrates with his teammates. Scriven has gone for a very useful 25. It has helped Leicestershire regain some credibility in this innings, but Dan Douthwaite has got 4 to match Tim van der Hoogten's 4 earlier on.
Yeah, never easy, the inside edge. That said, it came back an appreciable amount, so Cook was already going in the right direction, so to speak. Maybe he felt that it just flicked the jumper. The jumper did move as it came back, but certainly there was a noise, and Douthwaite didn't even look back, really. He was celebrating straight away as he ran to Carlson. At extra cover, but a partnership of 51 for the 9th wicket then comes to an end. What can Chris Wright do on his return to first-class cricket after a long and, well, not an injury absence? Obviously, everybody aware that he was banned after failing a drugs test, reduced to 6 months. The ban for his cooperation, and the explanation, but it still was 6 months out of the game, and I think he struggled a little bit at 39 to get fitness, you know, to maintain and
Leicestershire batter number 31, Chris Wright.
Find any sort of form since. He has looked to struggle a little bit throughout the One Day Cup, hasn't quite looked his old self.
Well, Dowthwaite will be fancying his chances of finishing this innings off and claiming a maiden first-class 5 for Dowthwaite's previous best 4 for 48. At the moment he's 4 for 44.
Well, amazing to think he could emerge with better figures from the innings than Van der Hoogten, but he could. Such as cricket.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten has been absolutely superb, really, in getting rid of the top order. And Glamorgan's bowling attack was completely dependent upon him, really, for the first half of the day, until Rayan Ahmed provided the 5th wicket. Holding out off Dowthwaite, and that started a little run for Dowthwaite. Sheet chipping in with one as well, as Wright faces up to Dowthwaite and gets a single first ball down to fine leg to get off the mark, and that will mean that Wright is on strike as well for the next over against Fraser Sheet, who has 1 for 58. Maybe had there been someone older at the other end, they'd have told Chris Wright to get back and let me face the is he that much of a number 11, Wright, and that players will protect him?
No. He's, as I say, has 3,000 first-class runs to his name. In fact, nearly 4,000 first-class runs.
That's a decent
3,904.
But in quite a long career, yeah.
So he's averaging, his average of pretty much 19 is it's just, you know, it's based on runs, not lots and lots of not outs.
It's 9-10ish rather than number 11 necessarily.
In goes Sheet and bowls full to Wright, who drives it off the back foot, digs it out rather, missing that. That's one of his most characteristic shots, and he's squeezed that one into the gap in the covers between Root and Carlson. Carlson gets there first. Of course he gets there first. And throws enthusiastically. Of course he throws enthusiastically. And Wright picks up a couple.
That bandage on Carlson's hand seems to grow thicker by the week.
Sheet bustles in, bowls, Wright plays it nicely, again off the back foot, again minimal foot movement, but again it's going to be 2. This time no point Carlson chasing, because Root has a 15-yard start on him, gets there, gets his throw away, Wright picks up 2 more. So he's got 5 off just 3 balls.
Well, Glamorgan have got their 3 points, so Leicestershire going to scrape 1, another 12 runs needed.
Sheet with a slip and a gully as he comes in from the river end and bowls to Chris Wright, who covers up the straight ball, drops it out into the offside. Picked up by Carlson, and there is of course no run. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. The other fielders, and down here at long leg is Dowthwaite chewing his nails, young man. Don't do that. Your mother would not be pleased. He's got big orange flashes on his boots. Very loud. Sheet in. Bowl short. Pulled, and pulled very cleanly by Chris Wright to the boundary for 4. Well, just stood up tall. He's quite a tall man, Chris Wright, and just a short-armed pull and deposited that over mid-wicket and into the advertising hoardings in front of... Is it still... who sponsored it? But it's now a cider company.
I think it's the cider company.
Because it was for a long time.
Their logos was really Welsh after
the really Welsh pavilion, yeah.
A daffodil producing company and other such, and leeks, I think. Very
so
patriotic.
Growing company.
Growing things, yes.
Okay, rather than sort of, they weren't fake. In goes Sheet and bowls right, edges, and is dropped at first slip. He went hard at it, and it was 2 hands above his head for Ingram, but he did get 2 hands to it, and arguably might have, well, should have hung on, and that could have been that. As it is, Wright picks up 1, moves on to 10, and Leicestershire on to 243 for 9.
Yeah, was travelling. Colin Ingram stretching, but in the end tipped it over the bar, unfortunately for him. Oh, yes,
Both feet were off the ground. I mean, it was
maybe 5 years ago.
would have been a very good catch, but as I say, did get two hands to it. Round the wicket comes Sheet and bowls to Wood, who pushes firmly at the ball, and everything looks beautiful except he misses it. End of the over, 243 for 9. Right 10, Wood 30.
Playing all the right notes, but just in the wrong order. The Eric Morecambe gag. Played the right shot, just not down the right line.
Partnership 10. Right has them all.
England 252 for 6. Atkinson's hit another 6. As Douthwaite is on his way, looking to finish it off with a 5 for bowling to Chris Wright, who inside edges that onto the pad. Otherwise there would have been a loud appeal of some sort. As Douthwaite wanders back, mopping his brow. And he is in his 11th over, but he really does put everything into it. It is very physical action. And a lot is dependent on the actual delivery stride. As he bowls outside off stump and Wright wafts at it and makes no contact.
Right, listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
Gloucestershire all out 125.
Yep.
Northants 116 for 2 off 29.3. Match delayed by the pitch condition.
Oh dear.
The hybrid at Bristol, I am sure that pitch condition has nothing to do with rain.
Douthwaite in, bowls driven and almost cordon bowled by Douthwaite, who hits the floor in frustration. Ball cannons away up too long off. Leonard retrieves, and they're through for a couple of runs. That was the sort that either sticks or it doesn't, but Wright has been dropped twice in the space of a couple of minutes.
If he'd hung on to that and a snapper had got him in mid-air, what a way that would have been to get your maiden first-class 5 for.
Still that possibility open to him as he charges in and bowls to Wright, who defends on the offside. 245 for 9, 5 runs needed for the bonus point.
I wonder what Wood is making of this one. I'm batting very well here. Why are you throwing the bat, Righty? But I think it's a bonus point that they're thinking in terms of, for what it's worth.
Douthwaite in again to Wright. Short ball, uppercut over gully, bouncing down towards third man. Should be pulled up, is pulled up by Asa Tribe. 2 runs taken. And, well, these two are making batting again look relatively easy at times, albeit Wright's been spilled a couple of times, but he's taking chances. But didn't seem to be an awful lot of assistance in the pitch at the moment, as Douthwaite bowls, and it's played firmly back past him, but just dribbling up in the end to mid-on. 247 for 9, Wright 14, the stand 14. Wood stands and watches with 30 not out. 3 required from the last pair for a bonus point. And our Derbyshire colleague Dave Fletcher did some maths at the weekend and proved that the table was exactly as it should be if you forgot about bonus points and just gave 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw, football style. But I quite enjoy bonus points. It gives you something to battle for in these little moments, and you know, Leicestershire still on the outside of the promotion hunt.
Fraser Sheet continues his battle with Sam Wood. Wood wins that little encounter as he leans forward to the full straight delivery on off stump and plays it back down the pitch to the Kiwi.
Yes, just pulling up some pictures from the game at Bristol, which show the wickets still up, 4 members of the ground staff out in the middle and looking around.
Sheet bowls outside off stump. Wood spars away, trying to steer it into the offside and misses.
So it doesn't look as though any immediate or remedial work is being done at Bristol.
And it is certainly not raining.
It's ground delay on the stream.
Interesting. A lot more interesting than the pitch that played on last week. Sheet is in and bowls edged, and it's edged for 4, so that is the bonus point. It went between first slip and the gully. I think it would have carried to about third slip. Would have been a low catch, but it would have been a catch. But Wood picks up 4 and brings up the Leicestershire 250. Went at it hard hands and thick outside edge, and looked for the first time, arguably, or has looked in this over for the first time, arguably, like a tail ender really up to now. Certainly in that period before tea, he was outstanding really, Sam Wood. Just needs to get back into that frame of mind. He's moved on to 34 though. Sheet is in, bowls to him, and again he spars away outside off stump and misses. So well, it's the change in mindset that's just affecting him at the moment. He's trying to get it away, and he's getting 1 or 2 little comments from behind, judging the exchanged words then with Cook.
Yeah, looking at that Gloucestershire Northants match, one Northants batter, Vasconcelos, has had to retire, presumably because of injury.
Sheet is in, edged and caught. That's it. He went for the drive again. This time it went straight to Ingram at first slip. Ingram took a good low catch, and Leicestershire's innings has come to an end on 251. Well, I suppose it could have been far worse. It looked like it was going to be far worse at 182 for 8, but the last 2 wickets extended the innings past 250. They will think that they're in the game. I suppose Leicestershire will see what happens when they come to bowl, but you know, their strength is in their batting, and I think Glamorgan will be pretty pleased. And kudos to Tim van der Hoogten, who made the early inroads for wickets. Poor batting throughout most of the afternoon session by Leicestershire, and a little bit of a late recovery, but I think overall, having put the opposition in, Sam North East and Glamorgan will be reasonably pleased to have bowled them out for 251.
Bowling figures: Tim van der Hoogten, 19 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 45. Fraser Sheet, 16.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 71, his first wickets for Glamorgan. Ned Leonard, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 50. Dan Douthwaite, 11 overs, no maidens, 4 for 49, not quite his best first-class bowling figures. And Mason Crane bowled 7 overs, 0 for 34. So Wood's 34 was the third top score, behind Peter Hanscom, 46, and Ajinkya Rahane with 42. We'll take a brief break and be back with you on commentary for the Glamorgan reply just before 1:15.
The bowling figures: Tim van der Hoeken, 19 overs, 8 maidens, 4 wickets for 45. Fraser Sheet, 16.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 71. Ned Leonard, 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets for 50. Dan Douthwaite, 11 overs, no maidens, 4 wickets for 49. And Mason Crane, 7 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 34. One update from elsewhere at Bristol, Gloucestershire versus Northants. Play has been suspended. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 125. Northampton reply 116 for 2. It appears that the umpires have called for a delay because they're worried about the state of the pitch. Opening the innings for Glamorgan will be number 55, Asa Tribe, and 16, Sam Northeast. Opening the bowling from the Cathedral Road end, number 22, Ian Holland, and Sam Northeast will take first strike.
So here we go then, Glamorgan replying to Leicestershire's 251 all out here at Sophia Gardens. Latest from the Test match, England 278 for 6, Root on 128, Atkinson on 31. If you are just joining us, the main men for Glamorgan, 4 wickets apiece for Tim van der Hoogten with the first 4, and 4 for Dan Douthwaite, 2 for Fraser Sheet as well, his first wickets for Glamorgan. 46 from Hanscom was Leicestershire's top score, Peter Hanscom the Aussie. 42 from Ajinkya Rahane, the Indian star, and 34 from debutant Sam Wood, who was batting at 10 and was last out. So Holland it is to open up for Leicestershire, and his first ball has got Northeast. The Glamorgan captain is caught first ball, and Leicestershire strike straight away. Ian Holland sees Sam Northeast marching back to the pavilion, just fended at that one, and it looked like a fairly simple chance, and it was for the keeper. And Peter Hanscom will have a lot more difficult catches than that in his lifetime.
Yeah, that lifted a bit outside the off stump, but I'm afraid that he did go after it just a little outside off stump. Not used to opening the bat, and of course is Sam Northeast. And Glamorgan off the worst possible start, losing a wicket off the first ball of the innings. So Glamorgan's best batsman has returned to the pavilion, and when we saw Ian Holland bowl up in the one-day match, he was very, very accurate. And well, Colin Ingram, who's been batting at 5 and says he loves batting at 5, is coming in at number 3 in the Glamorgan batting order. It's all over the shop these days, Nick. I don't know.
Yeah, last week it was Root, Callaway, Northeast, Carlson, Ingram. Northeast promoted to open, or was promoted himself in the absence of the injured Ben Callaway. And Colin Ingram goes up from 5 to 3, with presumably Carlson staying at 4. But does it make that much difference? I suppose there are different tasks by and large for different positions in the batting order, but if you lose a couple of cheap wickets, you're in early on anyway.
Yes, but if you do open, you know that you can expect the ball to move far more than it. Okay, if you're 40 for 1 and you go in at number 3, admittedly, especially in Glamorgan's case, number 3 and 4 have been going in extremely early. But it's a great start for Leicestershire.
Here comes Holland then. He'll bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram with 3 slips again, and bowls, and Ingram plays that one slightly uncertainly out on the leg side, and there is no run.
He got on top of it, middle of the bat, but there's still an anguished yell, as we get these days. And let's forget that our Tribe is at the other end, who, of course, is lacking experience.
On first-class debut.
Yeah.
Holland then in, bowls to Ingram, who allows that one to go past off stump without playing a shot. Billy Root down at 5. He's probably quite grateful for that, I suppose. Although battling away at the top of the order all season with just a couple of half centuries to his credit, hasn't passed the 67 he scored in the very first game at Lord's as Holland is in to bowl, and Ingram will get 4 runs through third man, forcing that one away between slips and gully.
You will get movement, of course, Nick, on with the new ball, but especially when towards the end of the Leicestershire innings, with the last 2 wickets out at 75, it looked a very, very good batting pitch, and I have no reason that it shouldn't be like this for Glamorgan. Obviously, you're going to get the ball that's moving about. You always do, but this is the cooker ball that doesn't really move as much as the other one.
As on his way is Holland again, outside off stump, and Ingram leaves it alone. Yes, Glamorgan's opening combinations this season. Well, Ul Hassan had 6 out of the first 7 games up top, but although he made a few gritty 30s in that time, didn't really get going, couldn't really kick on after getting through the initial new ball. As Ingram is on the back foot and defends. Good start then for Leicestershire. Glamorgan 4 for 1 after Holland's first over. Billy Root then has opened in all but 1 game. He missed the home match against Middlesex.
And he's not an opening batsman.
Not by nature, no.
So why don't you bring your second team opening batsman? Are they afraid to blood these? You know, you go back over the years.
From the River End, number 31, Chris Wright.
Well, that would mean there had been steady opening bats for the seconds,
what I'm
making runs.
Is that Hugh Morris started his career batting at 6. Steve James opened the innings for Glamorgan, one of the best opening batsmen they've had. He and Alan Jones started life out at 5 and then proceeded to go up the order. And if you've got opening batsmen in the second team, well, I think you should give them a go. So I don't know who does open. I think Ul Hassan, and I would have stuck with him for this game. I'd said it before, because I think he's a gritty little player and learning the game as he gets along. Chris Wright, the experienced opening bowler, comes in and bowls the first ball of the next over to Tribe, who leaves outside the off stump. 3 slips, and then an arc of 3, saving a single. Though makes up the fielders on the offside. Then we've got a fine leg, a mid-on, and a short mid-wicket. A 6-3 field. Conventional field, you would say, for an opening bowler, getting the ball to move away. As Wright comes in and bowls again. This time Tribe just gets to the pitch of it and leaves it to go through to the wicket-keeper. And his first game back after he was banned. Am I right there?
First class, yes.
First
he played
class.
through the one-day cup.
Yeah,
he'll be... it's another reacclimatisation process, isn't it?
Yep.
Forgotten habits.
Here he is again, in beautiful sunshine now. And bowls to Tribe. Tribe gets behind it and plays gently out into the offside. Score remains on 4 for 1.
Tribe did open the batting a couple of times in the one-day cup without an awful lot of success. His highest knock in 6 games, some of which were in the middle or in the tail end of the innings, was 26, but looked okay at times, certainly.
Right in bowls, and that's played gently away into the offside. No runs off this over, now of which there are 2 balls left. Tribe and Ingram then. And if you just come in and having a cup of tea or having an evening meal and just switched on the television, stream or radio, I can tell you the Leicestershire were bowled out for 2-5-1. They recovered from 1-8-2 for 8. Glamorgan lost some north-east of the first ball of the innings, and here now is Chris Wright bowling to Tribe. And Tribe misses the ball as he pushes forward outside the off stump. Tentative little push there.
Tribe, by the way, has represented Jersey in 5 one-day internationals and 25 T20 internationals.
Have you read that message you had from
Dr. Hignell? Yes, mentioned it earlier.
In comes right, last ball of the over, and bowls to Tribe. And Tribe is beaten as he tries to nervously push that away and through the offside, and it goes through the wicketkeeper Hanson. 4 for 1 after 2. Do
Yes.
repeat it.
Yes, he's the first player to make a first-class debut for Glamorgan, having played T20 and international T20 cricket.
Thank you. Would you like to repeat it?
Obviously,
Incredible,
there are lots of players who've played international cricket making a debut for Glamorgan, but not a first-class debut. Here comes Holland then to try to add to Glamorgan's difficulties, bowling to Colin Ingram, and first ball through outside off stump. Noticeable that Holland operates off a shorter run than most opening bowlers, and consequently the slip cordon is rather closer to the wicket. Wouldn't expect edges to carry that far.
No, but Glamorgan had a couple of them coming on the half volley, but they were deeper than this. What do you say?
Holland in bowl and beats Ingram there as he prods forward.
Lovely bowling. Come up from the south to the Midlands, from Hampshire, Ian Holland. On loan, but confirmed now as a Leicestershire player, as is Mason Crane for Glamorgan.
Pulled very tidily in the one-day match up at
Very
Grace
tidily.
Road recently, as Holland bowls again, and Ingram plays that firmly to mid-on, and there's no run in that match. He dismissed the Glamorgan openers.
Yep.
Smale and Bevan bowled quite economically, as the Leicestershire visiting posse get into full voice in the distance up at the River Taff end. It's a good job they're not any closer to our microphone at the Cathedral Road end.
It's getting that time, isn't it?
Holland bowls, Ingram leaves through low to Hanscom.
You know how they study the opposition with all the paraphernalia they've got at the moment. They know that Ingram likes to play outside the off stump, as we know, and likes to have a real belt at it, and that I think why he's probing there with those 3 slips and a gully.
Yeah, and a nice tempting gap through the covers, saying have a go, Colin, as Holland is in bowls, and Ingram does drive towards point, and will get a single as it's parried away by the fielder there. Struck very firmly, but Travaskis managed to get most of himself behind it, and they take a single, and Glamorgan 5 for 1, and Tribe is on strike for the first time at the far end, with Holland bowling from this Cathedral Road end, and Tribe looking to get off the mark in first-class cricket.
He got 1 ball to face in this over.
He's faced 6 deliveries already. Now, the first run,
4 slips.
sometimes the most difficult. Is their push and run, maybe towards square leg. Maybe into the covers as Holland is in bowls, and Tribe is struck firmly amidships, but not painfully, thankfully. There's a half a yell from behind the wicket. Ian Holland takes his cap, marches back with just a single off that second over of his. 5 for 1 Glamorgan after 3, replying to 2-5-1.
Well, this game may be over in 3 days on Saturday, but if it does go on Sunday, I'm sure that Nick can tell you some very important news which I didn't know about and could affect, shall we say, Leicestershire supporters staying out in the city, and it's about the traffic on a Sunday morning, Nick.
Yeah, Cathedral Road, which is the main road outside the ground leading from the city centre, is closed between 9 o'clock and 11:20 because of a road race in that time, which will be quite difficult then for people to get into the ground. They'll have to either come early or walk in.
Chris Wright starts his second over, bowls to Ingram. Ingram watches that go outside the off stump. Yes, I'm thinking of what is the best plan for yours truly.
Well, we'll have a look at the state of the match and maybe give you the first hour off, since
right.
Richard is within walking distance, and I can probably park the other side of Butte Park, or take a bus across town.
Yeah, but you'll have to get off and walk, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right, over the wicket, comes into the left-handed Ingram, and he plays it away down towards third man, perfectly safe. It's a chase up towards the boundary. 2 men are after it, and a dive-in stop. No, I don't think either of us, or Richard, who's played cricket, would have done what that fielder did then. I think it was Travaskis. He dived, tumbled toss, and flicked the ball a few metres inside the boundary. They have taken 3 runs, but that is asking for injury. Dear me.
7,000 registered runners apparently on Sunday morning in a 10k race.
Good luck to them all. 8 for 1. As this spring, Tribe, who appears to be rather nervous as he looks for his first run in first-class cricket, and again he'll see 4 slips and a lot of chattering behind him as Chris Wright is in and bowls to him, and he watches that go down the leg side. Chris Wright, the vastly experienced 4 counties opening bowler for Leicestershire against Tribe, who's making his debut.
Must have been a temptation to have a little swing at that down leg side. But,
if he does as well as Sam Wood did, coming in at number 10, making his debut for Leicestershire, played extremely well for his 34, and he'll be quite satisfied. But it's a test for the young man against the seaming ball. In comes the next ball down the leg side, and again has to move to his left. All 8 runs scored by Colin Ingram.
no one said it would be easy.
Never is for Glamorgan these days.
Well, we had 2 exciting championship matches in the middle of the season, where the match against Northamptonshire could have gone both ways.
Middlesex.
In the final session, Gloucestershire, the draw up at Cheltenham. Thrills there.
Absolutely. Here's the next ball, and that's met in the middle of the bat by Tribe, who pushes it out to short mid-wicket. Yes, it was that game at Cheltenham. Astonishing. So, just to remind you that the game at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Northampton has been postponed due, we seem to think, to the state of the pitch there at the county ground. To complete the over, Wright comes in, bowls, and he cuts it away, but a good stop at cover. That's the end of the over. Tribe is still not off the mark. Ingram is on 8, and it's 8 for 1.
Yeah, it's over at Bristol. Northants 116 for 2, albeit with a man retired hurt as well, in reply to Gloucestershire's 125 all out, and they stopped play in the middle of an over there from Ajit Singh Dale, who's quite a pacey young bowler, and it's down as play suspended, so we wait to see whether they can get it back in a playable condition, presumably by tomorrow now. And Gloucestershire might be in a little bit of trouble if
I've
they're
had
held to blame.
conflicting reports about my Welsh language speech, so I'm going to just leave you and
Okay.
check.
Here's Holland into bowl, smacked into the offside and through the offside by Colin Ingram. Through the covers, 12 for 1. Ingram has all 12 runs here on BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb, Richard Ray and Edward Bevan. Meanwhile, at Lords, England 297 for 6 against Sri Lanka. Joe Root 137. Gus Atkinson is on 40. Edward retreats for Welsh language duties, and Holland is into bowl, and Ingram slaps another one into the offside, but this time straight to Ahmed at short cover, and there's no run.
I imagine a few of the Leicestershire bowlers, certainly Chris Wright, like myself, reflecting on the fact that I had Sam North East at the other end for the best part of 2 days, not so very long ago, at Grace Road.
That's cricket for you. Holland bowls and Ingram punches another one into the offside, but again it's straight to Ahmed. One day a rooster, the next a feather duster. Phrase
One of yours, have you heard that?
I first heard that from the mouth of the Australian rugby coach Alan Jones in the 1980s. And asked to explain some varying results. Holland in, bowls and Ingram shoulders arms. The Leicestershire faithful following fewer and full voice at the far end of the ground.
Yes, they're giving young Sam Wood plenty of encouragement down there. I would imagine he'll be first or second. Well, maybe first change.
Buoyed by his innings of 34. As Holland is in to bowl to Ingram, who hits another one into the offside. This time it's just eluded Ahmed, but it's fielded by Captain Lewis Hill, and rather surprisingly they don't take a single that probably should have been taken there. But maybe Ingram just thinks he's timing the ball nicely off the bowling of Holland at the moment. So Glamorgan 12 for 1 in reply to 2-5-1 all out from the Foxes. And Holland on his way bowls and turned away by Ingram for a single down to third man. And that means that he retains the strike, and Asa Tribe can, well, he'll have more time to have a look at it from the other end, which is good, but it might leave a little bit more time for his nerves to stew, having faced 11 deliveries without getting off the mark.
Ingram, I'm sure, reassuring him at the moment in mid-pitch as Wright prepares to continue from the river end. It actually looked like Tribe was doing most of the talking there, explaining to Ingram what Wright was bowling. Takes guard with 3 slips behind him. The left-hander as Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. Slides through without really deviating outside off stump, taken low by Hanscom. No run.
Yeah, Glamorgan have chopped and changed a bit with their batting order through the course of the season, necessarily in some cases, voluntarily in others, i.e. Root slipping down to 5 for this match.
Wright is in, bowls, bounce and swing back into the left-hander, but pushed across him, and because of the bounce it was a perfectly safe leave by Ingram.
Where are we thinking in finish times tonight? 19 and a bit overs still to come, 10 to 7ish.
It's about that sort of time, isn't it? Whether they'll bowl any overs of spin, one doubts though, really. They're not quick between the, I think it'll be pretty close to 7. I fear. Half past by the time we get the interviews. Wright is in and bowls. That one does swing back in a touch, but Ingram equal to it on the back foot, blocking it out towards mid-on. Hill gets behind Ahmed to field.
Our BBC Radio Bristol colleague Ed Seaborn reports extraordinary scenes where the match has been suspended due to conditions being unsafe to continue play on a hybrid pitch. Discussions still ongoing between umpires and match referee.
What can be done without changing the character of the pitch? Wright is in, bowls, a little bit short, swings back in. Ingram defends it back down the pitch. I mean, work on the pitch would... I mean, they want it to change character, but not artificially. I don't see how
that can continue safely.
that game can go on, really.
Andrew Radd says, never seen anything like this in 40 years covering Championship cricket. BBC Northampton's man.
Right, bowl straight, and Ingram covers up again on the back foot, pushing it out the pitch on the offside this time. Picked up by Scriven.
We did have a one-day match here abandoned because of the state of the pitch, and Glamorgan lost points and I think were possibly fined as a result.
Right, is in, bowl short, pull down towards the square leg boundary. Ahmed is knees pumping, gives chase, slides, picks up about 3 or 4 feet inside the boundary and throws, but it was always going to be 2 to Ingram in those circumstances. He moves on to 15. All the runs that Glamorgan's reply to Leicestershire's 251 all out amount to at the moment.
And Matthew Maynard, the then first team coach, said never put that pitch up for a first team game again while I'm here.
Well, I mean, runs, best part of 300 runs have been scored on it already today, haven't they?
Yeah. One side bowled out cheaply, though they're going reasonably well, but be interesting to read the detailed reports on that. Holland is into Tribe, still yet to score, and Tribe drives into the offside and is still yet to score. Oh, I hope he's got a good head on his shoulders, Asa Tribe, because this is getting a little bit frustrating. 12 dot balls. And Ben Callaway, who got a pair on first-class debut at the end of last season, then was thrown in to open the batting last week and got a duck in his first innings before getting 30-odd in his second. Holland bowls, Tribe cuts, and he will get off the mark here, the young man from Jersey. And the crowd realising that is a moment of relief for the young man as he takes 2 down to third man, and Asa Tribe is up and running in first-class cricket. Glamorgan 17 for 1.
So he's a Channel Islander.
He is, Jersey boy.
The only other Asa I can think of was, of course, Asa Hartford. Manchester City player,
yep.
Scotland international.
Here comes Holland again, and Tribe smashes it straight at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Started at West Brom. He was going to move to Leeds, wasn't he? And then they found a hole in his heart.
Oh yes, yeah. Rings a bell now.
And went on to have a completely successful career elsewhere and internationally.
Here's Holland to Tribe, still the 3 slips in attendance, and Tribe on the back foot defends it on the leg side. No run. Umpire Pratt wandering around from his station at this bowler's end. The shadow of the floodlight pylon is already passed over the centre of the pitch, which will be slightly less of a distraction now, as Holland is in to bowl to Tribe, who's pushing forward and beaten by that one through to Hanscom. Tribe walks away to square leg, rehearses his shot, but Holland just getting a fraction of movement there. Enough to beat the outside edge, but not take it. Holland to Tribe again on the back foot. Defends to short mid-wicket. Good contest in that over. 2 runs came off it. 17 for 1, Glamorgan off 7. And that in reply to Leicestershire's 251 all out. Van der Hoogten, the main act of the day still, after claiming the first 4 Leicestershire wickets to fall, albeit Douthwaite matched him with 4 later on, as Van der Hoogten eventually receiving some support from his fellow bowlers. Hanscom's 46 was the Foxes' top score. North East falling first ball for Glamorgan to put the home side under some pressure with 18 overs, so more than an hour's batting left this evening still.
Yeah, a good bit more. With Leicestershire bowling, in goes right and bowls outside off stump. Ingram steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. See, Tribe was already picking up some professional habits, having a glove change after just 7 overs. Probably was sweating a bit more than usual, in fairness. Rishi Patel at first slip, Ajinkya Rahane at second, Louis Kimber at third, alongside Hanscom as right is in and bowls to Ingram, just outside off stump. Stays on the back foot, tries to force it out into the offside. Bounces easily. Forward at cover to make the stop. Travaskis is at backward point. Ahmed is at mid-wicket. Hill at mid-on. In goes right. Bowls outside off stump. Steered, but again not quite timed by Ingram, and comfortable enough stop for Travaskis at that backward point position.
Well, at least the Cardiff hybrid pitch is not proving as problematic as the Bristol one. Morgan played on one last week at Derby as well. Seems to be a rash of them. Well, I suppose for ground staff to get the most out of their squares if they're being overused.
You wonder whether the right is in and bowls on off stump, leans forward in defence. Ingram plays it out into the offside. Whether it's something the ECB want to see, just to see, you know, how they play in first class cricket. Whether they've sanctioned the use, haven't they? So, so they do want to see whether this is a sort of feasible way forward for first class cricket. How long do they last? They've been okay for one-day cricket by and large when they've been used, or T20s anyway. Right is in and bowls onto the legs of Ingram, and he can work that one away, the in-swinger, and does, down towards deep backward, square stroke wide long leg for one.
Steve West, a concerned Glamorgan supporter on X, saying he suspects it'll be a long last hour. It may be.
I don't think you need to suspect, I think we know it will be a long last hour. We're going to get it all as well. Barely a cloud in the sky. As right back over the wicket to the right-handed ace. Tribe bowls straight. Tribe turns it off his legs. He's timed it okay, and it's running out towards deep mid-wicket with Wood in pursuit. Not the greatest of throws. Hanscom has to come scurrying out. Can't take the ball cleanly. Well, looks a bit scruffy. Tribe picks up a couple. Moves on to 6. Surely? No, 4. I thought he got a 4 down.
No, it went for 2, that one, to get off the mark. Teresa Abrams emails with regards to my earlier cogitations on the amount of things you're asked to post reviews for. She said, I stayed at a small hotel during cricket festival, very underwhelming, and they messaged me to ask not to post any negative reviews, even if I felt disappointed with my stay. It's just get a little bored with the number of emails you get after you've done something completely routine and average. Holland is in to bowl, and Ingram gets that off thick edge safely down towards third man. 3 players, no fewer, give chase, but none of them can overhaul the ball. It's run away for 4. 24 for 1. Rest assured, we will not be asking you to email in with reviews of our commentary.
It's as well.
Because if you think you can do it better, come and have a go.
There'll be a queue outside the door.
There probably would, but whether there'd be a queue 10 hours later in the day to continue is another matter. Holland to Ingram, who punches that one through the offside. Has he got the timing right to find the boundary? The chase is on, the slide is on, and it'll be 3 runs this time to Colin Ingram. The grandstand side of the boundary isn't as short as it was in the last match, but Ingram picks up 3 to follow his 4 off the first ball, and Ace Tribe is back on strike. If you want to email us, nickweb2017@gmail.com, richardray23@gmail.com. As Holland bowls to Tribe, who chops it on. He's bowled off the inside edge or the bottom edge, trying to run it down, and only succeeded in dislodging the bail on his off stump. So Tribe goes for 4 and Glamorgan are 27 for 2.
We've seen a sort of couple of those. A curious shot though, really. It wasn't quite there to play that shot. 2 cross-batted shots that close to the off stump.
It did come back.
It did move back a bit, but he was trying to make something of it when defence might have been the order of the day, really. So Ace Tribe's first innings in first-class cricket is a relatively brief one, 4 of 19 balls. Game moves on.
It does. Perhaps we won't have to worry about the Sunday morning plethora of runners charging round outside. As expected then, it's Carlson wearing 5, batting at 4. Carlson's season 674 runs at 37.6, including a knock of 80 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, and a top score of 148, and the victory over Sussex here. Last time out, made 56 in the second innings at Derby before getting out rather strangely, dancing down the wicket and hitting out at the spinner and getting stumped.
You won't be surprised to learn that Ian Holland's nickname is Dutch, so double Dutch to start with.
Indeed. Carlson has a few words with Ingram. Batting to come: Root, Cook, Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Sheet and Leonard. Probably in that order, but they've juggled with it quite a lot, so I can't guarantee that. Leicestershire buoyed up by early successes. As Holland on his way again, and Carlson defends his first ball. No run. So Leicestershire have got a long time to try and add to that. Thank you to Ben Bonney for a 5-star review, he says, for our commentary. You know how to get a mention.
Very good.
It's been abandoned in Bristol.
The game?
Yep.
Whoa.
Holland's next ball squares up Kieran Carlson. That is the word from Ed Seaborn. That's it, the match has been abandoned.
How lucky is Andrew Rabb?
Well, I don't know, he might get hauled back into the office at the weekend now.
Well, this is true. This is
Being
true.
that he's a staff member. That yet to be officially announced by Gloucestershire, by the way, on their social media. As that is a thick edge from Carlson, and it'll get him off the mark with probably 3 runs. As tapped back inside the boundary by Kimber. They're safely back for 3. And not for the first time. Leicestershire are obviously keen on getting a bit of exercise and camaraderie going. They're chasing not just in 2s but in 3s as the ball flies down towards the boundary. Morgan 30 for 2 at the end of Interesting over from Holland that cost 10 runs and got him the wicket.
Seems to be a pitch that sort of suits the medium pacers, perhaps a little bit more, getting a little bit of something out of it. Right, in the meantime we'll continue. Holland has now got 2 for 22 from his 5 overs. Right, none for 8 from 4. You get the impression Holland at that pace could sort of bowl most of the evening. Right is in and bowls, neatly turned off his legs by Carlson. In fact, he's timed that so nicely, he should pick up, no, just the 2 in the end. It stops around about, or is dragged back about 3 feet inside the ropes. And once again, Hanscom is required to come running out and take it on the bounce, one gloved, and then turn to the fielder and point upwards with the gloves, saying, come on, hit him.
Come on.
Hit him, for goodness sake.
Come on, you're first-class cricketer.
You are now. There's Sam Wood out there. He went for the chase. Right. Is in. Carlson back foot force out through the offside. Can't get there. Sprawling across to his right at point. Liam Travaskis, and that runs to the boundary for 4. So it's all happening here at Sophia Gardens. Carlson on to 9 already. Glamorgan on to 36 for 2, and there is still best part of 16 overs, an hour's cricket left in the day.
Moving on rapidly this game. Joe Root's 33rd Test century, by the way, equals Alistair Cook's record for England.
Right is in and bowls outside off stumper. Little bit of out swing. Carlson ignores. Let's go through to Hanscom.
Don't you just love statos? Joe Root was on 99, not out for 12 balls before getting to his 100. He hasn't been on 99 for more than 5 balls before for England, reports Andy Zaltzman.
That genuinely is not interesting, is it, really? I mean, it goes right and bowls and bunted back past him towards a very straight mid-on. Scriven slides across to his right to make the stop, but Carlson again looking to be positive, looking to score, completes 1. Sometimes there's a sort of quirkiness about the stat that is genuinely sort of, nothing about that at all.
Well, I suppose it just indicates he didn't get stuck on 99 very often, or he's not nervous about it.
Right, staying over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram on off-stump, bowls. Ingram, not a big one for getting in a big stride, just leans forward and blocks it out to backward point.
The quote from the umpires at Bristol, according to BBC Northampton reporter Andrew Radd, is the umpires say a, quote, foreseeable risk to batsmen.
Northants will presumably take the points then. The game.
Not sure.
Rises in and bowls. Ingram defends off the off stump out towards Holland at backward point. He keeps the ball because he's going to keep bowling. End of the over, 37 for 2 after 10.
In the best of my recollection, the match here, Hampshire were awarded the points. I think they'd probably have won the game anyway, to be honest. That was a one-day game, but more of an issue, I suppose, to award points. Northampton have done nothing wrong, so maybe they do get the victory points. We shall see in due course.
I don't see what else could happen, really. It would be, I mean, would be anything else would be.
Unless they just take the draw points and whatever bonus points they've got.
Holland, sorry, beg your pardon.
Holland in bowls to Carlson, who defends. And there is no run. It's never nice, is it, to get a cricket match called off in circumstances like that. Maybe it's a good job that neither side is really in the running for promotion in from Division 2.
A point made by a few people, actually.
Holland in to bowl to Carlson on leg stump. There's a belated appeal, rather optimistic from Hanscom. Fine leg fielder goes sliding across and makes a fine stop in the distance. And there are... Oh, that's sporting. The word from the fielder, passed on by Peter Hanscom to the umpire, was that it's 4 runs rather than 2. Looked like a good stop.
Had either of those teams been involved genuinely in the promotion race, it could have got very interesting, but it would seem Northamptonshire have to take the points.
Holland is in to bowl. Carlson shoulders arms. 39 for 2 is on the board, but I'm sure Hanscom signalled the umpire, and I presume that he passed it on, that it was 4 runs rather than 2, so it may well be 41 for 2. Yeah, Northamptonshire actually slipped to the bottom. So if they take victory points, they'll be ahead of Glamorgan temporarily. But I suspect that one will be sorted out by a panel somewhere. As Holland bowls, and Carlson with a flick of the wrists. Interesting shot. It's brought him 4 runs.
Full toss.
Full toss, was it? Ah, right. It was dispatched duly by Carlson through the leg side. Yeah, Carlson coming a step or 2 down the wicket to turn it into a full toss. Rather spooked Holland, who over-delivered 45 for 2, so the 4 leg byes have now gone on rather than the 2 that were initially put up on the board. 45 for 2. 206 runs still in arrears. Glamorgan need a substantial knock from someone in their middle order, as Carlson again turns the wrists on it and flicks it this time to Ahmed at mid-wicket, square leg, sort of just straight of the umpire. Carlson never knowingly a man to play defensively. As Holland is in to bowl, edged. Has that carried?
Dropped.
No, yes. It
Dropped. I'm sure that carried. Let's have a
towards
check on the
second slip.
replay.
I'm sure we will get a replay. Carlson survives, and Holland watches aghast as that one
Certainly
has
did carry.
carried,
Oh.
yeah, thigh high to second slip and put down.
Bad drop. Bad drop.
Slightly to the right.
Looped a bit, but even so, Rahana.
Would have been a bowling point already for Gloucestershire inside 11 overs as Scriven takes over from Wright, whose first spell back in the first class game, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15.
Well, Holland should have a 3-for. Doesn't. And Scriven replaces Wright at the river end. Ingram looks behind him as Rahana claps his hands, which is something he didn't manage to do on the ball, as in goes Scriven and bowls round the wicket to Ingram, blocks it out into the offside. Kimber has moved from third slip to gully stroke fourth slip, so big gap between Rahana and Kimber now. And now he's moving again, so just one ball there, and he's going to go in 2 shortish mid-wicket, I suspect. Yep, just 2.5 strips back. Scriven is in and bowls onto the leg stump. Turned with the help of the pad. I suspect sounded very paddy. A little bit woody, but no, just pad, says the umpire. Umpire Adnan dribbled out towards backward square and the leg by was taken.
That match on Bristol is now on the systems, although obviously it may be changed as match drawn. But that might be an instant computerised response.
Scriven back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Kieran Carlson, who punches it away off the back foot for 4. Lovely punch from Carlson, who stood up tall, not particularly tall man, but
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. As Glamorgan move on to 50-4-2 and Carlson to 18 not out. Glamorgan are 50 for 2 after bowling out Leicestershire for 251 in their first innings. The first 4 wickets falling to Tim van der Hoogten and Dan Douthwaite also claiming 4 as Glamorgan finished off the Foxes despite some tail-end resistance. Hanscom's 46 was their top score. Ian Holland dismissed both Glamorgan openers, Sam Northeast and Asa Tribe, cheaply. At the moment, Ingram is 23 not out, Carlson is 20, and with around 50 minutes to play, Glamorgan are 52 for 2.
Scriven continues from the river end. Bowls to Carlson straight. Carlson blocks the delivery out to mid-off. Hill picks up, no run.
Edward is standing by. I've got a little bit of writing to do, but we're actually quite early in the game, so if you want to, you haven't had much time off air, Richard, or you want to stay on?
13 over, so
okay. I'll
start tapping away.
Wander off and consider my thoughts from the back of the box, and Edward Bevan will not be hitting the road to Trebanos for another 50 minutes.
That sounded like an order. In goes Scriven, and it's turned by Carlson out through straight mid-wicket. Wood is charging in pursuit, picks it up around about 15 yards inside the ropes. Even so, Carlson turns for the third and makes his ground. So it's all fairly frenetic cricket out there at the moment, with the drop in the previous over. And the more you see it, the more you realise what a bad miss that was by Ajinkya Rahane, who is not covering himself in glory at the moment.
I just said to Nick, Rich is like watching the highlights on the Saturday night.
It feels a bit that way, doesn't it? Something happening every ball. Ingram has moved on to 23, as has Carlson. Should have been dismissed on 14, wasn't, and is intent on making Leicestershire pay.
Yes, from the first ball of the innings, and then Tribe going to 27. They've hurried along, and
Helicopter comes to and fro
a
occasionally.
bit low and a bit loud around here today. Holland to continue. He's taken both wickets and he's going to bowl with 3 slips in attendance to Kieran Carlson. In he comes, bowls to Carlson, who comes forward, plays it up to one of 2 men on the orange side on the drive. 55 for 2, 4.5 they're going at, as if they have no cares in the world. But I still think it's an excellent batting pitch. I don't know what your views are on it. Good.
It'd be interesting to talk to the players afterwards.
Yes.
I think there's a little something there, but
Do you?
nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think anything excessive by any stretch of the imagination. I think.
Here's the next delivery, and on a length and play defensively up to mid-on. You said this morning, I remember, it's a 350 for a good batting side, and I wholeheartedly agree.
It looked it, didn't it?
I haven't seen. We know that you admitted it, that half the Leicestershire side was surrendered. So which tells you that batsmen of the calibre of Rahane and others should have taken that score another 100 runs. Then what Glamorgan to do remains to be seen. Here's Holland, who's bowled well. He's over the wicket now. Carlson tucks it away on the onside. He's a very fast runner, but he's sure he's not going to take two here. Chris Wright down there hibernating, down the fine leg boundary, returns and they settle for a single. 58 for 2. Still plenty of cricket left in this game, plenty of cricket tonight, who knows. What do we got left? 13 overs, 12 and a half.
Leicestershire usually bowl at about 13 overs an hour, I'm afraid, so
Oh, they haven't been
could
too
be
bad.
fairly close to 7 o'clock by the time we're done.
Carlson has overtaken Ingram, who faces now round the wicket, and this is driven up towards mid-on. I see the umpires, Richard, at Bristol, two rather new umpires in the last couple of years, Hugh Redfern and Chris Watts. So there's a lot on their shoulders, and of course Jason Swift is the match referee. A lot depended on him, you would have thought, wouldn't you? But again, only a few years experience.
Exactly.
Round the wicket, and this is played off his legs. Nice looking shot. There'll be runs here, certainly a second as they come back as he's fielded down at fine leg, and they cross for another 2 runs. You know, if you'd had, shall you say, Alex Wharf one end and I don't know, another experienced umpire.
Imagine David Milnes or someone like that.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, someone who's been around and
For years
a long
and
time. That's
could
really
be.
interesting. Match referee as well. So it was Watts. Who was the other umpire?
See, Redfern, the lady umpire.
Right.
As I say, inexperienced really in the game, but to make such a huge decision on the first day. Holland bowls and a thick outside edge goes for 4 runs down to where third man should have been. 66 for 2. No, 62 for 2, sorry. Anything that's outside there, they know that Ingram will go for it, hence, even though they've scored 60 for the loss of only 2 wickets, there are still 3 slips waiting in anticipation. England 29, 38 bowled, Carlson 24 of 20.
Almost a shot a ball at the moment.
Yeah.
But it does mean Morgan adding quickly to their score. They've got their run rate up to almost 5s now. 62 for 2 off 13. And it may be time for a change of bowling at this Cathedral Road end as well. Yeah. Sam Wood get a chance before the evening is out. In the meantime, it's Tom Scriven from the River End into Carlson. Bowls straight. Carlson plays it firmly back down the pitch to him. He's batting a good bit out of his crease, is Carlson, suggesting that there is movement. Wood is warming up now.
What does he bowl, quick or medium pace? Not spin?
No, not spin. No,
Right.
it is seam up. Medium brisk, I would say. Not fast. But
Medium fast.
But yeah, it can be sharp. He's not fast like, say, Hull can be fast on his day. In goes Scriven and bowls, trying to whip it off the legs. Well, Patel, of course, he appeals. Rahana adds his voice. Scriven doesn't really appeal, which is something of a giveaway.
How many fast bowlers do we see in the Championship or on the Championship circuit? Really quick bowlers. Sanderson's had a terrific season, but he's medium fast. Van de Gooten, medium fast. Holland, military, just above.
Yes.
You know, and
Scriven is in. Carlson defends on the back foot.
you just imagine the days when you had your likes of Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose playing the whole season, Alan Donald, Malcolm Marshall, and Andy Roberts, and all these people.
I think, as I say, Hull is probably genuinely quick on his day
Yeah,
when he
I've
gets
only
it
seen
through.
him on tape.
And young Alex Green is who's in the squad for this but isn't playing in the game, gets it through to fair old whack. In goes Scriven again off stump, and again Carlson is solid in defence, leaning forward to him. Be interesting to see what you make of Sam Wood there.
Looking forward to seeing him. Just in my mind, I went through the counties and thinking, oh, Bamber, the Middlesex lad, gets it through quite quickly, but you wouldn't say he was genuinely quick.
No.
Tom Helm isn't particularly quick.
Even Ollie Robinson, I don't think is that
No,
fast.
nowhere near.
The Sussex. Scriven is in on off stump, and forward again is Carlson. It's a good testing over from Scriven. Carlson
he's on the
meeting it
spot
at the moment.
But he's a very, very good county bowler, especially on on surfaces. They'll give him a little bit of help, Ollie Robinson. But England are hell-bent, aren't they, on fast bowlers? That's what they want, they say.
Point of difference, which is why young Holler's got called up as early as he has.
Do you think it's
left
a bit
arm.
too early, you know?
It is early. In goes Scriven and bowls driven, but not entirely convincingly by Carlson, out to mid-on, where Wright makes the stop. Wood removes his new Leicestershire cap, brand new, a racing green, almost blue, and takes off his sweater and hands it to the umpire. Fairhead from Markfield, which is just outside Leicester.
Good local lad.
So very much a local boy. And through the academy.
Bowler at the Cathedral Road End, Sam Wood.
Just before we finish that little conversation, Richard, you think of Broad and Anderson weren't the quickest in the world, yet you know, England just want fast. They say they want fast bowlers. I can think of a score of not really fast bowlers who were excellent, and those two I mentioned.
And don't get injured all the time, which...
Look at Ollie Stone, how many injuries has he had?
Well, and Mark Wood, of course, the unfortunate Wood, is sort of in and out all the time, isn't he? But when he's fit and firing, he gets it through at 90 miles an hour plus, so that's...
Could he go out to Australia and play 5 tests, is the question.
Well, he hasn't yet, has he?
No. Right then, young Wood, let's see what you're made of. Nice long run. He's coming round the wicket. Bowls his first ball in county cricket outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. I wonder who's told him to bowl round the wicket. Or perhaps it's on his own volition. Tall, well built, broad shoulders as we watch on our little screen here. Well built, isn't he, for a fast bowler, or a medium fast, and he's only going to get, at 18, my word, he's going to get bigger.
19 now,
Is he?
20 in a week's time.
Here he is then, coming into the left-handed Ingram, bowls to him, short though, cut away, and doesn't get any runs. Ingram missed out because he hit it straight to the fielder. You see, you've brought your crowd here down in the far corner with the crosses St George to back it up.
15 of them, something like that.
Are they
Leicestershire
youngsters?
supporters? No, bless them.
Huh.
Very loyal.
In comes Wood and bowls. That's a lovely looking shot from Ingram. Nice 4 runs. Such a strong player on the offside, and really he didn't have to run. He hit it so well. Leant into the shot. Score rockets up. Where have we gone to now? 86 for 2. 66 for 2 or something on the weekend. In front of myself.
Trying to see, but it looks like he's got a bit of tape around the bottom of his bat, which is pleasingly old-fashioned. You just barely ever see it. Whether it's part of the design of the bat, but I think it's a bit of tape,
well,
which is we all used to use.
We used to love our bats, didn't we, and think, oh, I don't want to get rid of this one. I'll tape it until it really drops. Here's Wood turned at the end of his longish run and bowls to Ingram, and Ingram goes back. Played it away onto the offside, and there is no run. Ingram's moved on to 33, and he really had a very good season. Colin Ingram with the bat was surprisingly and rather controversially to many Glamorgan supporters left out of some games this year.
Came into the game on 815 runs in just 12 innings, an average of 81 with a couple of not outs.
Here's Wood again, comes in wide of the crease. Oh, that's short, and he's pulled away for 4. Perhaps he should have protection. He's got it on the offside, but perhaps young Wood should have protection out there on the square leg boundary, because it's a little bit soul destroying, isn't it, when you go for a couple of boundaries. because he must be nervous.
That's what good batsmen do,
Yeah.
Sam, in first-class cricket. But it would be giving him cover for a bad ball, perhaps. So bowl length. Don't drop short to the likes of Ingram, who, as Ed said, is in outstanding form this season.
He's moving on to 37 from 43 balls, 70 for 2 in the 15th. As last ball of the over is bowled, and this time it forces him onto the back foot and plays it back down the pitch. At least he feels a little bit better after bowling his first over. Hopefully the nerves will disappear. Glamorgan, in reply to Leicestershire's 251, have now reached 70 for 2. They lost Sam Northeast, caught by wicketkeeper Hanscom of Holland, to the first ball of the innings, for naught, of course. Then Tribe, that's a Tribe playing his first championship innings, was bowled, played on, odd-looking shot from him. He was bowled by Holland for 4, but since then, the score has gone from 27 to 70 in extra quick time. And Carlson has 24, Ingram 37, and they have put on 43 for this third wicket. Glamorgan would like them to stay there for the last 10 overs, and Leicestershire would dearly like 1 or perhaps 2 wickets before the close.
If they do, Glamorgan are going to be well into 3 figures, 110, something like that, and would be fairly satisfied with their day, I would suggest. Scriven is in to Carlson, who is slightly falling over himself as he turns that one off middle and leg, perhaps out towards Kimber, who finds himself at mid-wicket now. Just the 2 slips. That miss of Carlson on 16,
Yeah,
one feels could be horribly expensive.
not too difficult either, was it?
No, it wasn't. Ingram's figures include 4 centuries and 3 half-centuries, 7 landmark innings in 12. In goes Scriven, bowls, waited for that cleverly. Carlson dabbed it down just wide of backward point. Travaskis has to trot to his left of field. Carlson takes another 1, moves on to 25.
These two put on 111 in that loss the other day at Derby. They went from 66 to 176 before. I must be honest, both appeared to surrender their wickets. Ingram with a wild slog at the left-hand spinner Morley, and then Carlson running down the pitch and stumped by yards.
Scriven's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander with a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Bowls very straight, Ingram. Nice high right elbow as he defends that one out into the covers where Holland is the fielder.
Seems a nice true pitch now, doesn't it? Nice bounce.
I certainly don't think the fact that 12 wickets has fallen can be attributed to the vagaries of the pitch.
Not at all.
Some good bowling, particularly by Van der Hoogten early on. Scriven is in and bowls. Ingram is leaning forward, steering it behind point, but Wood moves to his right to field and there's no run. Some very ordinary batting in the early part of the afternoon by the Leicestershire middle order.
And 75 bravely put on for the last 2. Credit to them. Young Wood should have walked in the dressing room. That's how you do it. I was not out 34, you see. And not, well, I was out for 34.
Scriven bustles in and bowls, swings towards Midland leg, turned on the back foot by Ingram. Out to Kimber at that short, straight mid-wicket position.
He's not a number 10, though, is he?
No,
Surely not.
no, he certainly can bat, capable of batting much higher.
He looked an open to me, the way that he left and, took his time. And he had the advantage of being, 6'3" or something like that. He played Crane well and just smothered every ball. Smothered the spin.
Scriven is in and bowls, slightly uncertain there, Ingram, as he worked that one out into the offside, off the outside part of the bat, out towards Holland, who has his trendy turquoise reflective sunglasses perched on top of his Leicestershire cap. End of the over, 71 for 2.
We're likely to see a bit of Trafascus tonight, surely.
I'd be a bit surprised. You never know, but I'd be a
Couple
bit
of overs.
surprised. Maybe one before the close, something like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if the last 9 overs are all bowled by the seamers. They'd want one more before the close, Leicestershire. Carlson has already added 9 to his score since being dropped, but more to the point, he's sort of absorbing overs, he's putting overs into the legs of the seamers, he's supporting Ingram, and he's looking dangerous.
Well, it's Sam Wood to continue, and he's coming over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Carlson, who gets a short ball and hammers it away, but there is protection now out at mid-wicket, and they cross for a single. Yeah, far too short, that. And I immediately look for the left-handed Ingram if there's anything out on the boundary, and as far as I can see, there's only fine leg. And there was one boundary in the last over, which Carlson hit, and he has a little Ingram hit, and he's having a little look at that leg side again, as Wood reverts to around the wicket to the left-hander. He comes in and bowls. And, good delivery, that. It's the best delivery he's bowled. And it goes past the bat through to Hanscom.
Yeah, that's the line,
That
and the
is.
length as well, really.
Do you remember that time? It was a very odd time when anybody 18 or 19 could only bowl, or advised only to bowl a certain number of
Was it
overs.
7 overs a day or something?
Something crazy like
It was
that.
very small.
In comes Sam Wood, bowls, and this is edged into the gully. Better over so far. I'll never forget being at the Oval one day, and Glamorgan were bowling. James Franklin, remember him? I'd taken 4 wickets and bowled superbly before lunch. And then after lunch, he didn't bowl. So I went up to Robert Croft and I said, was he injured? Why wasn't he bowled after lunch? We were told by the New Zealand authorities, you can guess what's coming as Wood turns again, comes in, bowls to Ingram, Ingram drives, and that came on to him and made it a semi-yorker. And it's played up to mid-on, no run. And said the New Zealand people had said to him, you can only bowl so many overs a day, otherwise you won't be coming. Crazy, wasn't it?
Well, it did stop counties, particularly
Yeah.
picking young players to a certain extent, because
Especially if they're
Obviously.
on a roll. Here's Wood coming in and bowls, and it's played defensively out into the offside. Much better over so far from young Sam Wood. Just the 2 runs, just the 1 run off it. And if you had an 18-year-old leg spinner, Ian Ahmed for instance, he probably said, you know, sorry, that's your 10 overs for the day. They did come up with some odd things in the past. Last ball of the over, Sam Wood on his debut coming up to bowl, and bowls to Ingram, who tucks it round the corner down towards fine leg. Right is lurking in that area, and it's only a single. That's the end of the over, and Glamorgan 73 for 2 after 17. We have 8 overs remaining this evening.
you're right, it was a better over, wasn't it? Just settled
Much
down
better.
a bit into his lines and lengths.
Just the 2 runs.
But he would have been nervous. First time out comes a helmet brought by big Alex Green, a young man who is only 17. And does hit the pitch very hard.
17. Well, the helmet might have been brought out, perhaps for short leg for Trafascus.
It might indeed. He's sitting behind Peter Hanscom at the moment as Scriven comes round the wicket from the river end, bowls foolish to Ingram, who, as I recall now from watching him in other games, he does like to stay in. He's essentially a back foot player, isn't he? But
Yeah, when he gets the ball to drive through the covers, he does lash on. But as you say, he's He likes to play off the back foot. He's just a very good player.
Yeah.
Very good left-hander. 40 years of age coming up.
Scriven is in, bowls to him, thickish inside part of the bat, wasn't quite at the pitch of it, but he's managed to work it away through mid-wicket. Ahmed in pursuit, slides, but he's cross with himself because he doesn't pick the ball up cleanly on the slide.
How's his season gone, leg spin-wise, Ahmed?
He's barely bowled, really. Well,
haven't
he's bowled
seen
a
his
few
name.
overs. He hasn't taken so many wickets, unfortunately. He has played in 5 games. He's only bowled in 5 innings. He's bowled 91 overs and has 6 for 431. Scriven is in and bowls. Ingram drives that cover drive that Eddie was talking about. Did transfer his weight there and crunched it away through extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot.
Shot of the day, out of Peterman.
So he's taken his wickets, Rahan Ahmed, at 72s. An economy rate of 4.7, so it's fair to say not as well as he would have liked.
No, indeed. But he's so young, isn't he, you know? And his brother, of course, is a very
He's picked up
budding
4
young-
wickets today.
Has he?
As young Farhan, I think his name is. Ingram, as he has throughout the entire season, he's looking dangerous. In goes Scriven, bowls to him. Swings that one back in. He defends on the back foot, down the pitch on the on side. There's no run. Yes, he is still there at the close. Ingram is one you would back to go on, to not necessarily give it away, given the way he's been playing this season. Values his wicket. Because he knows at the age of 40, probably hasn't got that many innings left in him.
Well, you never know.
That sounds awful, doesn't it? But in goes Scriven and bowls, leading edge that bounces out towards point. He was squared up on that occasion. The odd one sticking. Born in Port Elizabeth. Known as Stingray, apparently.
Or Kingram. Played for Somerset.
Jack Rudolph has had the biggest impact on his game, he says.
Not surprised. He was a fine player.
What keeps him awake at night? Tell you in a moment. Scriven is in and bowls. Ingram leaves outside off stump.
Can't wait.
He says, the thought that there'll be another Lasith Malinga. So maybe
Lovely answer, isn't it?
he gave him a hard time somewhere.
What an action he had.
Extraordinary.
Dreadful action.
But yeah, horrible to face, I would imagine.
Coming from there, isn't he? Oof.
How many overs to go? 7 tonight.
7 tonight, 79 for 2 England, 44 Carlson, 26. At one stage it was Carlson 24 and England 26, but he said more the bowling, he said a couple of boundaries. Sam wants to continue, why not? He has bowled a good second over and he will be bowling. And after this over, I think Tim van der Goot will just go slowly to his pads and put one strap on, because he is the recognised night watchman and enjoys it, he says, and enjoys batting ever so much. And he's proved it this year with a couple of good innings. Here's Sam Wood, he's over the wicket to Carlson, bowls the first ball, and Carlson gets the ball, that's just ducks a little bit into him and he plays it defensively. Look at the cloud in the sky here in the capital. Shadows beginning to come across the ground. 6:30. And Glamorgan were -2, and glad to say that Leicestershire are level. Here is Wood and bowls, pulled viciously out toward deep mid-wicket, and there's a man there, and returns. So they've stationed a man out on the mid-wicket boundary for Carlson, and now I think, where's the square leg? Is he going all the way? Yes, he's going much deeper than he was. He was more or less up by the umpire, and now that fielder is going out to the edge because of if Wood does bowl short and Ingram pulls it for 4, well, he'll have a man covering. 2 slips. Round the wicket comes Wood and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives and is going to get runs. It might just run away for 4. It's a long chase up to the boundary, and it stopped just inside, and they're going to come back for a 3rd, so they get quite comfortably. Good run in between the wickets there. The score now moves on to 83 for 2, with Ingram on 47, who had to come in the second ball of the innings.
Yes.
That seemed a long time ago.
Effectively your opening, aren't you?
Glamorgan trail by 168 runs. Wood to the right-handed Carlson, off the back foot. Cuts it away and will get 4 runs backward of point. If you go in as Glamorgan at 4.5 runs, well, more than that now, 4.6 runs and over, you would think they'd have a man, either deep extra or 3rd man, for that shot, wouldn't you? But they've got men up on the 1 as well as the 2 slips.
He wants to be attacking Hill.
But doesn't give the young man any sort of, well, confidence isn't the right word, but protection.
Both these sides have to win this game, don't they, to have any realistic chance, I think.
Here's Wood again, comes in and bowls, and this time it's down the leg side and no shot offered through Hanscom. Yeah, well, I suppose there's a mathematical chance, but what I have to say is if Glamorgan did somehow get to the First Division, they would have to strengthen this side quite a lot. And I think Leicester probably as well.
Yeah, there is that side of it, yes.
You know.
It's all very well getting up, but what do you do when you get there?
Here is Wood again, bowls down the leg side, chipped away down to the man there at fine leg, and Carlson gets his 32nd run.
A 9 off the over.
The expensive
Young Sam,
over. Not for 19,
3.
yes, off 3. For 6 overs remaining, so we're looking at a 5 to 7. A late supper tonight for us. Or are you going on your little run first, or have you done your run today?
No. I joined that 10k on Sunday morning, perhaps. No, I don't think so. Presumably it starts in the city centre somewhere, and then.
Or it might start down here. I don't know.
Well, the park run goes on the other side, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I quite fancy that one. Nice and flat. Scriven's going to continue from the river end, and he's got Hanscom standing up to the stumps. Bowls, and Carlson is forward. Bounces up to Tom Scriven, who takes it in his right hand, keeps hold of it.
That perhaps tells us that the only reason, because Scriven is quite sharp, is because, as you rightly pointed out, Richard, he is batting outside his crease and is now taking a fresh guard. Can't think of any other reason, can you?
No. Scriven is in and bowls. Carlson turns his wrists on that one. Slightly riskily, taking it off stump. He indicates with his right hand that it was work on the ball from Tom Scriven. He's having long chats to Peter Hanscom. Well, they've been on the cricket field together on a number of occasions. It's Carlson he's an irrepressible chatterbox, basically. Whoever's in hearing is listening. In goes Scriven, bowls to him almost. Plays on. Now that somehow got through to slip along the ground all the way. Now whether that played down onto the pad and rolled to slip, I'd need to see the replay from head on. But I'm not sure we're going to. Scriven turns. See a few joggers going down the river path.
Yep.
Behind the ground as he goes in and bowls, drives. Slightly outside edgy, but along the ground all the way. In fact, that is going to go all the way. Travaskis gives the ball up as it crosses the ropes around about 5 yards ahead of him at cover. So Carlson continues to drive home what a miss that potentially was by Rahane off Holland when he was on just 16.
I thought he would, instead of Scriven, he would have had just a little bit of spin. You never know towards the end of the day.
He may yet.
Yeah.
Travaskis isn't a big spinner of the ball. In goes Scriven and bowls. Carlson is forward, defending out to mid-off where Hill fields. And he does like to stick to plans as a captain, Lewis Hill, so it will have been decided. I can see Rehan Ahmed, though, warming up, so it may be that they'll give Ahmed just a couple of leg spinning
Leg spinner will
overs.
always turn it, whatever surface.
Leicestershire love one more wicket before the close. Then they would feel perhaps it's been a fairly balanced day. Scriven is in and bowls. Carlson drives very pleasantly for 4. Hill, like Travaskis, gives up the ball around about 5 yards from the ropes. 2 fours in 3 balls through the offside for Carlson. Little burst of scoring that's dragged him into the 40s. Ingram has 47. The partnership is 69 now. He was on 45 the score when he was dropped, so they've added 51 runs since then, Glamorgan.
Going at 4.8.
Bowling change. Rehan Ahmed to bowl from the Cathedral Road.
Well, there we are. You probably heard that. Sam Woods has had a taste of bowling first-class cricket, and now he's been taken off, and we are going to see some spin. Rehan Ahmed to bowl his leg spin on the googly. He does got googly, isn't he?
He does.
Yeah. And he's going to bowl from this end, and we are
It's
perched.
doesn't sort of turn like Adil Rashid's googly yet. Perhaps it will one day.
And he will be bowling at the left-handed Ingram. Both men in the 40s. Ingram 47, Carlson 40. 96 for 2 off 20 overs.
I'm not sure who to interview tonight. Nobody's really
Sam Wood.
well, yes, possibly, yeah.
Here's Rehan Ahmed. Bowls his first ball. He's on the spot and is pushed back by Colin Ingram. And there's no run. Unless you overwhelm him. The experienced journal, stroke commentator talking to an 18-year-old lad. You put him at ease. Here's the next delivery. Full toss it was made into, but driven straight to mid-on.
I think his teammates will reassure him that I'm harmless. Yeah, don't worry about him.
Rehan Ahmed bowling from this end, the Cathedral Road end, and he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. Bowls quicker delivery, which is clipped short mid-wicket. He's going to get through this over rather quickly.
Yes, that will.
I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, hopefully get us finished before 7 at any rate.
4.5 overs still to go though. Here's Rehan Ahmed comes in, bowls, and off the back foot he's chipped it all along the floor to short. Long leg or short fine leg, whichever you like to call it.
I never quite know what to call that position on the sort of 45
On the 45,
degree,
yeah. Ahmed in, bowls wide of the crease, tosses it up, but Ingram is not to be tempted and pushes it out to the man on the drive on the offside. The score remains on 96 for 2. One more ball and Rehan Ahmed, if it's not scored off, will have a maiden. And this time he will not get a maiden because it's chipped out to deep mid-wicket for a single. That is the end of the over. 4 overs remaining, 97 for 2. Ingram 48. Carlson is on 40 and possibly a change from the far end, you would have thought. after those 2 fours last over. We shall see. Is Travaskis coming to have a ball? Number 72. Or is that 22?
It's going to be Holland. Yeah, Holland.
Holland changing ends.
Ian Holland
Yeah.
taking over from the river end.
Well, he's been the best. He's conceded a few runs, but he has taken the only 2 wickets to fall. 4 overs remaining.
It's a little bit like Glamorgan turning back, like North East turning back to Van der Hoeksen, isn't it? Hollanders look the
Yes,
most
yes.
dangerous and think, oh, try and nick one more out before the close. Duchy, round the wicket goes Holland and bowls short. He's not going to get a wicket with that sort of delivery. That is whipped away by Ingram down towards long legs. 4-4 that, as Ed said, brings up his half century. Yet another landmark innings for Colin Ingram this season. His 4th half century to go with 4 centuries. That's in just 13 first-class innings, and well, with him still being not out, that average will be up close to 90 now, I would imagine.
67 balls, so quite a quick 50 that.
Could work it out. 851 is sorry, 815, 867 divided by 10, 86.7. Even I can do that. In goes Holland, bowls short outside, off stump, crunched away by Ingram off the back foot this time, and that's going to be 4 more. So early impressions are that the change back to Holland isn't working. Consecutive boundaries conceded.
The bounce is so true on this pitch now, isn't it?
Doesn't look too much wrong with it, that's for sure. No chance of an abandonment. Then. I think you ought to forfeit.
And if you're wondering what on earth Richard is talking about, he will explain during this over.
Holland is in, bowl straight at this time, still short of a length, but Ingram on the back foot defends. Yes, the game at Bristol has been abandoned due to essentially a dangerous pitch, or the umpires feel it to be too unpredictably dangerous for the batsman.
Halfway through the first day, that's what gets me though.
Yeah, Gloucestershire were bowled out for 126, and I think Northants were 116 for a couple, but a couple of injured batsmen. Pulled this time, Holland, by Ingram, out to the backward square boundary for 4 more, so that's 3 boundaries in 4 deliveries. No thoughts on Ingram's part about playing for the close here.
Well,
he is charging on, he's on to 60.
Well, he's had 2 very short deliveries, one just marginally short, the first one which was hit for 4, so... And the run rate now has reached 5. Entertaining if you're not a Leicestershire player or supporter.
The day is swinging very much towards Glamorgan. Holland in again to Ingram, who studiously and carefully covers up to that fuller delivery. He remains on 60, the partnership 82 now. Run rate pretty much exactly 5s.
You're not many overs.
No, 22 coming to the end of the 22nd over. Holland pumping his knees is in, that's a better delivery, but damage already done in the over as that one is pushed out to mid-off.
What over was try about
Ingram?
Colin Ingram's 50 from 67 balls and included 8 fours.
67-8.
13
you may have
overs.
heard that. Yep,
That partnership is
impressive.
82 and 13, yeah.
12 off that Holland over, 3 boundaries. Holland 2 for 45 off 8. Still pretty decent, but
8 and 5 and over. 3 overs left then, and Rian Ahmed is going to bowl, having conceded just a single off his first over, and he's be bowling to Kieran Carlson. Carlson, is he going to keep on attacking? Knowing him, he'll try, but Realise that there's 3 overs left. Over the wicket comes Ryan Ahmed. The first ball is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Ryan Ahmed just trots away from us, tosses this one up, is pushed away on the offside, and he's landed every ball except for the last ball of the first over, which is a little bit leg side-ish, where Ingram got a single. There's Ahmed. Just takes 4 or 5 steps and bowls. Defended, pushed away. Thank you, Ryan Ahmed, for bowling so well and so quickly. Get in the car quick. Ahmed over the wicket, bowls, and that's the googly, I think.
It was, yeah. Did turn a little, didn't it? Didn't nip it
Didn't
back.
he didn't spot it, did Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson. He was pushing out onto the offside, but he went onto the other side. Well disguised. No runs off the over as yet, and there won't be a run there. Score remains at 109 for 2. Glamorgan would have settled for this after losing northeast to the first ball of the innings. In comes the last ball short, and he tries to cut, and it goes under the bat. And Ryan Ahmed has a good laugh, so does Kieran Carlson, and that remains with 2 overs left. Ingram on 60, Carlson on 40, 109 for 2, and the deficit is 142, closing in on the halfway mark towards that target.
Crowd beginning to leave now, to drift off. Mike Stevens has been in touch about umpires and deciding whether the pitch is safe. He says when many of the umpires' jobs have been taken away when television or YouTube is used, they don't really give decisions. They're suggested by TV umpires. He says, do umpires get sufficient on-the-job training, really? Well, it's going to be an interesting one, that little inquest. And Gloucestershire are going to have to make their case as Holland is into Ingram, covers up, manages to push it out off the thick outside edge, along the ground all the way towards point. There is no point. Wood is out there on the,
There's no point.
on the point boundary.
What a lovely pun that was. There's no point.
It sounds like Dave Fletcher. There's just no point. It's just no point.
Pointless.
He was probably feeling that today after Derbyshire put Sussex
Did
in.
he finish up on?
I don't know, actually. Something like
Must be 480,
yeah, let's have a look, see what Sussex ended on. If the torture is finished as yet for Fletch, well, you never tortured at Hove if you're at Hove. They finished on 391 for 4. That's a great decision to put them in. In goes Holland and bowls, leaning forward. Carlson pushes out into the covers, and there is no run.
The biggest scores in that today. He got a wicket, David did. David Lloyd.
Kent already in deep trouble against
Yes,
Warwickshire.
I think it's curtains for them.
156 all out, 207 for 3 in response. Warwickshire, Yorkshire 372 for 5 against Middlesex, getting themselves into a strong position. Holland is in, back goes Carlson, tries to turn it off his legs. I think it was mostly pad, it's rolling fairly slowly down to long leg, but no signal from umpire Adnan. So Carlson picks up 1, moves on to 41. 9 legitimate deliveries left in the day. Nelson on the board.
If they don't lose a wicket, of course, in this over, and they lose one in the final over, that will be the end of play.
Slip and a gully, hands on knees as Holland is in. Ingram very carefully defends back down the pitch on the onside to Holland. Definitely, I think at the moment, Glamorgan's day, trailing now by just 140 with 8 wickets in hand. Leicestershire are going to have a very good morning tomorrow to wrest any control back in the game. In goes Holland and bowls. Ingram leans forward, blocks it out to extra cover. Tom Scriven is the fielder.
I think he realises as well that there's only 8 balls left of the day, 7 now, and he doesn't want to take any chances because he knows it's a very good batting pitch and he wants to try and get another 100 to add to his tally this season. Although Nelson's on the board. 1-1-1, if you believe in such things.
Holland is in and bowls. Little short-armed pull out to Ahmed. In fairly races across the lush Sophia Gardens outfield to Ahmed. So it is just a single to Ingram, who keeps the strike. Carlson may not be entirely displeased about that, with just 1 over to go. The night watchman can take off his pads. 112 for 2.
Yes, he can, and have a nice shower. Tim van der Houten, he deserved it today, my word. 4 for 45 from 19 overs. Douthwaite 4 for 49 off 11. He started not very well, but then came back and took some important wickets, including out of Hanscom for 46. Then nipped in with Ahmed off a long hop. Kimber drove one straight at the fielder.
And of course we have a delay because Rishi Patel wants a helmet bringing out. There isn't one on the boundary edge. Does that mean one is going to have to be brought from the dressing room?
Do you have
So
to?
it is 6 minutes to 7. 6 balls remaining. And we have a delay. which has narked the Glamorgan contingent in the don't you? They have homes to go to.
I've got a 45-mile drive. Come on. You only got to go up the road to
Here
your
comes the
hotel.
helmet. Young Green comes hammering onto the pitch. His face perhaps as red as his gilet. Hands the helmet to Rishi Patel.
And I bet you after the 5th ball, he'll stop play again, as most captains do, because they try and unnerve the batsman. Rarely do you see anybody get dismissed for the last ball of the day, but it has happened. I think Mr. Ingram is going to pat 6 balls back. We shall see, and here we go then. A leg slip and a slip.
If he drops short, he's going to pull it, isn't he, if he drops short? I bet.
He hasn't dropped anything short as yet, and he bowls. A commentator's curse.
Was that a chance?
I don't think so, no.
Was that look at all the hands on their heads.
Well, it must have been then. Let's have a look at
Did he
that
clock
again.
Slightly to Chris Wright at backward square. Wright had his hands on his head.
So quickly.
I've got a feeling that
You're
that
right.
carried to Wright. Any chance of seeing a replay?
I don't think it went so quickly.
Might
It
not be
might
able to
not
pick
have
it
been
up,
able to
but
pick it
I
up.
think the reaction suggests that was a chance.
Well, if you
I will
take
check
the-
afterwards.
It was a rank long hop. It's this time he comes in and bowls to Carlson and pushes forward to through the offside, and there's no run. 1-1-3 for 2. Ingram on 63, Carlson on 41. Rian Ahmed might have picked up on a filthy delivery there, but he didn't. Oh, that's I don't know quite what happened there, because Rishi Patel's hand went up at slip and then Hanscom dropped. I don't think it was a
It
chance.
wasn't a chance, but it was short and wide. He tried to cut it away and missed
Yeah,
it.
right.
But
Here's the next one. That's short and wide again. And this goes straight to right at backward point. I agree wholeheartedly. I think that was a chance.
I think it
difficult though.
It didn't get hold of it at all. Wright sort of sprawled to his left.
2 balls of the day, an interesting day, remain. That's short and a googly, and it's clipped away up to mid-wicket for a single. Carlson can take his gloves off, and Ingram will face that last ball. 114 for 2 then. And it's been very much Glamorgan's day, as I'll go through the details towards the end of the day here. Here is the last ball, which is pushed away gently on the onside. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the entertainment, and it has been entertainment for today. Briefly then, Glamorgan won the toss. They elected to field. We saw a splendid performance by Van der Gooten, who took the first 4
Thank you
wickets to
everyone for
fall.
coming to Sophia Gardens today.
And
We resume here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. and hope that you can
82
join us again.
for 8
As you
was
leave ground, please
the Leicestershire
remember
score at
to
one
take
stage,
all
but
the
then they
belongings with you.
added a further 75 for the last 2 wickets. They were all out for 251, and that left Glamorgan to bat for 25 overs. They lost Sam North East to the very first ball of the innings, caught by Hanscom of Holland for naught. Tribe didn't last long. He was bowled by Holland for 4, but then we saw a very substantial unbroken partnership from Colin Ingram, who is not out 63, and Kieran Carlson not out 42, and they put on 89 for the 3rd wicket. It's been an enjoyable day. Quick word from Richard before we say goodnight.
Yeah, an entertaining day's, a flawed day's cricket, I think, one way or another, but an entertaining day's cricket, and it does feel as though one way or another there'll be a positive result in the game, and at the moment one is inclined to lean towards Glamorgan being on the right side of it, but you never quite know what will happen tomorrow. Yeah, join us. Good forecast for tomorrow.
Very good forecast for the next 3 days. So from Richard Ray, Nick Webb and myself, Edward Bevan, a very good night to you all. Nostalgia Gid.